Oh yeah, I'm live. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on to this. No show. Well, there are things more important. There are things in life, BGS, that are more important. But here's the thing, BGS. Since you said that, Hardcore Tito called you out. How come you're not responding to him? Huh? How come you're not BGS? General Tito been calling you and Edward Anderson out for a few days now. How come you ain't dressing him? Oh, I get it because I got less than 2,000 subs while Tito got a lot more subs than I. So therefore, what you're going to do is you're going to avoid him. And since though we on this topic, Negro, if you're building something, if you won the gender war, BGS, where is your legal defense fund for black men? Where's your education system for black men, for black boys? And where is the job fairs for black men and black boys? So don't tell me you won the gender war and all that. Get out of here. But anyway, let's get back to the topic of this video, though. Right? Shout out to the Queen, the Miss Sun Kids over there. So let me go off on here for a minute. Right? I'm really getting tired of you white conservatives. I really am. You see, the thing is, y'all heard this woman, Carlishia, whatever her name is, Hood. She walked into a restaurant or whatever the case may be, got into an altercation with someone, and then some dude fired, slapped her a few times, 2, 3 times, and then her son went to the car and sent old boy to meet his maker. It's funny that white conservatives, these Trump supporters, these old Trump supporters can go around here and put out this stupid song, Kyle Rittenhouse, dun 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 dun, the Rittenhouse, the Rittenhouse, the Rittenhouse, dun 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 dun. Yeah, that old stupid song. A lot of you white, you conservatives have been putting out. Let me turn this fan off because I know it's hot. Y'all been putting that song out ever since Kyle Rittenhouse shot those people at that park. But here's the thing though. I never noticed. No, I never noticed. Here's the thing I do notice. How come y'all not telling that young man he's a hero? Hmm? Tell me that. How come he's not told to be a hero? You know, give me a minute. Give me a minute, real quick. You know what? I forgot to do one thing here. I forgot to do this real quick. And yeah. Delete overlay. Yeah, I'm going to have to show this. I'm going to have to show this overlay here. See, and I know why people want to come out and attack this woman and attack the boy as well. Well, I'm gonna tell you why. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to figure it out. Now that's on white conservatives, right? Then you got these manosphere shine bones. Oh, here we go. The black manosphere. Oh, here we go. Here we go. There's nothing heroic about defending a black woman's according to societal standards. Mm-hmm. And one thing I noticed though, let me stay on the white conservatives for a minute. Let me stay on them for a minute, right? Remember when that woman shot that woman, the black woman drew the door? Remember that? And the reason why I'm gonna say this is because these same white conservatives are sitting on, well, you see, that's the council law and the council doctrine and all that. Because she went in the, da. She ain't racist. She was in every right in the state of Florida. Okay. You every right in the state of Florida. Shoot somebody through the door. She out there getting cash apps. She's getting all this and dirt, right? Then, if we go back before that, there was this Marine. There was this Marine who got up in NYC, got up in the subway and choked somebody out. Oh man, the dude who choked old boy out, man, he's an American hero. Mm-hmm. Okay. So the brother was in the subway making threats to children. And he snuffed, and this white Marine choked this guy out, right? Y'all call him a hero, right? Now I'm looking at some of y'all's comment sections. It's the same people with this stupid ass. And I know, I ain't supposed to cuss because this is supposed to be monetized. But how can that Marine who choked out old boy in the subway can get donations? Y'all the same people who told the young man, the son of Miss Hood, should be locked up. I would say it like this. She has every right to sue the city of Chicago. Hold on, let me see. Yeah. No, Freddy said, I have no issues with the boy defending the mom. That was self-defense. Yeah. However, if the mom told the son to shoot the other woman, I can't support it. I'm just happy the boy wasn't charged. Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm happy he wasn't charged. All right. What the hell? Anyway, something was buzzing me. Anyway, now moving on to the black manosphere. Oh, here we go. Oh, the manosphere shines. Oh man, they took this opportunity, right? They took this opportunity here. The black manosphere shines. So somebody should never tag me to a video. Somebody should never see. Somebody thought though he was going to teach me a lesson, right? He's going to give me a video of Nick Taylor, that hound dog sounding Negro, right? So Nick Taylor decided to say something that was out of pocket, doing that same old Texas coon shit. Yeah, I said it. Some of you black people down here in Texas, y'all one of the biggest coons. I'm sorry. I gotta go ahead and say it. Using that Tommy Sotomayor-esque statements. You know how Tommy always called black women BT 1000s and BT 800s. Well, your boy gonna sit there gonna call the young brother after that robot and RoboCop, the ED 209s. Gonna call the young 14-year-old the ED, and then Nick Taylor is the same Negro that will sit there and back with Kyle Rittenhouse. See, y'all manosphere shines. Y'all got to go. Y'all got to go. So a man, and then though the topic was, wait a minute. Maybe this is the reason why y'all men shouldn't argue with women. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that comment when he said that. Men shouldn't argue with women. Even the women that I know, I don't argue with. But yet though he never explicitly said something about a man shouldn't hit a woman. He talking about the arguing part, not talking about who put hands on who. See, the reason why y'all want to talk about this, talk about the young black boy, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why y'all want to do it. All right, I'm gonna tell you why y'all want to do it. Y'all want to do it. Y'all want to do it because of the image. You see, y'all want to do the image. All y'all saw was a black woman and her son in an altercation. That's all y'all care about. Because y'all like to project y'all's childhood, how some of y'all's mamas was acting, how some of y'all grandmas and aunties was acting, and then y'all try to juxtapose that onto air. No, not juxtapose that. Try to project that onto other people. That's what this is going on. Okay? And don't mind me, I'm eating me a salad. But anyway, let me keep it moving on. Y'all out here doing this. But then, since we on this, what if Kyle Rittenhouse was black? What if Kyle Rittenhouse tomorrow, Kyle Rittenhouse woke up and discovered he's black? His skin color changed, hair changed. He got negroid features and all that. let's say if he woke up black, you know what you punk made Negro say? Let me tell you what some of you punk Negroes will say. Oh, where's his father at? Where's Kyle Rittenhouse's father at? Where his father at? Where his mama at? His mama's a single mom. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. But you don't see these same white conservatives. You don't see these black mandatory Negroes talk about, well, Kyle Rittenhouse came from a single parent household. And yes, and what I'm saying is true. Kyle Rittenhouse came from a single parent home. Y'all, you see, the problem with you Negroes, you brought that Ronald Reagan crap. That Ronald Reagan, Lee Atwater, Bill Bennett, Dan Quayle, Patrick Buchanan talking point, and y'all running with it. And y'all using this case, what happened in Chicago, as a I want to go all in. I'm trying to be monetized. If that young brother right there was white, y'all wouldn't have a problem with it. Y'all wouldn't be calling him no ED 209s. Y'all wouldn't be questioning why though he is a single mother. No, why he's a product of a single mother. Y'all wouldn't say anything. Y'all call this young man a hero because he shot a bandit down. I'm really getting tired of y'all's hypocrisy online. Well, it starts at the home. Right. Cal ain't no hero. He just happened to be at a place. He the one who crossed state lines. And his mother, Kyle Rittenhouse's mother, sent him across state lines. But yet, though, you don't see the black manosphere talking about that. You don't see white conservatives talking about, wait, hold on. He's a product of a single parent household. Where his father at? You see these stupid ass comments. You see these idiotic comments like, where is his father at? As if that is supposed to mean something. You know? As if because it's something that comes from a two-parent household, that's supposed to solve everything. It wouldn't happen in the first place. I don't think the man that slapped that woman didn't ask, "Oh, are you a single mother or not?" I don't think when those guys that went after Kyle Rittenhouse didn't ask Kyle Rittenhouse, "Have you come from a single parent home or not?" You see how stupid y'all sound? These dumb arguments. And this is something I gotta say this. See, we live in a world that is post-truth. We live in a world We live in a world that is how can I say it? That's anti-intellectual. We live in a world that is bent on anti-intellectual, and you got people on here who call themselves, I'm a man of common sense. I'm a man of logic. They try to cloak that in anti-intellect. They try to form this idea of what is common sense. Yeah, I'm a working class, blue collar, common sense guy. Y'all can miss me with that. And I see BIGJXXX in the chat room. Hey, BIGJXXX, I don't know why. I don't know why you here for. I don't know why, man, you here for. Because you the one who got so scared. You went to Art of Ignor's channel and told everybody to block me. Then you went to Edward Anderson and told them to block me. Then though you went to hold on. We got to put this on up here. See that? I troll just like you. And how old are you, BJS? Then though, man, you went to Bernard Riley's and told the people on Bernard Riley to block me. You know why? Because you know my arguments against the black manosphere is valid. Just like how, man, you use the Monahan report to blame black women with. Yeah, man, the Monahan report puts black women over black men. And you got your sons treat you like kings. And the thing is though, BGS, you know, and I know you really can't handle me. Oh, let me turn this fan on real quick because I'm gonna say something to you. Oh yes, you did. Oh yes, you did. You went on the Art of Ignor's channel a few months ago and said, "Get Big J out of here." All right, we live in a world anyway. Enough with BGS. Enough with him. Let me address the real issue. I wasn't trolling. I told the truth. So if telling the truth about the black manosphere is trolling, then guess what? I don't give a if you call that trolling, I don't know what else to tell you because I told the truth. No, Sexy Red might be trolling you. You know what I mean? Exposed the management might be trolling you. But I ain't trolling you. I meant what I said. Talking about you trying to tell me, BGS, about me proving something. Well, hold on. You said though the other day that a lot of your supporters, BGS, you said a lot of your supporters are in IT making over figures. Okay, if they are, right, BJS, then how come none of the brothers under your leadership create a legal defense fund for black men? Mr. Manosphere over the master teacher. No, hold on. We got the master teacher. Where is the legal defense fund for black men, BJS? I'll wait. Since you said we won the gender war, right? So if you won the gender war, where is y'all's legal defense fund for black men? If you had won the gender war, BGS, how come you ain't saying anything about creating a school for black boys? Since you said black boys are being picked on in school and by girls and black girls or sexually brutal to boys, how come you get these? How come you won't create a school for black boys so black boys can feel safe in a productive environment? I said you. We ain't talking about the other schools with black boys. I said you won't create, you and them Negroes who is your sons will not create a school for them. Now where is the legal defense fund for black boys? Because y'all create the black manosphere off the heels of the Me Too movement. You 2.0 Negroes. No man is an island. Nobody on here said that except for you. Nobody on here said that except for you. So why you bringing that up? Hold on. Let me switch. Hold on. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I gotta do this real quick. Where are your receipts? Oh, well, here is the receipts. The first 3 videos I made, no, actually the first 10 videos I made the Black Agenda of 2019. I made a video talking about my political ideas, but where is y'all's political ideas? I know what you're gonna say, BJS. What you're gonna say is the Gray Faulkner Initiative. But that's not came out of your mind. You hopped on that bandwagon. Mr. Black Peel. I got my receipts. Where is the black man? Where's a black defense defense council? The black male political agenda. Oh, I get it. Bait from who? From who? And no, I know what you're going to say. Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. Is that all what you're going to say? Dr. T. Hassan Johnson? Well, Dr. T got nothing to do with it. Right. In that working document they got on YouTube looking crazy. Yeah. And here's the thing, Queen. Since BJS is here, let's talk about that document. How you going to be against abortion? No, you ain't telling him BS. That's all cap. You ain't telling him do anything. And in fact, how come you didn't write one? How come you didn't write one, BGS? Explain that part. Because I'm telling you right now, this going to have to end. We're not going to go having these gender wars for the next 10 years. No, we got to stop this now. And I'm not a pro-black. I'm not Pan-African. But I do see y'all as the gateway, the fascism, though. How are y'all going? How and reading that document? How are you going to be against abortion while at the same time y'all in the document you're for financial abortion? Explain that. Somebody really need to explain that. How you gonna be against abortion, but then you want financial abortion, and then though y'all, and then at the same time, y'all dislike the idea of single motherhood, and how crime, and y'all's argument is y'all crying about single motherhood creates black on black crime, but then one of you Negroes wrote y'all want financial abortion. Right. Obsidian said he gotta teach these young men, but he ain't got no family to teach another grown ass man. Exactly. Make that make sense. But I tell you what though, BGS. I tell you what. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Let me do this real quick. Let me type up something. Let me type up something for Mr. BGS Igmal. All right, since he's in the chat room, since he's on this, right? So BGS. Where is this? Hold on. No, hold on. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this real quick. Let me share this. Let me share this. So BGS, how come you don't have a black agenda? Hold on. Let me. Let me take this brand down. Let me take this down. So BGS, how come you don't have this right here? How come you don't have a black agenda? See, before you told Dr. Johnson to do anything, but where was your agenda before Dr. T. Son Johnson got on YouTube? Huh? Come on now, BGS, explain it. How come I got an agenda, but you and Anger Man and O'Shea never had one? Right. If you took the money off the table, that's right. I'm gonna say to Melanated Vessel, you're right. If you took the money off the table, many of these folks would never even start putting out this content. Right. You're absolutely right, Melanated Vessel. They will never put out no content like this because solutions is not profitable to the BGSs of the world, to the Anger Mans of the world, to the Bernard Rileys, the O'Sheas, the Obsidians, the Edward Andersons of the world. It's not profitable. It's not, listen, y'all don't get no profit in solving problems. Because y'all need y'all make the money off the pain of black men. You ain't no better than those divestors over there on DJ Torch's channel. You ain't no better than DJ Torch. You ain't no better than those simps like a DJ touches underwear. You ain't no better than Demas and all right, some simps on the cross on the other end of the street. Hold on. I can make more money off of black women, son. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Do. You see what he just said? Now, do you hear what B just said? I can make more money off of black women, son. Rather than saying, oh, I can make money solving black men's problems. Or I can make money off of solving America's issues. It's always, I gotta make money off of somebody else. For real. Oh, and BIGJXXX. Explain this though. Hardcore Tito has been calling you out for days. How come you ain't going to his channel with what you're doing right now? How come you're not going to General Tito's channel and telling him and trolling him like the way you doing to me right now? Oh, wait a minute. What black woman problems have you solved? Negro, men are problem solvers, right? Men are problem solvers. So you want the federal government to go to give jobs from white women to give to black men. How is that solving anything? He doesn't follow me around. Really? Well, he sure is cooking and frying you right now. If you go to his channel, he's cooking you and Edward up and down these YouTube streets. But how come you're not addressing? Oh, you know why? Because I got less than 2,000 subs. So you think because of because you got subscriber supremacy, because you got subscriber supremacy, you think that you hold on. Oh, here we go. I don't subscribe to him. I'm not subscribed to Tito either, but I do know he's cooking you. I do know that Negro over there is frying, sauteing, and barbecuing your ass. No, the thing is, you scared of people who you think is bigger than you or more popular than you. That's why. Hold on. Let me show my. Hold on. I want to say this. I want to make this clear. I want to make this clear. Let me make this clear to BGS, right? Make this clear to BGS. Negro, ain't you sub to me? Ain't you sub to me, BGS? Oh. And let's talk about this too. And another thing. You was up on Rumble. Trying to go after Sewing Black. You was trying to go at Sewing Black, BJS, and Sewing Black was cooking your ass up and down Rumble. while you were trying to deny the existence of Black Manager 1.0. Sewing Black was cooking and frying you, BJs, and you couldn't take it. So you couldn't go after Sewing Black. You couldn't go after Sewing Black, so now you coming at me, though. Uh-oh, you mad? You mad? How do I know? Well, you know how I know? Because I'm on Rumble. I got a channel on Rumble. And I saw and I subscribed to Sewing Black's channel on Rumble. So you keep missing with that. All right? I'm the low man on totem pole. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, you're right. I'm the low man on the totem pole. Yeah, I'm the low man on the totem pole. If that's the case, then why are you here? If I'm on the totem pole, if I'm the low man on the totem pole, then why did you told Art of Igmore to kick me off the channel? See, you see this right here? Yeah, I hope your Rumble channel does better than your YouTube, son. Well, I hope your victory over the Black woman, you know. Well, I'm here to troll. I'm here to trolling. No, it's here to troll, not here to trolling. It's here to troll. And you were trolling. No, I wasn't. I told the truth. And another thing, Mr. Master Teacher, Mr. Master Teacher over here. Here's the thing, Mr. Master Teacher. So hold on. So let me drop all that for a minute. Let me drop that for a minute. So, Mr. Master Teacher, if you were such a good teacher, then how come you didn't help Edward Anderson in all these years through his problems? How come you didn't tell Edward Anderson, hey, brother, take a vacation? Brother, here is a plane ticket. Brother, here is a passport. Brother, here's a plane ticket to Reno, Nevada. Go to the here's $2,000, $3,000 to go to the bunny ranch. While you're egging your boy Edward into a let me be clearer about that. Hold on. 6 figures? He earned 6 figures? Really? If I had 6 figures, no. Hold on. That's cap. If Edward earns over 6 figures, then Edward should have shaved. Edward should have had a better wardrobe. Edward would have a couple of women surrounding him. He would have some baddies surrounding him instead of him doing an SEB, shame, blame, and explaining in the car crying. But you out here saying that's book. You know what I'm saying is the truth, BJS. Talking about Edward earns over 6 figures. Really? He ain't got no clothes on. He don't got no clothes on, BGS. You supposed to be the master teacher, right? Huh? He's supposed to be, you supposed to be the master teacher, right? Oh, yeah, man. Edward, yes, man. Edward earns, man, 6 figures. Mm-hmm. And yet, not one of you 6-figure Negroes over there created a legal fund for black men while y'all complain about black women, Me Too, and black men all the time. Then some of you Negroes always talking about there is no good black women around when y'all hang around in those what's it called? Oh, those urban areas. Y'all only go to those. Y'all go to these hoods, try to terraform Keisha. See, let me tell you something. I don't have to terraform a damn thing. At least I'm in the open air where there's trees around. I don't have a legal fund. But yet y'all claim y'all got 6 figures. So since you claim you got the 6 figures and black men and black woman won't let you lead, the black woman won't submit. Well, wait a minute. If the black woman won't let you lead and the black woman won't submit, then what you doing with those? Then you wouldn't be having those 6 figures, right? Right? Come on, man. You mean he made six figures? Now, everybody can look at Edward and say, man, bro, you didn't make no six figures. Anybody can look at him and say, bro, you ain't make no six figures. Get out of here with that. There's too many y'all out here saying y'all make 6 figures, and then the more y'all talk, the less I see 6 figures. Your logic fails you. Really? Well, okay. Then I guess your movement failed you, BGS. See. I'm going to tell you who you scared of, right? I know who you scared of. Let me name at least 5 people you actually scared of. You scared of Madhead Doctor? Because I remember when Madhead cooked you up and down these YouTube streets. Then you are also scared of the mind of Marcus, because the mind of Marcus dragged you. He dragged you so much that Charles Flocker had to protect you. Then on top of that, Remil. You scared of Remil. Okay? You scared of Remil. Remil and Ty City, you scared of those two. I know that. Well, not much Ty City, but you are scared of Remil. And I'm gonna say it to another person you scared of. You scared of Garage Autonomous, because Garage used to cook you up and down in 2017 and 2018. You couldn't handle it. And you also scared of Super Slide 75. You scared of him too. And the other person you scared of is me. Because how many times though I disproven you came over here, I gave you the link, and I destroyed your art. I destroyed y'all's points. Oh, really? Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to email Garage Autonomous, and I'm going to ask him how you embarrass him. I want to know, how did you embarrass Garage Autonomous? How? Yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. You are. You are, because that's why those guys in 2021 and 2022 came after me last year around New Year's time, because you got embarrassed because I showed the footage of your homeboy, little Big Nate, oh wait, hold, and then here is you talking about our movement is global. Really? Your movement is global. Okay, if your movement is so global, then where is the manifesto at? If your movement is so global, where is your green paper at? If your movement is so global, where is your white paper at? Huh? You said your movement is global. Where is it? Oh, I just saw it. Oh, I did? I saw what? I saw what, BGS? Now, I bet you he's scared to do this, though. I bet you your boy is scared to do this real quick. I bet he's scared to come up and in here. The blackmail agenda. The blackmail political agenda only came out over a year. But you've been here for what, since 2006, 16, and my political agenda came out in 2014, 2015, 2006, 16, and 2008, 2019. You can sit there and stop the cap. Okay, the passport bros are global. Uh-huh. Yeah, a lot of broke ass Negroes who went to the DR, try to go after Keisha to get with women that look like Keisha. That gets me on that part. How you gonna talk about, man, we gotta leave the hood to get away from Keisha. You go to the DR, that woman looks like Keisha who you left. See, y'all's problem is this. Y'all really want that Kerry Washington chick. Y'all really want the white girl that's dipped in chocolate. What y'all really want is that white girl. There about 3 different women y'all really want. There are 3 different women y'all want. Y'all want the white girl. Y'all want the black girl who's dipped, the white girl who's dipped in chocolate. And if you know who a white girl who's dipped in chocolate, you know who I'm referring to. Demo types, because I dated one. And then you want the Kerry Washingtons, but all them women are in the suburbs. All those women are in the rural area, so you can't get those women because those women are denying y'all access, or that community is denying y'all access. So what y'all do is y'all went back to Keisha and y'all try to terraform the Keisha, knowing the fact you can't make Keisha do anything because Keisha is only going to do 2 things. You know, Keisha's going to do 2 things to you numbskull Negroes. White girls are easy. Man, what year are you from? Yeah, white girls were easy in 1990s. White girls is not easy today. No, they're not. I don't know what you're talking about. See, that's the old 1970s, 80s. talking point. White. How white girls are easy, but y'all the same ones that talking about how black women are hoes. So if black women are real fours, but now you saying white girls are easy. You criticize black women for being real fours, but now you cheering that white women are easy. You can't make this up. Y'all can't make this up. You can't. Because if that was the case, right? If that was the case, then you know what? I'm not gonna go there with that. Nah, I'm not gonna go there with that. Nah, I'm not gonna go there with that. No, but how? Oh, wait, stop. I'll say this. If white women are easy, how come you haven't got a white with a white woman though? If white women are easy, how come you don't have one? Since you said that white women are going to absorb black women. No, I'm sorry. You said white women are going to absorb black men, rather. You said white women are going to absorb black men. How come no white woman pick you up yet? Now I dropped that. And hey, I want people to know. I want nobody said Big J had not dropped the link, because you know he don't want to show up on his panel. Because he will know I will destroy his talking points easily. So Don Gordito, I know that you're watching. Don't come to me talking about, oh yeah, man, yeah. No. The link's right here. So I want nobody hear nothing. Okay? Well, nobody say nothing at all. I get more white women than you, BGS. While y'all out here talking about, yeah, man, I'm SYSBM. I'm SYSBM. Well, guess what? I get white women, black women, Hispanic women. But I don't see no woman with you, BGS. Make that make sense. Make that make sense, BGS. See, you scared. You are scared of me. You scared of me. You scared of Madhead Doctor. You scared of Garage Autonomous. You actually the scared of Ramil. You scared the mind of Marcus. You are scared of the four of us, or the five of us, and you also scared of Super Sly 75. Oh, he already left. You see, here is the thing, Queen. Here's the thing, Queen. I gave him the link. I gave BGS the link. Anybody can say. I don't want nobody to say Big J did not give BGS the link. I don't want nobody to say Big J, you didn't give him the link. No, the link is right here. I don't want nobody to say anything otherwise. Right. He knows not to hit that link. So I wanted fanboys, because I see Don Gordito up here. Don't come there with that fanboy bullshit. Don't come here with that fanboy stuff. I gave him the link. He won't hit that link. And what he's going to do is run back to Sister George, and he's going to run back to Concrete Rose and hide behind those two women. And told those two women, don't have Big J on the panel. We don't want Big J on the. Hey, Sister George, please don't bring Big J on the panel. Hold on. Oh, you got a birthday tomorrow? Well, I'll sing you happy birthday around midnight or so. I'll do that. All right. I'll do that. All right. Man, I feel good now. I feel good. I listen. Yeah, exactly. Hide behind the skirts of black women in black. Listen. The irony of that. Oh, black women this, black woman that. Black women won't let me leave. Black women won't submit. Concrete Rose, soon as Concrete Rose and Sister George around, let me hide behind them. And let's see if Sister George can woo Big J off of me. Let's see if Sister George's cute smile and sweet voice will calm Big J down. That's what BIGJXXX is hoping for. He hoping for Sister George and Concrete Rose and show me their them big show me their cleavage and trying to distract me by using their cleavages to distract me with. No, bro. That's not how I go down. I'm sorry. That's not how I go down like that. Okay? You hiding, dude. I don't care how much women, I don't know how many of you women, I don't know how much women he put up in front of me. I don't care how much legs been spread open, how many booty clap in front of me, how much breast is showing. Nigga, I'm more red pill than you. I don't get distracted like that. I'm not in my 20s anymore. I don't get distracted by female well, I am distracted sometimes, but when I had my mind made up, if I had my mind made up on putting my foot on somebody's neck, ain't nothing between heaven and hell that's going to prevent me from putting my foot on your neck. I don't care how many titties is in my face or how many ass is shaking in front of me. That's not going to stop me to get to you. I'm going to keep pressing my boot on that neck. Angry Man's neck, Edward's neck, the entire manosphere's neck. I don't care how much women you keep putting out there in front of me. That ain't gonna stop that. That ain't gonna stop me. Because y'all are, see, the thing is, we can't allow this to go on forever. Because I told Miss Sunkiss the other day, we can't go past this. You know, at some point we gotta set a marker and say we gotta end all these problems, because we don't need the next generation repeating what we're talking about. Whatever issues we got, we can't pass it on to the next generation. I keep on saying that. I keep on saying it, but idiots on here, people who don't think at all, people who can't comprehend, they're thinking, oh, I'm just here to. No, that shame, blame, explain things. It had, there needs to be a time limit to it. There needs to be a time limit. Okay, there needs to be a time limit to these talking points. There needs to be a time limit to these discussions. Now, the next person, now since I got on the men, let me get on the women now. Oh yes, let me get on the women now. Miss Cynthia G yourself, right? That was a nice video you did, Cynthia. But then you yourself are part of the problem too. Cynthia, you messed up too. So when I watched Cynthia's video, right? Here's what Cynthia have done. Now she's commending the actions of the guy who caught the 2 bullets. Right? She's over there, she's happy about that. Oh yeah, man. Black men got shot. Woo! She's over there clapping about it, right? And then she talk about, well, black men should protect black women. You hear Cynthia saying that, right? But then Cynthia said something that was she made a sneak diss. Cynthia said, he ain't traumatized. All black men have seen death. All black 14-year-olds seen death. Oh, here you go. Cynthia went ahead and sneaked this young black man. Oh, you thought though I ain't see that coming. You didn't think though I ain't see that. I ain't hear that. So now she automatically said, well, he's a trained killer because he was born black. While at the same time commending the young man for shooting the man that beat up his mother. While at the same time try to call this young man, young 14-year-old, a bandit too. I wish I could do a video on that alone. And you know what? I might have to do a video on that alone. I might have to do a video on that alone. So now the 14-year-old is now a bandit while commending him for protecting the black woman. Oh, here we go. I guess somebody got to come up on here. I don't know why niggas like to do this. You know, oh, wait, hold on. Come back up. I'll let you back up. Come on up. Why you leave? Allow you back up. Yeah, I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to do this. You know. So now the 14-year-old is the defender of black women, and then all of a sudden she sneaked that in. She sneaked in the whole. He's a bandit too, because all black male teenagers are bandits too. Or no. I'm sorry. That's not what she said. What she said was, he ain't traumatized. All black 14-year-old males seen death or caused death. I was like, really? Now she said that very quickly. I said, really now, Cynthia? Really now, Cynthia? You really want to go there on that one, right? That little stink diss. Yeah. It was you. Why you left? Oh, you had a phone call? Tell it on the cell phone. Hold on. You know what? I'm not gonna sing that Drake song. Tell me on the cell phone. I'm just saying, I'm just saying. Cynthia needs that work too. Talking about black men are bandits. But here's the thing, Cynthia. You better thank God she did not, that Miss Hood did not abort her son. How about that, Cynthia? You better thank God she didn't make the decision to abort that now 14-year-old boy. The one you were trying to call a bandit. You were trying to sneak this and call him a bandit. Or a future bandit. Get the fuck. Oh man, I slipped out the F word, y'all. I just, yeah, exactly. So yeah, the nigga that hit the woman was a bandit, yeah. But then she turned right back around and called the 14-year-old a bandit too. Now Cynthia did all that praising of the mother, but then she sneaked this the son. That was a sneak diss. That was a sneak diss. Hold on. His mom put him in that situation. Okay, Don. How? How did his mother put him in that situation? I'll wait. Yeah, exactly. I'm just like, wait a minute. This man defended his mother, but now you turn right back around and diss him. That I was like, wow. Okay, see, that spread any doubt. That should show no doubt that Sister G hates men. She hates men, pure and simple. Okay? She should have gotten her food and left. Uh, Don, have you watched the video? Have you actually watched the video, Don? Are you just going by the talking points online? How could she leave? And second of all, the man put hands on her. The man, which video you watch? The one on the outside footage, or the video of the guy that was standing right by those two, or who was in line with those two? Oh, because he warned her. Wait, hold on. Because he warned her. But no, that's a threat. That's a threat. He made a threat. Who cares if he made a threat? He warned her. No, he wouldn't warn her. He made a threat to her. Yes, I will beat you. Say one more word, I'll punch you. That's what he said. And that's why though, Don, you hang around with people like AJ Seeing Red. Because AJ Seeing Red is like that nigga who got over there. Because he don't mind putting hands on women. Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said it. Oh, Miss Sunkiss on here. Yeah. What's going on, Miss Sunkiss? What's going on?
Nothing. I came to fight.
Yeah. I'm tired of these excuses. And then though, you got this shine bone. You got this shine going to call the young man the ED 209.
Now, what the hell is an ED 209?
You ever watched the original RoboCop?
Oh yeah, a long time ago.
Okay, that robot that RoboCop was fighting, that big one with the Gatling guns, that was ED 209.
And who they call? Oh, that was what, Nick Taylor, right?
Yeah, Nick Taylor was stupid. I don't know why Don decided to give me that video. I don't know why
Is he
Don
married?
Yeah. Huh?
Is Nick married?
Yeah.
It's just hard to believe with some of the shit that be coming out his mouth. I just be like, you must be doing this when your wife ain't around, cause ain't no way in hell.
No, Nick Taylor is a classic Texas coon. Believing what the NRA would say, believe with anything what these white conservatives will say, and try to use Malcolm X. Like that one video when he said, there was a day when David Carroll said something to the fact of, well, if you see a black a person with MLK, JFK, and RFK, the wall. I don't know. This thing called the wall, right? Because like, am I great grandma's house, at her house? If you go to her house, you see MLK, Robert Kennedy, and John Kennedy up on the wall. That it's still she been dead for about 40 years, but it's still there in her house, right? So Nick Taylor was making that stupid ass statement on David Carroll's video. If he sees something like that on somebody's wall, he knows not to fuck with them. If you got MLK, Martin Luther King and the Kennedy brothers, he didn't want to deal with you. He made that little slick ass comment. So yeah, I know what type of person he is, and he always want to frame things as, oh, you're acting up because you come from a single parent household. I'm like, well, nigga, some of your presidents came from single parent households. I ain't can name them. I mean, James Garfield, Chester Arthur, FDR came from a single parent household. I mean, even Obama, but like we know what they gonna say about Obama though.
Missing fathers
always want to say something stupid. Huh?
Always, missing fathers has always been an American problem. So I don't know why these niggas be sitting up here saying the shit that they say. Like, it's almost like they don't read history. It's crazy. Like, what is wrong with y'all?
Right.
Even up here, this is a predominantly white state. Like, it's so uncommon to see Negroes here. Like, people really stare at us in disbelief when they see us. It's very uncommon to see black folks up here. And seeing, basically, like, I've been around white folks before, but it's like I'm just in the thick of it. And they got more grandparents raising children, because who knows where these children parents are. And they got these women raising these children on, they not necessarily on their own. Most of the time they're in an extended family type of environment, but still it's a lot of single parent white children as well. So I don't know. I don't know what kind of conversations they be having. They not honest conversations. I just say that they don't have honest conversations.
Right. It's not honest, and that's why I have a problem. Everybody said, "BJ, why are you so angry?" Because people are not honest. You see the hypocrisy. I saw when I was on Kelly Ray's channel, and I saw that bullshit that was on Kelly Ray's channel. I saw that was in that conversation. Yeah, man. Where was that boy's daddy at? And I'm looking at the person who said it, and I'm like, wait a minute. I remember you when you was on Mo Reek Delk's channel, and you were saying that Kyle Rittenhouse was a hero. Well, Kyle Rittenhouse came from a single parent household. But when it's a black face, it's a fucking problem. Oh, it's a problem.
Yeah, because I believe for whatever reason, black people is under a microscope
Right.
in this country. Because I think we got a little bit more violence than some of the other communities, but I don't think our problems are any more different than any other community.
Right.
Issues.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And then you got people like him Roy Face, you know him, on talking about, well, it's Lyndon Johnson and in the Great Society programs that made black men leave the house. No, Negro. You better upgrade your talking points. Because the thing is, the only thing the Great Society have ever done was expand the New Deal. That's all it did. Expand the New Deal to the incoming immigrants and to black people. That's all what the Great Society did. It only gave what was promised in FDR's New Deal and gave it to a little more. Hold on, you see this? See what he's saying? A little more violence. I don't know about that. Because I see white people fight all the time, but I'm from a white area. I see white people going at it. So I mean, but anyway, but the thing is,
they don't broadcast the shit white people do like they broadcast us. Because I swear to God, Washington is some ghetto shit.
man, I remember like
ghetto.
but 3 years ago, right? I witnessed a classic Texas shootout. I actually witnessed a shootout over some bullshit. It was like, is this a Western movie y'all are doing?
Because they be doing the food.
Yeah, they actually did the whole. Let me just, I got my 9mm. Let's do this the old West style, and they was shooting each other, and one of them got a kill over some bullshit. But you don't see people over here talking about, oh yeah, man, black kids and the single mothers and that's why. No, I don't want to hear that. I live in a white area. I've seen it too many times. I see it too many times. Not just say it's only black people that doing it. I see it too many times from white folks, knowing it's not just us. I see too many math addicts. I see me people doing all this crazy for Daisy stuff. Like, what you doing right? Oh, you was? Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm about to end this quick. Yeah. She was going to call me. Yeah. But yeah, I'm just like you Negroes, y'all just believing what Lee Atwater tell y'all. Y'all believe what Ronald Reagan, that image Ronald Reagan put out, and people just eat it up. That's why now I really want to ask AJ Seen read this since he's talking about what about Chicago? What about Chicago? Okay. Well, I wonder if he's going to tell Pearl since Pearl is now in Chicago. She's back home in the north side of Chicago. I wonder if AJ Ain't Seen Red is going to drive from south side Chicago to north side Chicago and complain to her about what about Chicago? What about
He
the
gonna call
mayor?
the police on his ass.
Yeah. Can't stand that idiot. See, another helmet. You got these helmets out here.
No, they just being taught by their YouTube daddies to
Yeah, what's going
blame
on,
black
Haven Time
women
Punk?
for. Huh?
You go ahead.
I said they just being taught by their YouTube daddies to blame black women for everything. They just doing what they was taught.
Right.
That shit weird that these dudes really want to take the position of these dudes' daddies though. That shit is so weird.
And then you
Like,
asked him. And then
who
you
wants
asked.
to son a grown ass man?
Right. And then, and I'm glad though that white boy. I'm glad that white dude went after the black manosphere. I don't know if you saw that video. That white dude went after black manosphere early last week.
Oh, it's another one because the only one I know is exposing the black manosphere or the manosphere.
No. Expose is actually black. You know.
Oh, that's a black dude.
Yeah. He showed his face. He used to be on my channel.
Oh,
He used to
okay.
be on my panels. Yeah. He's black. I be giving him them videos. I'm one of the people that was giving him the videos and them clips. And I'm the one who was secretly emailing him. What was going on? Yeah.
And so somebody else after them now?
No, there's this white dude. He's about like in his 40s and 50s. He's calling these stupid talking points out. And I'm so glad though everybody finally see how stupid the talking points are. You know, be like AJ seen red. I got talking points. I got talking about. Well, do you got data? Do you got research? Why you repeating something that was a campaign ad? 80% of black women are single mothers. That's so 1980s. That's so 1990s. Because millennials ain't having children. So how is going to be black women having 80% when millennials, people born after 1980, are not having children as our baby boomer parents or Gen X parents? They never really want to factor that in.
No, they just say they ain't having children, and that ain't really necessarily true. They just not having children as young or as many, because their marriage rate is closing and
Even
they're producing.
hold on. He said no. 80% of black mothers. Even if you do it today, it's still not 80% because nobody having children as they did
It's not
20,
80%.
30 years ago.
80% of black women don't have children. It's crazy.
People not having children like they used to. So how was going to be 80? Still going to be 80% when people still not giving birth. The birth rate's dropping. So you still hung your head on this 80% of black women are single mothers, or 80% of black women or black mothers or of keeping unwed families, unwed marriages. These talking points got to go. These talking points been old, been washed up, all that. It seems like it seems like
they
what a
say
BGS.
anything.
Hold on. Pure wants the link. Pure wants the link.
They just say shit to stir the emotions of them damn men. They don't give a damn whether they responsible socially with what they putting out there. They just trying to trauma bond so they can get their money. It's like the pastor at church. You know what I'm saying? If he give a good sermon, chances are people gonna be more open to giving more money when they pass the collection plate. So if they can get their emotions riled up enough and telling enough,
I know. I'm trying to turn it off. Hold on. There we go.
Okay.
They'll give them. They'll be more open. to giving them more money. It's about the money. That's all it's for. Because if they was really trying to do something, they wouldn't be sitting up there and talking about damn women all day. Shit.
Hey, Miss Sunkiss. Hey, Big J.
Yeah,
I,
what's going
I,
on here?
I'm glad that you, I'm losing my voice. I'm glad, Miss Sunkiss, that you're finally seeing what we've been talking about on here and why women have had issues with a lot of the men on social media. We don't have problems with men in real life because men in real life usually aren't on social media. Men such as your husband and things like that. They're not the issue. It's the men on here. They want women to be one way, and then when she is that way, then that's not good enough, and then she has to be something else. So they've argued the fact about women having too many kids, but then we're voting for the abolishment of abortion, right? And now that
Yeah.
abortion is abolished and women are choosing not to even be with them at all, then it's like women need to have babies and they need to stop locking their wombs up. So which is it? What do they want from women? Like it's a never ending thing. And this is what we've been trying to show other women. Like what is a woman to do? Like nothing's good enough.
You leave them dust ass niggas alone. I don't look. I don't deal with men like that. I know they exist. I know they exist. I don't deal with them. You know what I'm saying? And if women stop sleeping with dudes like this, then women won't have that goddamn problem.
Hold on, hold
Mm-hmm.
on. Let me correct Don. Let me correct Don. Abortion isn't abolished. Um, Don. Yes, it is in certain states. It is
It definitely is.
in Texas,
So
much
the
of the
only reason
South.
why every state isn't that is doing is not abolishes because other states understand that that would be the worst mistake they could make is not giving women options to have abortion, and they understand that dynamic. The ones that don't understand that dynamic are the hick ass motherfuckers in states and think that making that judgment is going to make women forced to have children and make women be forced to be subjugated. And that's all what it's about because they don't care about the children that are born. They don't care about taking care of those children when they get here.
And that's see you missed it when BGS was over here.
He was here.
You missed it.
Hello.
Yeah, he was here, Gary, acting a
Um,
fool in the chat.
I
Yeah,
live
yeah.
in I live in Jersey, so abortion here is not. We're not under strict abortion laws here in Jersey.
That's a good thing, though.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
don't have that kind of problem. New York is the same thing as Jersey. So, you know, I'm a 55, 57-year-old widow. So, listen, some of the men that I deal with are just don't be above board. Okay? Like my late husband was. So, but here in New Jersey, abortion is, we're not under the strict abortion laws like every other state is, like
I mean,
Texas.
when you have states that are actually telling women that if they go to a state that it's legal to get abortion when they need to get an abortion, but when they come back, they're going to prosecute them. That's a problem.
It's like you're going to get
Yeah, they
stoned to
tried
death.
that. They trying to follow suit on that shit too.
May I ask a question? It's like you're going to get stoned to death. They're going to bring back stoning to death. If you do what you got to do, they don't survive. They're going to like stone you to death or something.
Well,
And
not really,
they're trying to
because
put
see
women
what's
back.
happening is because they passing those laws, they're making the men even more responsible. So they got a couple of bills up in the air
Yeah.
to make men responsible for paying child support upon conception.
I think some countries
So
have. I think some countries they. But I heard of the woman that she got stoned to death. I forget what country it was in, and and they tried to save her life so she wouldn't get killed for it. So um, I saw a film like that in middle school where they had a show called The Lottery, and they had this whole town picking up these rocks, right? And if that rock is a certain color, like a red, you get killed. And they
I
stoned
remember
her to
that
death.
was what that was a thing that we were shown in school
Yeah,
in junior high school way back when. You're talking at least 40 years ago.
Man, that film still scares me to death to this day.
I don't even know why they showed us that film in school. I don't even know understand what was the point of doing that.
I was at Margaret Middle School.
Yeah.
And they had it on the projector. And I said, what the heck was this, man? They the people stoned her to death, and all you could see was rocks on rocks on rocks on her, man.
Yeah.
That film, I don't know why they showed us that film. You remember that film, man?
I do. I remember it.
That film. That film scared me to death.
Yeah.
That I think I was still in school or yeah, I don't know why they showed us that film. I guess it was to prove a point or something. I don't know why. But that film still, I didn't know you remember that kind of movie. I was
I
still a
do.
little kid. That film still scares me to death to this day. I remember there was all the hotels, the little kids were picking up these rocks, and the woman she got the wrong rock, and man, she paid for it.
Mm-hmm.
That I don't know why. I was like 11, 12, still a little kid.
You brought that to my attention, but I do remember watching that movie and thinking, okay, well, what's this all about?
God.
What was the theme of this movie for?
The lottery.
What's the point?
It was called
the lottery. Yeah, basically.
And if you get a certain rock, you're safe. But if you get like a red rock, then you're done for.
Yeah.
Oh God, that movie still scares me to this day. And I didn't know why they showed every kid in my class.
It came from a book. It was a book. Yeah, I read the book called The Lottery. Yeah, it's where the old people they meet up and decided to every once in a year, it's particularly in a small town. There was like everybody meets at a town hall, whatever the case may be, and then they stone.
But my thing is, so when BGS was here, what was he trying to say?
He was on this. Hold on, let me scroll up.
Sorry. Well, I just came up here to talk about that, and like I said, and I'm gonna leave with this. At the words of Captain Murtaugh, I'm getting too old for this mess.
Yeah. Well.
Oh
God! I'll see y'all later.
BGS.
All right.
BGS just wanted to taunt Big J and ask him what he was doing, what he wrote.
The thing he said like this. See, I helped him. Anderson earns. I think that's earns over 6 figures. He could do his own thing. Like, dude, get out of here. The dude crying his car all day. He ain't making no 6 figures. He making statements like this.
I mean, they complained about Oprah Winfrey, and Oprah Winfrey's one of the richest women in the world, and they had a problem with her. So now all of a sudden it's okay for men you want to flaunt that stuff and talk about how they make 6 figures, they can do what they want, but do they say that same thing about Oprah Winfrey?
Right. So hold on.
Because they got all kinds of beef with Oprah Winfrey.
Hold on. Now Don thinks he's slick, right? Don really think he's slick, right? With this whole the what about isms, right? Well, Texas had the heartbeat law. I already know about that, Don. That was when what's the name that ran for governor 2014.
I got a question for Don, because Don made a video saying that look at all these books you could be reading to your son. And my thing is, if Don didn't have a son and he had a daughter, would he feel the same way about just educating men or boys? Because the point is to just make that and say you need to be reading to your son. No, people just need to be reading to their children, period, boys and girls.
No. I have a better question. If you had a daughter, would you allow your daughter to date any of these guys from the Manaster? That should be the number one question. Yes.
Oh, that's a hot question right there.
Number one question.
Well, I answered that question. I answered that question, and they made Obsidian try to declare war with my ass.
Hold on. Goddamn James Gordon. What's going on, James? Who the fuck is James Gordon? Anyway, I'm sorry. I have to do that. James Gordon. That's a tagline. Anyway, who the fuck is James Gordon? Oh man, let's keep it moving. I'm sorry.
Queen, Queen, are you being attacked by the manosphere now?
Only when I'm in the same spaces with them, because I don't talk to them. I don't go watch
So
TV.
so now you understand what women have been going through. You cannot reason with them. There's no
I've been
reasoning.
understood that. I don't talk to crazy niggas. I don't talk to. I be trying to tell women to stay away from him. If the desert it goes dry, okay, and there is never a monsoon, they gonna either die or they gonna comply. Okay, we got the power. We just don't wield it properly.
It is true.
Cause they can't talk to me. Obsidian can only talk to me in spaces where he can see me. And the only places he's gonna see me is in spaces where I feel safe. I was over at a female-led channel. I was over at Sister Joyce and Concrete Rose channel when I said what I said. And they don't like it. And over there, you can't overtalk me and shut me up and all of that because, y'all don't dominate over there. So you have to be able to form a decent argument or you have to shut up. Mr. Fantastic tried it too. And he couldn't have no argument because, see, Queen is a very reasonable person and Queen ain't no damn dummy. So either you're going to come with some sensible, logical, factual information or you need to leave me alone. Exactly. So he felt like I was attacking, and he basically said this. He feel like I'm attacking his livelihood by me saying what I said. But then, because they tried to fight me about what I said, they ended up putting a poll in the chat. And they said, would you hook your adult daughters up with men from the manosphere? And over 50% of the men in the chat said, hell no.
So can I address this one, Big J, by the person that's
SARS?
PS?
Yeah, SARS. Yeah.
Okay. So let me just address this. So what good is it to have a man in the house? Let's just say a man is in the house. But if the man that's in the house is not an actual breadwinner, if the man that is in the house is not actually providing for children, what is the point of him being there?
Uh-oh. But
what would be the point?
Anyway,
if he's not raising the children or if he's not contributing to the household, what would be the point of him actually being there in the first place? And this goes for people, no matter, I'm not even talking about racial issues. I'm just talking about just gender issues. And this happens to white families. This is happening there's a lot of white women that are not married either that have children. But my point is,
or they in the same position. They got government programs put in place in the first place. They married on paper, but not in walking life.
Boom.
So there's a lot of that shit going on up here in Washington.
Boom. That one right there, Sunkist. Exactly that.
And here is this thing though, because like some of these arguments got to die. Okay, like what's his name that shot those women up? What's his name? You remember the incel? What's his name?
What about the white dude in Ohio that shot his 3 sons, shot his wife, shot her in the hand? She put her hand up to prevent him from shooting the kids. She put her hand up. He shot 2 of the kids already and murdered his own kids. And then the one son ran into the woods. Do you guys know about this story? The one son ran into the woods.
Yeah.
When she put her hand up and got shot in the hand to prevent the bullet from shooting the one son that was still alive, that man went into the woods, tracked his son down, brought him back to where the other kids were, and shot him and killed him. All 3 of his sons.
Yeah. But that happened like what, last week or so, 2 weeks ago, something like that. Yeah, I remember that. But I'm just sitting there like these talking points gets on my nerves. Like it's like people just repeating what the next person said because.
So this is another thing. I want to go back to this. Not saying that all mothers are great, because there's some absolutely batshit crazy ass mothers that should never have custody of their kids. But in the same token, if you have like last night, I went out to let my dog out. And I hear some lady in the neighborhood. I don't know where it was. It was across the street from me. I don't know what house it was coming from, so I couldn't call the police because I don't know where it was coming from. But she was pleading with somebody and sobbing. So something domestic was going on. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Like I could hear her like yelling and pleading, like sobbing and crying, like in fear. But I couldn't tell exactly what house it was.
Wait, hold on. See, here we go. We got. Well, but I thought it was millions upon millions of black. You see again. You know what? I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there. I'm gonna leave that alone because I would love to break that number down.
I mean, he's talking about fathers living continuously in the house, but if a father's in the house and he's abusive, right? So clearly, before this man shot his 3 sons, there were signs that there was something wrong with him, right? And I'm pretty sure the mother knew this. What is the point of? Go ahead, Big J.
They act like if a man is in that house, nothing's going to happen. They act like though if that man was in the house, nothing was going to happen.
If that man was out of the house, the 3 sons wouldn't be dead.
Because hold on. The guy that what's his name? What was this, the white boy that shot those people in California?
The Bell, the one. Okay.
Him. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The one with the manifesto.
Yeah, the one with the manifesto. Him. Came from a 2-parent household. The guy in Montreal, Canada, who rounded up those women in Montreal, Canada, and shot those women in that classroom.
But you never hear them talking about the success stories of women that are raising children by themselves. So Miss Queen is basically raising. Miss Queen is raising her kids by herself.
I'm not. No, I ain't.
What I'm saying is, the husband is out. He's in the military. Nine times out of 10, she's by herself with the kids. She's raising the kids, and that's a lot of military families.
But my point is, all these guys who shooting up these schools up, Virginia Tech, all these they came from 2-parent households. The guy that shot up in Buffalo came from 2-parent households. I don't want to hear like, because those, if these people was black, people will say, where's the father at? Don't give me them same old talking points. Tell me something
Ideally,
new.
Big J, it's if you have parents who are about something and they really care about their kids and they want to nurture their kids and they love their kids and they want to support their kids. Ideally, that's a perfect situation. That is the perfect thing. But we're not living in a perfect world. We're really not. Yes, that's ideally the perfect situation. If you have 2 parents that are actually supportive of their children and want to take the time to instruct their children, take the time to nurture their children, love their children, and create, environments where their children can thrive in, those are the perfect situations. But we live in a really broken America for all races of people, where people are not putting that time in for their kids. Unfortunately,
the ministry said it's because women got the right to vote. That's what broke America.
Yeah.
Girl, don't even get me started on that shit. That rhetoric shit.
And that's why I forgot his name. He said the manosphere is a gateway to fascism. I gotta find that clip. I gotta find when old dude said that. Yeah, it is because if we go to the white manosphere, the black manosphere, or even them crazy ass Asian manosphere, them dudes are crazy over there. They all.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hey Don, how you doing?
The demons. We got to get rid of the 19th Amendment of the Constitution. We got to get rid of that Constitution. Got rid of that amendment of the Constitution because women vote differently than men, and then fuck the community. I'm like, okay, Negroes, if there's more women voters than men,
Sarge, you're more than welcome to come up here and let's hash it out.
You know,
What you
That's
got against
crazy.
daddies, man?
Who?
What
No,
daddy?
talk about Big
Like
J.
real daddies or YouTube daddies?
Real daddies.
Miss Sunkist.
well, wait a
I
minute.
just asked it
Wait,
because
hold on.
Obsidian
Wait,
said he was teaching men
hold
and
on.
he ain't got no
I don't know
kids.
why Don say
Oh
that.
my gosh, Sunkist, that was
Wait, hold
funny.
on. Wait a minute. I don't know why Don would say something like that because he damn well know I support this dude. This dude's part of the father's rights movement. What are you talking about, Don? What are you talking about? Seriously, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about, Tommy Sotomayor?
That's Sparky Fister right here.
Okay.
See, but you out here saying you got a problem with daddies. No, I got problem with the talking points. It's some of these messages that people spew. And some of these people
Yeah.
who complain, they're not living by it. You don't go around talking about, well, drill music is the reason why drill music is bad is because black women are single mothers. Okay, AJ, are you married
So
to?
black women
Why
are the ones
do
that are
you
creating drill music. Is that
can,
what they're trying to say?
can you
Right,
guys hear me?
right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
We hear
Okay,
you, Don.
because my mic was going in and out. Why do you keep bringing up AJ?
Because I hate his guts
Let's talk
and how.
about
No.
let's
I'm
talk
gonna tell you why he's a hypocrite.
let's talk about
No,
you
the
and
one about
BGS
is
having that conversation. Let's talk about
no,
that. Let's talk
no.
about you and BGS putting all the beef aside, putting all the distance aside, and having a conversation. Let's talk about that. Since you say that the stats and talking points are old, why don't you and him have a conversation and you bring up the updated
I
talking
already
points and the
did that,
updated
Don.
stats?
Don.
BGS didn't click the link when the link was
Yeah,
dropped for him to
I
come up
dropped
here.
the
But why?
link. I dropped the link. He
BGS is
didn't come
scared
up.
of Big J's panel. He's
Right.
scared of
He's
it.
scared to come up. So what are you talking about, Don? You see
He's
what you
always
done?
been scared of it.
Don. This is the reason why I'm thinking though you are trying to run interference because everybody saw BJ's over here. Everybody saw me drop the link for BJ's coming. BJ was the first person who commented in the chat room. He was the very first one. So I gave him the link. He didn't show up. So I don't want to hear nobody say a goddamn thing about me being scared of BGS. Don't bring that shit up
Doug said
anymore.
his mic going out. He'll be right
Yeah,
back.
he's trying to work his mic out. He has a problem, Big
God
J.
damn.
But
See,
that lady,
Don loves to do that what about isms when it's already
I
proven
just want
that
to know
BGS is
because
here.
of Don's video. This is what I wanted. I was asking him is that he was saying they need to teach little black boys how to read. Well, what about children in general? Like, why is America not doing better when it comes to kids in general? Because it's not just about one gender over another gender. Both genders need to be educated
well,
properly.
that's because there is a disparity with black
Can
boys
you hear
and
me
their
now?
reading level.
I had
Yeah,
to switch. I had to switch mics. Yeah, that's exactly. It wasn't the
yeah. There's a
conversation was about
disparity
black
with black
boys not
boys.
knowing how to read. So that's
Yeah,
why I
they can't
said
read.
here. Right, I said here. Here's a good place that you can teach them how to read. That was my point.
I
So
mean, all
what
you gotta do is sit here
one of the things that men can do in general is start having a reading room for like toddlers. If men really want to make sure that children, especially little black boys, want to read, go to the daycares and start assisting and being a what do you call it when you volunteer to read those books to those kids, get them excited about reading if
You don't
it's
know how
not
to do
being
all
done
that.
in the house.
well, that's the problem because it's not at those ages where they start to have problems. The reading starts to decline around.
My grandbabies have been read to from day one of birth. They've been reading books to my grandbabies, whether the kids understand it or not. My grandbabies get books read to them every morning when they wake up. They get read to them every night when they go to bed, and they get educational stimulation with words and everything being read to them during the week and everything. So it's not that it can't be done. It can be done.
That's not what I'm saying. The issue with the black boys doesn't start in younger ages. It starts around the third grade. in the third grade, this is Jimmy. If a father is involved, 9 times out of 10, the father is there when the children are young. By the time they get to that age, that's when they not there.
So Don, are you
A lot of these
indirectly?
women do drop the ball when it comes to their sons and education because girls are different than boys. Boys require a little bit more attention to make sure that they're actually doing their work. And if
Right.
you a single mother and you gotta provide and everything, there's a level of responsibility that you just need your children to have, and that don't necessarily fare well for most boys. So if
Exactly.
Well,
nobody's
my
there
thing, my thing,
to
my thing for Don is then. So Don, so why aren't you telling the men who have boys to make sure they're a part of their boys' lives and start reading to them? So even if the mother's not reading to them, so why aren't you on them and tell them to start
But
doing it?
that's what the video was about.
No, the video was about me. You were making it towards me.
No, it wasn't towards you. It wasn't towards you. The video was about it's not hard to teach your kids how to read. Like it's really not hard.
No, it's not hard.
Right.
It's
That's what the video was
that's
about. And
part
there's
of
so many
investing in your children. Period. Point blank. Period.
exactly. And there's so many resources out here available that you can do that now.
Then why was I was tagging that video, and why was my name was in the title of that video?
I tagged you in the video because you make excuses. You make
Excuses
it seem
about
like
what?
you make it seems like the government has to help us teach our kids how to read, and I'm saying no, the government doesn't.
I never
It starts
said
at
that.
home.
Yes,
It
I
starts at
never
home.
said that.
yes, you
I
did.
never said that.
Yes, you do. And I'm telling you, I'm not going to wait for the government to invest in my child when I can do it myself. That's what I'm
I
telling
agree
you.
with you, Don. Having children.
Hold on. Where did I say that at?
Dude, you're always up here complaining about the system not doing enough for black boys. Are you not?
I
I'm
ain't
talking
never
about,
heard Big J say that.
Oh, he does.
yeah. No.
He
I
does.
talk about how y'all's focus is on the wrong shit.
True.
Because the thing is, like when I used the stat from Susan Hoff Summers, who used to be a feminist, who turned into a male a men's rights activist, she says boys' education has been decreasing since 1978. So is that me saying I'm for the government to come in and do X, Y, and Z? No, she's using a government report, and I'm using how in public education they changed the curriculum.
But I think Don, if you really wanted to get that point across, but Don, I think if you really wanted to get that point across and you wanted it to be important, then you would start to focus on who's actually supposed to be teaching the kids. It's not just the mother that's supposed to be teaching the kids. If the father is 50% of the reason why that child's here in the world in the first place, it's his responsibility to do that as well. And I think just showing books is not actually telling these men, hey, take responsibility for your kids and start educating your kids.
And I'm gonna say something too while we here. So since we on this topic about books,
Can I go now?
Go ahead.
Okay. The point of showing the books is that you have beginner books that you can read to your kid to teach them how to read. That's why I showed the beginner book.
They got toddler books that just have 1 and 2 words in them for each page.
I understand that.
None of that is the issue. The issue is one parent don't have the time to invest in some of these boys. That's what the problem is. You got to actually sit down with the child and get them to focus and do all of that. Now, if you trying to work and pay bills, make sure they fed, make sure they ready, and make sure they're presentable and all of that, you don't got time to sit down here and fight with this boy about sitting here reading or putting the extra time on him. Like me, I'm a homemaker, and before I got married to anybody, any man I dated, I was like, I need to be at home, which means you need to be okay with financially providing, for the simple fact that if I give you offspring, I need to be there to make sure they do what they do. My children read for at least 20 minutes every day. In the summertime, we go into the library and we sign up for the summer reading program.
I feel like I think you guys have things a little bit twisted when it comes to boys.
But not even that, not even just reading, math too. Math is hard.
I just want to tell you, I think you guys got some things a little bit twisted. It's not that little boys and little girls don't learn the same. It's that little boys have a
Shit.
lot more pent up energy. Can I finish? Can I
Bullshit.
finish?
Yeah,
Can I
yeah,
finish? Can I finish?
they learn
Can I
different.
finish? Can I finish? Okay. It's that little boys have more pent up energy. So the way that you approach teaching a little boy will be totally different. And I know this from watching my 3-year-old grandson. He doesn't want to sit still. He's constantly moving. So it's hard to teach a moving target, which is most likely what's happening. And it's not got a racial connotation to it. It's just boys in general. It's harder to teach them because they don't want to sit still.
Sunkiss,
So
you have
maybe
a
it's
son,
a
right?
different approach on how to
I got
teach
a
them.
son and I got brothers and I have
Okay,
raised other
and
people's
I
children.
have
There
a
is
son.
a
I have a
mark.
son too. It's a difference.
Yeah, it's a whole difference because I
Okay,
can
let's
tell
okay,
any
guys
of
are
these.
talking. Wait, you're talking the difference, but I don't hear any reason or
I
anything
mean, you
that you're
gotta let us
saying
talk though.
that goes to what's the difference.
The
It's you can
difference is
it's
I can
easy to
tell
say there's a difference, but what's the
I
difference?
I can tell a girl to go in there and do her homework, and she's gonna go in there 9 times out of 10. You got some that won't, but most of them are gonna go in there and they're gonna do it and they're gonna bring it to you. A boy, on the other hand, 9 times out of 10, you got to go in there and you got to watch him and you got to make him understand that it's gonna
I had
be
a daughter just like that. I had a daughter. My
okay,
youngest
but
daughter was just like that.
that's not the norm. You can talk about
Right,
what's abnormal all day
right.
long. That's not the norm. You have to be
And
on a boy's ass.
But
boys
actually,
are
but
more
actually, hold
more
on, but
hands on too.
actually,
Like they're more
but
hands on.
actually,
Like
but
that's how
actually,
they
though,
learn.
but actually, both of y'all are in agreement because she just said boys are a moving target. So you basically saying the same thing, though.
Yeah, you got to be on a boy ass. You can't just
Yeah,
say, "Oh, go."
right,
Then you
right,
got some
right,
boys that are studious, but that's not the norm. Most
right.
of them, you got to be on them. That's why a lot of these boys ain't no good because they mothers ain't no daddy there. Mama just gonna do what a mama's supposed to do. They spoil boys. Boys
It's kind of like
don't
this.
become thriving men by being spoiled. Boys learn with adversity. You got to give them some obstacles to climb, and if
But
you don't do that, you ruin him.
but
Ooh,
here's the thing. But here's
I
the thing.
like
That's kind.
Sunkiss tonight. Oh my.
But here's the thing. It's kind of like when Verbal cook Anger Man and he
Oh, here
bringing
we
them
go.
books out.
Here we go.
You don't see not one crease in them books.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about right now?
We talking about comprehension skills.
No, what does
See,
angry man and verbal going at it have to do with the subject?
about reading. People don't read. That's the point I'm trying to make. People don't read. People don't want to comprehend.
I'm just going to give you an example. My grandbaby,
if you
when
don't
they read
read,
the most,
you
when
don't
they
know how to
read the most,
comprehend.
when they read the most books to him is in the morning when he wakes up and he's relaxed, and when he's about to go to bed when he's relaxed. That's when he gets the books and he's willing to really sit down and listen. So maybe that is one of the things that maybe you can start doing with little boys is wait until let them get that energy out. You know, let
Three.
them run, and let them get some of that hype out, and then try to read to them.
You talking about a 3-year-old? When my brother was in the 6th grade, I was what 22 years old. I had to go to the school and follow him around for a week for him to get back on track. In elementary school, he coming home with D's and F's because my mom couldn't get through her mind because I kept telling her, you can't just expect him to go to school like me and my sister did. That is a boy, and he's the youngest, and he's the youngest by a long shot. I said, you got to be on top of him. I didn't have to do that for y'all. I said, because we ain't boys. I had to go to that school and sit with him in all of his classes and follow him around for a week for him to even begin to get on the ball. And when I moved out of state, he went to acting a fool again. She had to send that boy to me so I could put some discipline on his behind, lay down the law, and stand over him like the warden to make sure he did what he was supposed to do. as
I
I
had a
had to
daughter. I
do
had a
with
daughter just like
all
that
of
too.
the other,
The
all
one
of the
daughter I did.
other children, and most of them were boys. I had to do this with. I didn't have
I
to
had
do
a
all of
daughter
that
that was
with
the same
girls.
way.
Right.
I had a daughter
But
that was the same way. I
there
had
is,
a papa.
yes, there are some ADD girls. There are some girls
Yes.
that act a fool, but that's not the norm
That's
for
not the
girls.
norm. If it's
I
exactly,
had
it's not the norm.
one daughter that I didn't have to worry about. She backed her, she had her backpack with all her books. She studied, she did everything. And the second one, I was always at her school on her
Hold on.
constantly.
No, we understand, but that's
Let me read this real quick. Let me read this real quick. My son gave me the flux. Jeez. He was always bored and getting into trouble at school young, but it was because the work wasn't challenging enough.
And
They
that's a
gave
part
him
too.
they gave him stuff harder and it worked. Oh, okay.
I mean, that's
Because
what
a lot
happened
of
with
times
my sister. My sister was a class clown. When she went to a magnet school, she stopped clowning in class. That happens as well. But there is a difference between boys and girls when it comes to education.
it
And we
is.
can call it running around or whatever, but
It is.
boys have a different, men have a different role than women in society.
Mm.
They need to understand boundaries and rules and learn to climb obstacles in order to be productive men as they get older. You can't teach them like you teach girls or think that
Exactly.
they learn the same because they don't.
Oof.
And that's why
Oof.
that's why though you need to change the curriculum. When it comes to
my
literature.
thing with Don is the whole thing I brought this up about is it's all good to show the books, but did the nail actually hit the wood and go in when it comes to these dudes? When you put that video up, did they
I
get the
mean,
point?
I mean,
I saw some name calling when it came to Big J, but Big J ain't got a problem reading books.
I mean, I don't think they said anything about Big J in that video.
They sure did.
Yeah.
What did they say?
I can't remember what it was a smart ass
Let me
remark.
look it up. Let me
you
look it
see-
up. No, I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look up my video. Let me go on here and look it up on that short. I'm gonna put my mic on mute.
you see, Don, you were making a video towards me because I mispronounced.
I was not making a video towards you.
Yeah, but yeah, it was based on
But
the
Big
other
J
video.
doesn't have a problem with knowing historical facts. When it comes to knowing
And I was
historical
not
facts,
making a video towards her.
nobody can touch
I
him
was
on
not
that.
making a video towards him. And right
Okay,
here,
but
where did
I know you weren't. But
and
what I'm
where did I
saying,
tag him? Okay, but where did I
I get
tag
it. I
him
get it.
in the short? You guys said I tagged you in the short. Where did I
Hold
tag you?
on. No. That's not what he said. That's not
I'm
what
talking about
anybody
the
said.
video before that.
What I
No,
said
we're
was the
talking about
person that
my
made the
video
comment. It
about
wasn't
me
even
going to
talking
the.
about
Good
you,
Lord.
Don, about it. I said the person that made a smart ass remark
Okay.
doesn't. Big J. Nobody can touch Big J on historical facts in this sector anywhere.
I can.
Show me one person that can.
How?
Me.
Where at?
Me.
How?
Me.
How?
What you
Prove
mean
it.
how?
Prove
You think
it.
you're the only one that goes and reads books?
So even if he
Okay, wait, hold
mispronounced his
on.
words, even if he mispronounced
No.
his
We're not talking
words,
about
he knows what
mispronouncing
the hell
words.
he's talking about.
Right, but we're not talking about mispronouncing words. We're talking about knowing history. You really think you're the only one here that goes to the library and
I think
read?
he is.
Yes,
You're not.
Based
do it.
based on the conversations.
I do
Based
it.
on the conversation. See, here's the thing, Don. I judge people by whatever they come out their mouth, and what words did they use, how they use words, the level of intellect. If you're not
Okay.
showing any intellect, then and all you talk about is women,
Mm-hmm.
then
Big J.
Okay, I thought that was my mic again.
yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. I actually hit my mic. If that's all you talk about is some goofy shit, every day, every panel is the same old bullshit, then I'm gonna look at you and say you are below me. And yes,
So-
how many men?
Yes, Don. And yes,
Okay.
Don.
Mhm.
Don. You used to took my words against me. I remember you took the words where I said I'm a failure. When I said that, you took it and you ran with it.
No,
Well,
you said it though. You said
Yeah,
you're
I
a
did
failure that
say
ain't
it.
shit.
But guess what? But guess what, Don?
Okay.
I'm better than y'all.
Okay.
based on the
okay.
conversations, based on how people talk, based on how people comprehend shit. Yes,
Okay.
I am better. Yes,
Okay, so
I'm
let
gonna
me.
be the arrogant nigga.
Okay, so
I'll
let
be
me
the
ask you
arrogant
this.
prick
So
on
let me
this.
ask you this. So if you're so much better than us because you read so many books, why can't you take what you read and apply it to your life to make it better?
You don't know nothing about my life.
No, I'm asking you. No, yes, I do, because you said you were a failure that isn't shit. So if you read all these books, that's what you
Really?
said. If you read all those books, why can't you take what you read, apply it to your life to make it better? That's what I did.
Well,
Well, y'all some
I know people
assholes,
that
boy.
that are.
I mean, I'm just saying. But I'm not here. I'm not out here toting how I'm smarter than somebody else because I can read these type of books.
The only
you can be educated in history.
The only books people claimed that they read was The Art of War and 80 what's it called? 48 Laws of Power. And they think, oh yeah, man, that's I hear everybody repeat the same thing.
I know.
Mhm.
But I used to work in a bookstore, right?
I don't know that.
Okay, well, let me tell you. I used to work in a bookstore. And I used to have to read a bunch of books because people would come in and ask for recommendations. So I had to know what I was talking about. So I used to read tons of books, tons. I don't read as much as I used to because life happens. But yeah, I used to read a lot growing up. So.
But nobody really is addressing you on how educated you are.
Well,
what
nobody. No, we're not talking about. I'm just saying. I'm talking with Big J about. He's saying because we don't quote unquote go out and read, but we may not read
because if these talking points, if y'all repeating talking points that is outdated or is that's outdated or it's not true, then that tells me you're not reading.
But you're not. But you're not showing. Okay, but you're not showing the updated stats. You're not showing where you got the data from.
Hold on.
Make videos and show it.
Wait. Time out. Man, I'm as Pierre and Miss Sunkiss. Pierre, remember the video? Both of you ladies. You remember the video I did against Sandman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was in them links? What was it? It was in the description box.
A lot of them were your past videos that you addressed all the things that were being talked about.
Oh, okay. A couple of them links was about old videos when I said something against Sandman. Rest of those links was studies from China, studies from Korea.
Oh yeah. And you even addressed that in the video too.
Yeah. I put all them links up in there. But the people like your AJ ain't seen stupids. They don't. They say I got talking points.
Why do you keep talking about AJ? And it's funny how it's funny how again you keep talking about AJ and you keep saying he's dumb, but again he helped raise.
I mean, I don't think AJ is too dumb because he has a career in electrical engineering. So you can't be too dumb to be doing that. Otherwise, you would already been dead, touching live wires. So I don't think he's that dumb.
AJ's far from dumb. You don't have to agree with his opinions. It's fine, but he's not dumb. He has a kid that he helped raise that's going to be an engineer going to college for free. Got a scholarship. I'm just saying.
I'm not over here calling him dumb. I don't like him per se.
Yeah, you don't have to.
But I don't think he's dumb in the when it comes to his career choice, because to be what he's in, you have to have some type of intelligence. Otherwise, you would end up dead.
And
you know what I'm saying?
Right. And there's different types of intelligence. Exactly. Like he's good at electrical engineering. Big J, he's good at knowing historical facts and politics and legislation. I'm good. Wait a minute. I'm good in the medical field.
Science. I mean.
Okay, but again, you're not taking all that stuff that you know and then applying it to make your life better.
You don't know. Well, make my life better. Yeah. I wish I can turn on the camera and show you where I'm at.
You don't have to turn on. You don't have to turn on the show.
You see all the livestock grazing outside the fucking house.
You don't have to turn the show anything. We go by, like you said, we go by the fruit you bear. Just like you said.
Okay, so the fruit he bear. Wait, hold on. Can I speak for Big J real quick?
No.
The fruit he bears is responsibility within his family unit. So what's really holding him back, and I'm going to be honest with you, is him taking care of
Pierre,
like
let him
extended
speak for himself.
family. Let me just say this, extended family. And so he doesn't get the opportunity like you, Don, to go travel and do things because he has responsibility where he's at concerning family members.
I don't have responsibilities.
I didn't say you didn't have responsibilities.
I have a whole
what
child.
I'm telling you, what I'm telling you.
But I have a whole child I take care of.
Okay, let me finish. Can I finish? Can I finish?
But no, because you should just let it
not
be between me and him.
Not saying that you don't have, because you can take your child with you on vacations. Right,
but what I'm saying is you should just let
can I finish? Can I finish?
No, let it be between me and Big J.
Let me finish. Let me just finish. He's taking care of elderly family members. He cannot leave them.
How do you know? How do you know I'm not doing that?
Like anytime I want.
Nobody said anything about you leaving anytime you want.
No, nigga. You want someone to tell me, hey man, you need to go to the DR. You need to go this. You were doing all that.
Yeah, what's wrong with taking a vacation?
If Big J wasn't committed to family, if his personality wasn't committed to be that type of person to take care of people, he could have already been on vacations.
I wouldn't be here. I would have been long gone.
Listen,
already.
Let it be between me and him, and it's not even about traveling. Like I'm not talking about you having to travel all over the place. I'm saying taking what you know, applying it to your life, and making it better. That's what I'm talking about. Since you're better than us, and smarter, and more intelligent, that's what we want to see.
No, y'all don't. If I come out there do something, you niggas would sit there and try to destroy that.
Listen, man, nobody's worried about you like that. Nobody ain't worried about you like that.
I'm going to guarantee you that I know that a lot of the men in this sector do not take care of their mother. And I'm not talking about fake taking care of being able to live in the house with their mother so that because they don't have a job, can't hold a job. I'm talking about Big J works. He works 2 jobs plus takes care of family members.
Let's not. What I'm
saying is, I'm not going to go there. But what I'm saying is, somebody that is committed, loyal, legit, and doesn't brag on what they do. They just do it. Do you know what I'm saying?
But he was just bragging about how he reads all these books and how more intelligent he is than us.
Well, I mean, come on.
I gave you the reason why. I gave y'all the reason why.
Okay, and I'm giving you a reason why. If that's the case, you should be able to apply what you know and make your life better.
Y'all wouldn't be repeating the same old crap every day.
What do you mean repeating the same old? What are you talking about?
Oh, the stupid ass statistics that's outdated. Blaming things on the Monahan report. Talking about welfare kick black men out the household. Them old talking points are dead.
By the way, how can you kick somebody out of the house when it's not your house? If the man provided for the woman that he had children for, and he provided the home, there's no way you're getting kicked out of it. So how did they get kicked out?
You talking about if she's on welfare?
If a man is providing for his family,
right,
it is his house. He's providing. How did he get kicked out?
You mean if they're going through like a divorce or something, he probably can. Like I know men that have
the men that are talking in this sector, goddamn good and well, they are not providing for their families.
Okay. So what do you like?
So when they're talking about getting kicked out, you know what they're talking about.
So what do you mean they were just like,
because they're talking when they sit and talk, don't play dumb, Don. Come on, let's not play dumb.
I'm not playing
dumb. You know what they're saying? They're saying that the government kicked them out. How can the government kick you out of a house that you're owning, that you're providing for your kids?
Your name is not on the lease. Is that what you're talking about?
Because it's what? Because it's government housing.
Right. Because if you put your name on it, you might lose it.
So is this going over your head? How can they be kicked out of a house that they are providing
What
the
are you talking
shelter
like? You talking
for
about
their
if they? You talking
family.
about if they own the house? Like, what are you talking about? Because I know men who own houses who were actually kicked out. They were divorced. I know that. I don't know a lot of men who do that, but I know a
Okay,
few that it happened
John,
to. Are you talking
John,
about that?
the
Or are you talking
argument
about?
is,
Don is playing dumb, Big J, because
No,
they
I'm not.
always talk about the government kicked
Hold
them
on.
out of the house, right?
See, Don, you fucking up. I'll tell you why.
No, I'm not. You're the one that
Welfare
can't see
kicked
with
men out the
you.
household.
See with
argument.
you
No,
can't do it. You can't
welfare
do one on
kicked men out
ones.
the household.
You can't do one on
Welfare
ones.
kicked men out the household.
Talk to me one on one. You don't need to have anybody that has defending you. You talk to me one on one. I came up here to your panel. You talk to me one on one.
But Pierre and Sunkist was up here before you got up here.
Right.
I know, but I came
So
up here.
what are you talking about?
Because I came up here to
talking
talk
about?
to you. I came up here to talk to you.
Pierre and Sunkist was up here before
I
you got here.
understand that, but you see, Sunkist is in the back chilling. She's chilling. She laying in the cut chilling because me and you were having a conversation.
But I'm pretty sure that the title wasn't about you though, Don.
It wasn't about
it wasn't
you.
No, it wasn't about me. You're correct. But
okay, so just because you came up, I'm supposed to shut up? Is that what you're saying?
He allowed me on the panel. No, you don't have to shut up. But if me and him
Okay.
are having a
I just
conversation
want to
about
clarify.
if me and him are having a conversation about what me and him are going through, yeah, stay out of it. Let me and him go at it. That's all I'm saying. Just like if you were up here and you were going at it with somebody, I would stay out of it.
No, but this isn't even about you. That we're talking about
It was about me because he was just saying how he was.
No, you turned it in. You personally turned it into the topic between you and him.
If we gonna be honest, the conversation don't got nothing to do with the title right now. So everybody out of line.
No, you guys brought up my video about the whole book thing. That's how it became about me.
I did that though. Big J didn't.
So you brought it up, and then he started saying why he was better than me and everybody else in this sector. So that's when me and him are having this conversation.
Yeah, but I'm the one that brought that up because I found that really strange that you were saying that black boys need to learn how to read, but if you had a black daughter, would you be saying those same things?
But we just told you, Pure. This is the black manosphere, correct? Right? This is the
everything on YouTube is not the black manosphere. Although you would like it to be that, it is not.
No, but we're not talking about everything on YouTube. We're talking about this sector.
No, we're not in. Me and Big J aren't in the sector of black manosphere.
That's fine that you're not in the sector, but I made the video. I'm in the sector, right? Y'all say I'm in the sector, correct?
So I didn't say that. Did I say that? Did I say that?
I made the video. I made the video pertaining to this sector. That's it. It wasn't about trying to throw away what black girls do or whoever. I just made the video because we continue to talk about how black boys don't know how to read.
Whoa!
But this is the thing, though. I think children in general don't know how to read, and that is a problem. And I think that should be addressed.
That's fine. Well, you can make a video addressing it.
Hold on.
I'm on Big J's panel addressing it. Are you telling me I can't do that on his panel?
I'm saying if you feel that way that children in general don't know how to read, you can make a video addressing it.
Well, I'm right here on Big J's channel addressing it. Are you trying to tell me I can't?
Okay.
Then
you can address it. That's not my problem.
Hold on. I do have Pierre as a co-host. I paid money, an extra amount of money to have Pierre as co-host. So I think that's my money. I know I paid for the microphone, Mr. Ronald Reagan. So yeah. So okay.
So you're telling me that you can't take me on your own then, basically.
No, I can. Yes, I can.
Can't. No, you can't.
Okay, so
time out.
Don, just tell me how much time I need to let it go so you and him can go at it so I can come back in with a new topic. Just let me know how long I need to be quiet.
It ain't gonna take long. Just give me like another minute. It ain't gonna take long.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll be quiet.
Just like how you will clown Mr. What's his name? Charles Barrows, who ran for mayor of Boston.
John Barrows, yes.
Yeah, who ran for mayor of Boston, and you were saying, well, they just talk about the same thing over and over at the Black Round Table.
Okay, they do.
You say they do it over and over again, the same old stuff over and over again. As as if what Obsidian, O'Shea, and BJ has said the same thing over and over again.
Sure, and you're listening to, and see, but the difference is,
but
I'm not over there listening to John Barrows.
But John Barrows, but here's the thing though.
No,
John Barrows ran for mayor.
Okay, and he
John
lost
Barrows
badly.
ran for mayor,
and he got
BJ hadn't run for shit.
So what?
Obsidian hadn't run for shit.
So what?
Bernard Raleigh ain't doing anything.
Okay, so what?
So what are you talking about?
What do you mean? But who cares? Who cares? Who cares?
See,
why do I need to worry
it's
about
called action?
Why do I need to worry about what they do?
Men are supposed to be about action, right?
But you're not doing any action,
right?
But you're not about any action. So
yes,
why are you always worrying about what other men are doing?
No, I have been. What you talking about?
You're not about action.
Yes,
you're not
have.
about action. No, you're not.
Listen. You can talk to state rep from Texas, Reynolds, with the Sanders Bland Act.
About action.
You can miss him with that, okay?
You're not about any action. You like to get on here.
Yes, I am.
And cook. You like to get on here and cook these guys because you don't agree with them.
And like what Pierce said, if I wasn't too damn busy taking care of some responsibilities, you niggas would have been done.
People, everybody's busy.
Y'all would have been done.
Listen, man, everybody's busy. You don't know what people are doing. Everybody's busy. You don't know what people are doing. You don't know I could be taking care of my mother. You don't know that.
Yeah, but Edward Anderson was taking care of his mother. And guess where he's at?
Why are you talking about
still doing the same?
Why are you talking about Edward Anderson for? What is that? What
he should be out there taking over the world right now.
Why are you talking about Edward Anderson? What does Edward Anderson have to do with this conversation between me and you?
Because we talking about the culture on YouTube.
What does Edward Anderson have to do with
culture on YouTube? We talking about the manager, right? We talking about the manager, right, Don?
What does Edward Anderson have to do with what we are talking about? Me and you, okay?
But you out there defending the manosphere, right?
Okay, but what does Edward Anderson have to do? Come at me.
Because he's
fun of me.
Manosphere,
why are you talking about Edward Anderson?
Defending the manosphere, right?
Talk about me. I'm on the panel, not Edward, not AJ, not BGS, not Obsidian. See, that's your problem.
Okay, Don, it's been more than a minute. Are we still going to continue that?
Nah, y'all can go ahead.
So I just want to bring something up. I just want to bring something when it comes to kids and education. So remember when we were growing up, I don't know how old you are, Don, but I'm 55. So we used to have recess. We used to have time, like breaks in between classes to run. We used to be able to go out and run, right? Kids don't really get that time to get energy out like we used to get. We used to have, an hour or 2 hours of class, be able to go out, run for like 15, 20 minutes, come back to be able to focus. Why aren't schools doing that anymore? Especially schools for young children. Yeah, they get recess, I think 30 minutes in the middle of the day, but it's not enough.
Yeah, I think they
like
get two.
we used to
get more than that.
Yeah, they get recess. They get
they get a whole bunch of recess.
They got a bunch of sports programs now. They got PE. I mean, you could put your kid in private extracurricular activities. There's a bunch of stuff for kids to do now.
You're talking about in junior high and high school. I'm talking about
in elementary. My daughter is in the 4th grade. They don't even have standard seating in there. They got stand-up desks they can sit in. If they fidget, they have fidgets that they can play with. They sit on bouncy balls if they need that. And they have regular recess, and they have a couple.
Well, you got a good school because that's not what's happening in Vegas.
It's in addition to they specials that they go to.
Yeah.
I don't know what these weird schools people talking about because every school I done been to, the school is pretty good. Yeah. So I think people just not active in the school and just be running their mouth.
And basically, you got to invest in your kids too, man. Like that's what that's what it comes down to.
I have not seen one school where they just go to recess one time and that's all they do.
Well, that's pretty much what's happening here in Vegas. Like what you're talking about, I don't see that happening in Vegas.
Yeah, because I know when I was growing up, we had like multiple recesses too. Sometimes it went.
Well, I
It went a
know
long
we did
time.
too when we were growing
Yeah.
up. But
Yeah, I don't
and
know
also
nothing about this.
we actually had actual meals, like legit meals, not some cardboard pizza and junk food. We had actually like meatloaf, mashed potatoes, corn, peas, carrots,
Well, I mean,
that
that's
kind of
Michelle
thing.
Obama. She the one fucked up the lunch program, so you know.
I mean,
She
I think
did
it
What'd you
that.
say?
depends. I think it depends on what school you go
What'd
to.
you say? Michelle Obama fucked up the lunch program.
Yep.
How? She wasn't president.
What?
Michelle Obama wasn't president.
She led
First ladies
that
have
commission.
initiative,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
she
She led that
initiated
commission on
changing the
food.
lunch
Yeah.
program, and she fucked up school lunches for these children.
How?
She wanted them to eat healthier, right? Something like that.
Yeah, she said she wanted
Yeah.
them to eat healthier, and they've been eating some raggedy bullshit ever since.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
But
then
if
yeah,
she was
the
trying to,
calories.
so was it really her fucking it up, or was it white supremacists were like, fuck that bitch,
No,
let's
it
just
was her ass. No, it was her.
No,
No,
it was
how
we
how
not
tell me.
okay.
I just need to I need to know how. It's easy to
we
say
not.
that she did this and she did that. I need to know how.
Okay. Here is what happened. Right here is what happened when she was leading that initiative. Right with the Department of Agriculture. Right. Well, she was trying to reduce the calories in the food, which make so it was making people the school you're like your athletes, your people who are in athletics and stuff. It was making them weak because there was not enough calories in the food. There was not enough calorie intake.
Calories aren't the problem. It's the right calories that
Right,
you have to.
right. Understand? Yeah, but anyway, the thing was she well, it didn't happen everywhere. It was a handful of states when she was doing it. But yeah, it wasn't giving off the best results of her initiative because a lot of those student athletes, especially on the girls, it wasn't giving them energy. There wasn't getting you see a lot of teenagers or
Well,
19
what kind of foods were being fed to them?
just like it's almost like tofu or um things like that. It was like in the realm of gourmet almost.
Because
That shit was nothing gourmet about that bullshit.
see,
They don't
I
even
don't know
have
what
full
food they were
meals
eating. I
no
know what food
more.
we ate when we were growing
Shit.
up, and what
That
we
mean
ate,
these
we had
kids been
milk.
eating some bullshit ever since that woman changed the damn lunch program. And I
No,
know
because
because I used to go to
when my
school
kids were in
and
school,
eat.
when my kids were in
I ain't
school,
finna
they
do
had
this.
bullshit. All they had was fucking cardboard pizzas, French fries, sodas, and nothing fucking good.
I don't know.
Nothing
The
healthy.
cafeteria never gave us no soda. You had to buy that out the vending machine.
Right. We never
I
got
don't know
sodas
about
though.
that.
We got that punch, that Kool-Aid punch, wherever it
But
was. And that grape
you're losing the point I'm trying to make. What I'm trying to say is if kids have a healthy meal, and sometimes that's all the meal kids get a day, because when they get home, there's no food in the cup. For some kids, there's no food there. So there really needs to be legit meals produced for kids. We had meals. We had
right,
everything. We
right.
had like cod, fish, whatever, meatloaf, like hamburger, Salisbury steaks, stuff like that. Do you know what I'm saying? We had actual substantial food, mac and cheese, vegetables. We had like they used to do what they called the four or the what do you call it? The
The food
pyramid.
group, the food
Yeah, the
group.
food group pyramid thing. Grains, food, like dairy, grains,
Yeah,
vegetables, the whole thing, right? Meats,
see what she was
fruit.
trying to do. What she was trying to do was copy what they did in France. That's because if you go to school in France, right? Um, there what they feed the children in France is very that food over there is not processed
Hmm.
as it is over here. So the food over there in France is not processed.
I mean, she was on the right.
That's
She
what.
was on the right. She was on the right road. She just but this is the thing. Like my grandson eats beef. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? He eats salmon. Like he eats meat.
Mm-hmm.
Kids need meat because they're growing.
Right.
Maybe an adult can eat tofu. Maybe an adult can eat meatless food, but children literally need that type of protein.
Yeah. With the protein, yeah. And that was part of the problem. I gotta, you know what? That's another topic I would like to do about that food program that she was trying to.
It's probably, like I said, it's probably the school too. Like it depends on what school you go to.
Right.
Somebody's in here, Big J.
Because huh?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Hi.
we hear you, man.
Hey, I just came up here real quick. I'm a former teacher, so I just thought I would give my perspective real quick on what y'all were saying about Michelle Obama. I was just listening while I was doing stuff. My understanding is that she wanted to change the quality of the plate. What is considered, healthy. And in changing that so-called plate, she was using like the 4 or 5 food groups or whatever.
Yeah, 6.
Okay, 6 food groups, and
Yeah.
and then she kind of rearranged it. And when she rearranged it, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, most of the public schools, they have been eating the same and processed foods as the prisons. Um, a lot of the contractors that they're using, it's the same quality of food that they serve in the prisons. Very, very
You
processed.
kidding me?
Yeah, it's very common. The government, they like to buy stuff wholesale, and so certain states and stuff, it's the same food, and that's why some of the food is so low quality. Those French fries and the mystery meats, the low quality, apples. Some of the stuff you just be looking like, where does this come from? Same stuff they're eating in the prison. Same
That is
contract.
crazy.
Yeah, same contractors. Look it up. Same contractors. As a teacher, I never ever ate school food. I don't allow my daughter. She goes to public school. Do not allow her to eat it, because it's low quality. If you go to a better school, particularly those in a higher socioeconomic income neighborhood, a lot of times they will have a customized chef, or somebody like that who does
Mm-hmm.
an alternative menu,
Mm-hmm.
and so they'll be serving kale or fish or other things.
Right.
I think that Michelle Obama's goal was to lift the standard for public school lunches, like to get Black kids and all kids to eat better. And I don't think she knew enough about the way the public school system does lunches. A lot of these are free lunches, so they actually are trying to get them under like 50 cents a piece in value. You know what I mean?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
For me, I have a question. So you said you taught in public school, and you don't, your daughter doesn't go to public school?
No, my daughter does go to public school, but I'm saying I don't let her
Okay.
eat the lunch because I wouldn't
Okay.
eat the lunch.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you make her lunch?
Every day. She's never
You,
eaten their food. And she
oh, there you
actually
go.
goes to a neighborhood. I have to drive her to a predominantly white and Jewish multicultural community.
Okay.
That's about 15 minutes away.
Yeah.
I drive her there and I pick her up. It's a school choice.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because and so the food is actually good there.
Yeah.
I mean, but I just don't trust it. They don't serve pork at all because there's so many Jews there. But I
Mm-hmm.
just don't trust what they might have her ingest. So I just no, I take care of food.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also, so I don't think Michelle Obama did it intentionally. I think that the schools were never prepared to actually serve a meal that costs more than 50 cents to $1 per kid.
Because they don't care
Um,
about our student. They don't care about American citizens. It's unfortunate.
yeah, and
And the
so
children.
I mean, when you've been serving like really high processed foods, and you've been serving it at 50 cents to $1, and the Department of Agriculture is involved, and like I said, the prison industrial complex is involved. These manufacturers and these people were not trying to actually figure out how to up the price um and lose profit. They weren't. So what
Hmm.
they did is they came up with like crap, we'll just serve them canned corn. We'll just serve them, and I'm not trying to be funny, but y'all know they got something called ugly food, where it's food that's kind of like rejected.
Hmm.
That's the kind of stuff they were doing too, like the old ugly broccoli. A lot of the kids said that the food was rotten. Did y'all hear bad stuff about the food?
I just know that my kids, when my I just know that when my kids were in school, the food was garbage.
No, I'm
And
talking about recent under Michelle Obama. Have you seen
no,
the
I
way
don't
the
know
food?
about it.
Yeah, I have
They
seen
had
that food. I have gone to the school and ate lunch with my children, and once I went up there and seen, because they wouldn't eat the school lunch, and I'm like, now I know school lunch ain't the best, but y'all tripping. And when I went up there, they got them children eating shit that don't match.
Yeah, it was total trash. The
they
sister's right.
it's like
She's
yeah,
right. Let me tell y'all
but
something.
if you
Sister Sun Kids is right. The food was straight trash. And it wasn't Michelle Obama's fault, but it was because they misinterpreted her agenda, which was to make sure that all kids eat healthy food. I bet you Michelle Obama wanted them to eat kale salad, and she wanted them to have mahi fish and all of that. But
Then
these
she should have did her research, so she stuck her hands in that, because that don't make no sense what they got these children up here eating. And
you're
it
right.
been like that since her program, and they can't even go to the vending machine and even get them a somewhat decent snack, because she done took all the damn vending machines out. They got all this stuff with that them alternative sweeteners and all that type of shit in the damn vending machines that they do have. Like, I don't appreciate her for that. I
Well,
don't.
you know one of the reasons why is because Coca-Cola and all those other chip companies, they are the ones who wanted to make money. They're the ones that's upset because the US government actually has to make sure they meet a quota, especially with schools where they have what you call socioeconomic disadvantage. They have to serve a certain number of meals. They tell you, come get this meal, even if you throw it in the trash, because we have to count it.
Yeah, yeah, they did. They would tell us that when I was in school.
Okay.
But them children can't eat that food. That's man. Look, they serve them stuff that don't go together. They serve them leftovers. Like restaurants can't do what they do at these schools, because a restaurant will get shut down for this.
Yeah.
They
And what
just
they
give these children anything.
Yeah, and what they stopped doing is putting seasoning in the food because it was high sodium, and that was one of the restrictions they had. They said no fried food, so all that oil and stuff they had been using to
Yeah,
fry
I
stuff,
know that.
that was over. Like it was baked French fries, baked fish, baked
It's
chicken, and
nasty.
it was nasty. It was nasty. None of the kids
It
ate
still
it.
is nasty. I was like, nah, y'all can take something from home. I will bring you something to eat, or y'all can pack your lunch. You ain't got to eat that, because I don't know what they serving them children. And when you say it's the same quality as prison food, I believe it, because I've sat up there, and if I go to have lunch with them, I'm making sure I'm bringing them lunch, okay? And
Mm.
I hate to do it because the other children got to sit there and see what they're eating, but hey,
Mm.
look, I'm not gonna eat that, you know.
It don't even
Yeah.
look good. It don't even look good. They be
No.
having like green oranges and rotten apples. The milk be nasty. The quality went all the way down. I've seen it, and it's really bad, y'all. It's bad, and it's not that they're serving the exact food that as the prisoners get, but it's the same manufacturer, the same distribution companies. Y'all see what I'm saying? They're
Yeah.
contracted through the government, and their goal is to figure out how to feed each child at 50 cents a piece. Ask the government for a certain amount of money per
Yeah.
child.
Make all of Congress eat them meals for 2 months, and let's see if it changes.
They won't eat it.
Yeah, they're not
I
gonna. Yeah,
promise
they're
you.
not
That
gonna eat it.
yeah,
That's
ain't
the.
nobody
That's
gonna
it.
eat
That
that.
shit nasty.
You're not gonna eat it.
That food is a
No,
tragedy.
I'm saying
Congress.
That don't make no sense.
force them to eat it for 2 months, and let's see if that shit changes.
There's a lot of stuff they're not gonna do.
Sis, they
I
told
have a
Congress they the only ones that don't have to take the shot. So what does that
Yep,
tell us?
that's true. They said they're the ones that don't have to take the vaccine. I know.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I had to
I
take.
have
I
a
had to take
question
it.
for the teacher. So we were talking about the difference between educating boys and girls. Can you give us some feedback on that, because you are an actual teacher in the school district?
Sure. I mean, I can try. I have my not doctorate, my specialist degree in teacher leadership and administration. So I'm familiar with curriculum and all these different theories and stuff, and I focus mostly my graduate work research on Black males and what the school systems do to Black males that's different from everyone else. So that was my interest. So what aspect of it do you mean about
So
boys and girls education?
because they were saying that it's harder to teach Black boys to read, or it's harder to educate them. So can we get your perspective on that as well?
Yeah. Well, look, there's a socioeconomic part. Are we talking about young black
No,
men?
actually, what was stated was um boys learn differently than girls do. Whereas you can tell a girl, "Hey, go sit over here and write this paper." The boy, on the other hand, he needs a little bit more encouragement to sit there and write the paper.
My see, I don't have any research to back up anything except what does work better. I can't say that um, boys are set in a certain way, but research has shown that they do better with mentorships and guidance, particularly for males. And research that I have seen shows that they're more engaged when they're actually working in a more, I guess you say, group work,
Or
collective effort,
like mechanical work.
collective
Would you
effort.
say
But also, yeah, they like to do stuff that is more hands-on.
hands on? Thank you.
Yeah, you have to do more hands-on stuff with boys. They get very disengaged if it's not also like a practical, what is the word? It's not practical and doesn't return. They don't get a return on investment immediately. They don't kind of sit for long term. They need
Right.
to see what's the purpose. Like right now, can I
Yeah,
apply it right
yeah.
now?
Like though we want to see the mechanics of how it doesn't matter what it is. It's based on the mechanics. Like, I'm gonna use my nephew as a prime example, right? Because
Mhm.
when I was raising him, he wants to know how this tractor, when we talk about mathematics, he you know he want to know how that tractor lifts the dirt. He want to know what all that. He want to know all of that, right? So how tires, you know, he's so interested in wheels and tires and stuff. So he implies that when he learns about math.
So I
You know,
my question too would
so
be, this would be my question. So what you're saying is girls do better with theory, like hypothetical theory, but boys do better when they do hands-on education with actually touching whatever you're teaching them, and teaching them that in that way.
That's my experience. Yeah, and also collective group work, like building together, learning together. They're more collective. What I've seen is that girls thrive with like books, ideas. You give them a pattern and they'll master it. This is what we're
Okay.
doing, page one, some. School is very like rote, and it's a pattern, and girls master that pattern easily. We can focus in a book and just sit and say, okay, I got to copy the vocabulary words. Now I got to answer the questions, and we're like, oh, got this. We go for the rhythm. The young men, in my opinion, from what I've seen, is that the sitting in a desk, reading silently, all of that. I don't want to say males have ADD, but they
Hmm.
don't do well focusing and just sitting in one place and not doing movement. I don't really know what that's about,
I
but
agree with you, because I just was saying that about my grandson. Teaching him, he's on the move. He needs to run.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
It's
that's
hard.
absolutely.
It's hard to do stuff. Sit him down. You have to have the most calmest moments to read books to him, because he doesn't want to sit still.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's testosterone or if that's socialization, but across the board, that is the case with boys. I think like a girl, you could say like Big J said, we're going to learn about tractors, and you can have the girl label the parts of the tractor, and she can watch a video about the tractor. The young men, they're going to master it if you teach them differently. You got to
Right.
take them out and show them this is a farmer, this is the tractor. Let's take off the wheel. Y'all see how this wheel and this the spokes work? This is how the engine works. Let's take it apart, look at it. Let's put some
Hmm.
oil in it. You do stuff like that, and let's label the parts. Let's review it. Let's summarize. Now, write me a paragraph on that. They can do it.
Because
But if you
boys are
give
more
them,
singular. I'm sorry.
go ahead. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you give the girls just a book and they can regurgitate, we're very good at memorization, regurgitation,
Yeah.
and rote memorization. We're good with patterns. Men are good with assembling. This is I like to say tear up stuff, fix it back together, put it back together. That kind of stuff. Hands
Hmm.
on and
Yeah.
collective. They do really good when it's a group. Even if they're not like the most active person, the fact that there's other people doing it, they'll learn that way too.
Hmm.
Whereas a girl, I don't need nobody around. I just need my book, my paper, Leave me alone. Give me my instructions. I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because they said boys are more like they're more singular learners. Like when it comes to like mathematics, engineering,
I
they,
disagree with that.
they need to see it. They need to visualize it.
When you said singular, I mean, did you mean like one person, one on like by themselves, or what do you mean?
Well, no, I think when they see singular, they talking about like when it comes to like mathematics, like you just said, like you got to take them, you got to show them. They have to visualize it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Whereas the girl, you can just tell her, you know what I mean, and you can tell her with words, and she can memorize it.
So at what age, next question would be, at what age do you think that it would be where a boy, because I know men are more apt when it comes to mathematics. Like they're very, they like they get the concepts of mathematics a little better than women or girls do. So at what point do you think it gets to where boys actually can settle down and focus on that type of education? At what point and age, and how should schools be designing education for boys in a different setting than girls, or should they be separated from classrooms so that they can be taught differently?
Girls learn just as good in the type of settings that boys do, which is interesting. We just adapt and adjust. That's what I've seen. Um,
Hmm.
there's a thing called a Montessori model. I don't know if y'all heard of that.
I've heard of Montessori, yeah, the school model.
Yeah, yeah. The Montessori model.
That's like a is that like a tutor type program, right?
No, Montessori model does it. Let me say this first. The traditional model that we have is really outdated. It started what they call the Ford factory model, and
Hmm.
it's kind of like you treat every single person the same. They're going down an assembly line, and you graduate to a grade, and you keep everything like this very standard structure. You don't treat anybody like they're different or by sex, by age. You know what I'm saying? And you just move them along, and
Hmm.
that's the model. Everybody gets the same treatment, the same parts, the same tools, the same kit, and that just doesn't work.
Hmm.
It's really outdated and stupid. And not only that, you only have like majority, like 90% of all teachers are white females. That's a problem
Hmm.
because they're dealing with all these different children who don't look anything like white females. So they interpret children differently. They teach
Hmm.
them differently based on their interpretation, especially their behavior. So by the third grade, most young black males are already disgusted with school. Whether they explain it and tell you and express that, they're already disgusted. That's when they start seeing grades and all kind of test scores just slope down. Because at that point, they've been full of white women most of the time who have discouraged them and not encouraged them in most subtle ways. And that's the difference that makes the difference is how they're treated. They'll see a little Johnny white boy, and this is facts, and these are studies that I've done and research about tracking black males and where they start to fail. And little white boys, okay, there was one particular study. There's a teacher. She thought they were coming to study the children. They were coming to study her, white female. And they said, let's see. We did a study on several white women. But this particular one, she saw the white boy who was in, I think it was first grade. And she said that little Johnny was, really smart. And that's why he seemed to have ADD and he just needed, more attention and more work or something more challenging. Well, they have another little black boy and they were studying her behavior between the difference. And she recommended him for special education, said he had ADD, he couldn't behave, and that he, was just, kind of off focus, can't focus, a lot of can't stuff.
Well, I was told that about my daughter because my daughter is half black. But when I walked in the classroom, the teacher was shocked because she was expecting to see something else, and she said the exact same thing. She can't be taught. She has
Yeah.
ADD, and I said my daughter does not have ADD.
She's smart. That's probably what it is. And
My
see, they don't,
daughter,
they don't
my
listen.
daughter, my daughter was bored with the shit that was in the classroom.
She was what?
She was bored.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When they're bored, they don't. But the problem is when they see children of color, they don't give them the credit to say they're bored. They need a challenge. They don't do that. They say that's bad, not smart. But we're supposed
Mhm.
to be trained to say if a child is bored, they need more challenges. And you test that out and you see if I give them extra work or a little bit more challenging or more one-on-one attention, or I pair them
Mhm.
with a kid that's really smart or a gifted kid, or maybe this kid is gifted, you know. and,
Mhm.
and and that's the thing, they don't look for it. My daughter, she doesn't talk that much, but she just got tested for gifted.
Mhm.
This is not something they do normally with black children, though. They assume you're bad instead of testing you for gifted. That's a problem.
Yeah.
But it's white females that's doing this. That's why I said
I mean,
these.
I want in my heart, I want to disagree with you, but dealing with what
Are
I've
you
dealt with,
white?
I don't consider myself white, but in the same token, I understand what you're talking about because I do have a daughter that they assumed was only black,
Hmm.
and they would say shit like that too. And then when I get into the classroom, like they would stutter. They would be like up, up, up. And I'm like, no. I said, no, she's not. She does not have ADD. Like, quit throwing that thought process around. It's a very like it now it's becoming everybody's has ADD. No, she does not have ADD. She's bored.
Yeah,
She's
she's
bored with
bored.
what you're
She's bored.
she's bored with what you're teaching.
And the teacher is a failure because what she fails to realize, you're supposed to differentiate instruction. Every child is not the same.
Right.
One child, you should give them extra problems, or you should go over it, give them one-on-one time. Every child is different. And I know you got like 30 kids in the class, but
Yeah,
you
that's what I
got
was
to
about to
really,
say.
what's
Like you
that?
don't. I was about to say that. Like, you don't think that's hard though when you do have like 30 kids in the classroom?
That's what you get paid for, though.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that's tough.
30 kids in the classroom is too much.
Yeah, that's tough.
I
Well,
mean, my
but
teacher did it. My
yeah,
teachers did it, but
yeah.
Not
and I
saying
was
it can't
quiet. I
not
was
saying it can't be done, but it's not fair.
Yeah,
It
that's
really
tough.
shouldn't be that many kids.
It's not
I
fair,
was
but I tell you what, you learn if you're a good teacher and you do enough training and stuff, you learn there's a lot of different tricks. So one of the
a
things you
whole
do
lot
is
of
you
different
have,
tricks.
what's that?
So
I
you're
said a
saying
whole
that
lot
you
of
can you
different
can
tricks.
you can give 30 kids equally the same amount of time?
I
No,
don't
I'm
think
Some
not. It's
so.
not
some
about the
No, you
time.
just notice
It's
different
about the
things in
engagement.
different students.
Oh
Because
yeah,
like for me, I
30
was
kids
very
though.
smart. But look, I was smart, but I wasn't the one that's gonna cut up in class. And my teachers was able to notice that, oh, she's smart. So they would give me things that they
But
wouldn't give the rest of
what
the
about
class.
all the kids that fell through the cracks?
Well, that's
Yeah,
what I'm saying. This is how it works for a good teacher. A good teacher knows her kids. She knows their weaknesses and she knows their strengths, and she cares about it. And she also has a measure of what the child is supposed to be able to do. And that's the thing a lot of teachers don't do. Do you have a way that you're going to measure this child's growth? We're going to move from where you are to where you need to be. And every child is going to be different. It takes a lot of mental focus to actually do that with each child. You have to be really committed to each child. And you got to look at test scores. You got to look at a lot of stuff, especially special needs and all kind of other stuff. Some kids need attention, some don't. Some want you to leave them alone and let them work. You just got to really get in tune with your kids. And
Mm.
it takes a special kind of teacher to do that. And I'm just speaking because I have a lot of background in education, and I teach and I train teachers. So at least I did. So this is where I'm coming from with curriculum and all kind of other stuff. But I agree with what Sunkist said, which is you got a smart kid. That kid actually can do part of your job. And I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. Because what I would do when I had kids that were gifted or smart, talented, or they're just really outgoing, or they like to talk, what you do is you let them become a teacher, where they say, okay, you guys, at the end of this, let me show you how we got the answers. I would actually give them my teacher's book, and I would tell them, okay, now you're going to teach this small group. You're going to check the answers with them. Let me know when you finish. And it wasn't just about them doing the job. It was their explaining. And when other kids would say, well, I don't understand what you mean, then they would teach the kids. So when you become a teacher, you on a whole new level. So your kids who are smart become teachers in the classroom too. That's how you
Yeah,
keep
they
them
do.
engaged. Yeah, you engage them too. And then the kids who were slow, I always did group work, and I would put the group different kind of ways. You know what I mean? So you got your low, your middle, your upper, and then your gifted kid, and you got a like a little cell, and it works really nicely. And every kid gets engaged differently. And some of the kids who were lower, I would pull them out because those are the ones I always focused on, and like for a small group setting. And I would say, okay, let me just see what you guys understand. Teach me what you learned. I always tell the kids, teach me. Tell me what you learned. Because if you can't tell me, you ain't learned nothing.
In an
Right.
ideal, I have a question. In an ideal situation where the teacher has everything she needs to educate a child with our country really invested in the schools and invested in the generations that are coming up in through these school districts instead of trying to push them off and not actually educate them. What would that look like to you if the funding was there and the caring from the teacher was all the teachers was there? What would it look like in a classroom to you? What would be some of the points that would look like?
Ooh, that sounds like impossible stuff that I would think of.
I'm talking a hypothetical perfect situation in a school district.
A perfect
What would that look
situation to
like?
me, I would do the model they have like in Sweden and some of these European what do you call them, Dutch type countries.
Okay.
They have
Scandinavian countries.
Scandinavian countries. They have mastered education. So I would
Okay.
start off with a model very similar to them. They track kids too. And Americans are like anti-track. We're all the same. No, we're not. Um, they track kids into a career field pretty early. But one of the things that they do in those classrooms, they have 3 teachers in every classroom. How do they afford it? I don't know. But you have a main teacher whose job it is to steer the curriculum and to do the instruction. And then you have another teacher who's like a co-teacher, and their job is to walk around and make sure that they're doing engagement teaching with these kids. And then you have a second teacher, like a secondary to the, so that's 3. And to me, when you got 30 kids, you got 3 teachers, you're going to be cooking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that takes a lot of
what?
money.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
don't think there is just that much wrong with the schools besides the parental involvement because
That's
I'm
the part I was going to
involved.
say.
It
Yeah, I'm
depends on
involved.
where you're
I
at,
would like
though,
to
Miss
finish
Queen,
speaking. I really would like to finish speaking.
because you're only
The
speaking for
parent, I
Oregon. You're
would
not even
like
speaking to
to
other
finish
states.
my thoughts without you interrupting me. Dang, is it that hard? I
You're
have
trying to speak for the
been
whole
in,
country.
I'm
You're
trying to
speaking for one
speak
state.
for my
One at a
personal
time. One at a
experience, and
time.
I would like for you to stop interrupting me. Every time I open my mouth, you interrupt me. But when
Because you've
somebody do it
interrupted
to
me as
you,
well.
you got a
You've
problem with it.
interrupted me as well.
You did it to Don. Now you doing it to me. Can you please hush and let folks finish what they saying? It's
Go
ridiculous.
ahead. Go ahead.
Now, parental involvement is very important because even if you got a teacher that's not doing what they supposed to do, if that teacher know that they gonna see you, that teacher is more inclined to do their job. A lot of times I see things going wrong with schools, and if you look at it, there's a lack of parental involvement. Anywhere where the parents are involved, your child generally gonna get a fairly decent education because they know they got the answer to their parent. They know those parents are going to go to the school board. They know the parents is gonna talk to the superintendent and the principals and all of that stuff. So a lot of times people be complaining about these schools. They not even inside the schools to see what's going on because tracking is something that I've experienced in every school my children have gone to, and my children have gone to schools all across America and even outside of America. And the teachers track their progress so they know what's going on with the child. Every time I go to a parent teacher conference, I get a chart or some type of result thing from how the teacher is tracking. That's not even coming from the state testing. That's just what the teacher does in the classroom to check their progress in different areas. This is how they can pull out stats that say black boys not reading on their grade level at this particular time and at that particular time because their teachers are tracking. It's a lack of parental involvement that's the biggest issue with these schools.
I'm glad you said that because when the question was first asked, I said what I want would be impossible. And you know what the part that I would want that would be impossible is what you just said, parental involvement. In my ideal world, I would love to see parents in the classroom two times a week. That would make all the difference in the world. Two times a
I
week.
go ask the teacher because before my children went to school, I was homeschooling them. So I know how difficult of a job those teachers have. It was hard for me, and I just had my children. They with our children more than we with our children every day. So it's not nothing that they can call me in the middle of the day and say, "Hey, Miss Booth, I need XYZ for my classroom," and I'm there. You can get whatever you want from me because I know what your job is. But I also notice that it's not too many parents like me. But it's so many people that got a problem with what the school is doing. It's not the school; it's the parents.
Yeah, the parents make all the difference. I mean, that's why I drive my daughter 15 minutes to another school. I live in a predominantly black, middle class neighborhood. But what I found, because I am part of the school district, I know what happens. I know parents, a lot of times they on the outside. So the school might look good and all this and that. But then what you find out is that the professionals that are supposed to be doing certain stuff, not keeping up the curriculum, because they don't have any, like you said, there's no checks and balances. There's not parents that's saying, wait a minute, hold on, you passing him to the 10th grade and he's reading on the 8th grade level. Wait a minute, hold on. See, parents don't do that. And so I'm not trying to stereotype, but a lot of times, a lot of these black schools, because they don't have the parent involvement, they don't have parents on their neck, they just slack off. And I didn't even want to be bothered with trying to keep up with whether they're slacking or not. I just assume it. And I just don't want to be bothered.
Can I say something? Are you done, Miss Sunkiss?
Yeah. Oh,
Yes, I'm done.
So let's be honest. All schools are not funded the same way. And even the teacher on this panel can attest to that. That is why she doesn't let her kids go to a certain area to be taught. Because let's be honest, they're not getting the same funding that other schools get to have the right tools and implements and things that the teachers need to actually educate kids. There's a lot of things and pieces of the puzzles missing.
That's not true
from
either.
those school
A lot of
districts.
this funding that these schools that people say they getting extra. See, when they say bring your box tops to school, it's the schools that participate in it. That's bringing money, extra funds outside of what the state gives them into the school so they can apply for these things. When they say we need you to do X, Y, Z, or we got this fundraiser going on, and your child get the candy, but your child don't bring back the money for the candy, that is money that's coming out of the school for the school to do extra things for your child. Again, it always goes back to parental involvement.
Which is good, which is easy to say.
I disagree with, hold on. I disagree with that. Let me tell you why I disagree with that. Because if you look at the, and this is my main gripe, you know, with the conservatives, is that this idea that okay, you're spending $4,000 for a pupil, but you're spending $45K for a prison inmate.
Exactly.
And if you go to like the old South, if you look at from Texas, if you just take from Texas on up to the Carolinas, is basically the average. It's being $4,000 to $5,000 spent on a student, and it's these from 45 to 80K on a prison inmate, and that's spread across the board. But if you go to some of the states, some of the states out here, it's you start seeing this a little bit more even, especially in the states at north, and like that's why states like Michigan is more educated than us down here in the South. They're pumping out college grads and
but that's not true.
This is what I wanted to say too.
Okay.
What I wanted to say is that in those areas, the parents don't have the money a lot of times to bring the box tops or do all the different things that Miss Queen is talking about. They're not in an area where the parents are making over $50K a year. They're in an area where the parents are making under $15,000 a year. It's very difficult to supply those extra needs for the school. So it's easy to talk about what you personally can do in an area where all the parents make between $50,000 and $100,000 a year, as opposed to somebody. Can I finish? Can I finish?
Yeah, you can finish. Go ahead.
Thank you. So if a parent is only making under $15,000 a year, of course they're not going to be able to supply extra needs for their kids in the school district, which is why the school district and the government needs to fund a little bit more, knowing that those areas are lacking those kind of resources.
I mean, if you go to a state like West Virginia, right? It's the same thing. You seeing the same thing. I'm just saying like, well, but you hear these people talking about, you know what, Don, though you was going to say something, and can we have it one at a time, please?
Sure, that's what I was just waiting. But
Yeah.
what you was saying is I don't agree because in Massachusetts they spend like 50 something thousand per inmate, and we're the most educated state in the country.
Okay, good, right. Okay, I'm glad that you said that.
It's like Sunkiss is saying, a lot of it has to do with parental involvement.
It's always parental involvement because Baltimore got an education problem, but they were spending $15,000 per child to attend school. So the government needs to put more money where? Because $15,000 per child and they're still not getting educated. The government don't need to give them no more money. That is a parent's problem.
Oh,
I
okay,
said, I was saying the parent is making their income, their total annual yearly income is $15,000 a year. How much money can they actually provide to the school?
But if they're
It's
spending,
not about the money. If you can put Jordans on a child's foot, then you can get a box top off a pack of butter and send it to the school.
Oh, okay, okay. Hold on. Well, I'll let May talk. Go ahead, talk, May.
Oh, okay. When it comes to school funding, there's a couple of layers here. We got our national, our federal government that provides the big chunk of the money, and they give it to the states. And how they give it to the states is based on population, and from the state gives it to the school districts. And in the so that has a lot to do with it. So every state is not getting the same amount of money. So all states are not equal. And then when they give it to the school districts also have local taxes, which is based on housing. So if you have people who have $500,000 houses, then the taxes will go to that, especially if they have SPLOST funding or extra additional funds. So when you're looking at the tax, like a really poor community where there's a lot of apartments, they're not going to be getting as much money, right? In addition to the state money. I'm talking about that local money. They won't be getting that much. So those schools are going to be less funded, okay? So you can't think that apartment complex neighborhood where they're not really paying real estate taxes and stuff versus a community where there are $500,000 million homes is going to be the same. It's not, because they have additional funds that they're giving to their local schools. And the other thing I was going to say, this is a trick bag right here. Check this out. This is how the inequality happens systematically. Here in DeKalb County, we have what we call the North and the South. The South and the Southeast is Black, and the North is white. So what happens in a lot of school districts where they have this kind of diversity, Black versus white or minority versus main culture, what happens is the trick bag happens in the funding. So what they will do is, for particularly the white schools, they will set aside funds and different programs. And they'll say, okay, we're going to slate this much money for new computers. We're going to get all Apple computers, and every student will have a take-home laptop. They don't do the same thing for the schools in the South. And so what we have here is always the South side trying to find out what the North side is getting. And that's where the fight keeps happening. They're like, see, them bastards got something else. See, them bastards got another grant. And what happens is those schools up north, the white schools, they actually have principals who seek the funds, who get the grants, and the Black schools don't. Their leadership's just doing enough to get by. So those white schools are getting resources that the Black schools don't have.
Shouldn't they do more due diligence?
Right, because the school that my daughter elementary school, they finna put an outdoor classroom out there. The way they got their money, two of those teachers sat down and wrote grants over the summer to get funding for that outdoor classroom, and they got it. You don't hear no Black teachers sitting up there talking about they doing stuff like that.
Exactly.
That was time they took out of their own personal time that they took to do that for the students that gonna go to that school, and that's gonna benefit those children for years and generations to come.
And what you said, right? what you said though was proving my point earlier, because down here in Texas there used to be a thing called the Robin Hood controversy, the Robin Hood fund, right? Where if you in South Texas is mostly Hispanic, right? So they wasn't getting the much funding as the students in the north and east side of the state, where it's normally white. You go to Dallas, Fort Worth, you go to Houston, you make like a half crescent moon shape. That's mostly white people in that eastern part of the state. So those school districts was getting the with all the funding, while the people in the south or in the border counties wasn't getting any funding. And, and that's what I supported the Robin Hood thing, because, well, I somewhat supported it, but it was kind of like you giving a portion from the rich school and give it to the poor. The poorest, the bottom. That's when Ann Richards was governor of Texas at the time. It was like in the 90s.
But they'll do a trick bag on you, and they'll try to create their own city. That way they can keep their own money and create their own city and their own jurisdiction. That's the trick bag. Once you start doing that, they be like, oh, y'all trying to get equality? Let's just be a city with our own school district. We're done with y'all.
Right. And that's what happened.
Hold on real quick. Let me just say, so you want to take money from people, and like, why would you want to take their money?
That's not my argument. That's not really my argument.
You said a Robin Hood theory.
No, I'm using a Robin Hood. What happened in the 90s with Robin Hood funding, it was proving my point, and was proving what Pierre was saying. When you having certain funding that's not you see the impoverished area of the southern counties of Texas. If you go from San Antonio and go south, you draw a line from San Antonio and go south to Brownsville, the schools there are impoverished. If you go there, you look at the quality. They might be clean and everything, but they're spending, their budget is so.
So why is that? Like, what are the reasons that what are some of the reasons that it is?
Well,
I'd like to know that too.
Yeah, but there are economic disparities.
Like what? Like, what do you mean?
I mean, like some of the money, like the oil and stuff. The oil is not going into that school district. Usually, if you drilling oil in this county, I'm gonna use the Eagle Forest Show as an example. I'm using an example, right? Usually, whatever comes out that ground, part of that supposed to go into the school, right? Or if I own a ranch, right, like the King Ranch that's down here in Texas, and I'm making beef for America. Well, a part of that funding comes from, oh shit, that damn scorpion. Hold on, the fuck did that bitch came?
Now he went on me. I want to know, because I know they
hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. That scared the shit out of me. That was a big ass scorpion. Hold on. Let me find me something to kill that motherfucker. Hold on.
I know they bring property taxes in San Antonio. They got big ass houses down there. Okay.
No. Okay. I'm back. Hold on. Let me try to. Shit, I'm scared now. I'm trying to find this motherfucker. Anyway, where was I at? Where was I at?
You were saying that they drilling the oil.
Okay, yeah. Okay, like a county, right? A county. Let's say though you took a county, right? And that county is actually producing something, right? Usually, whatever resources that county is producing, a part of that supposed to go into the education fund, but it's not going into the education fund, and it's usually leaked out to somebody else.
But what does that have to do with the school funding? We're talking about school funding,
right? That's where school funding in Texas come from.
So you're saying that
taxes and the natural resources help fund the schools.
But you just said they're not using the oil to fund the schools, though. You just said that they're not using the oil, the money they get from drilling the oil, to fund the schools.
Right.
So that means they must be getting it from the property taxes.
Yeah, the property taxes, the oil taxes, all of that pulls a fund into the education. A good portion of that. And it's not that money's not going into that into that realm. Hold on, where is that?
So I just want to ask, I want to answer May's question. She asked me, was I white? No, I'm not white, because white is a state of mind. It's not an actual racial group. So if you're asking me on a racial level, no. On a mindset level, no.
Okay. I only asked because when I had said that the white teachers being 90% is problematic, you seemed like you were a little bit in a
because those are teachers that they adhere to being called white. It's a state of mind, and if that's their state of mind, then so be it. I will call you white.
Shit,
that's what you choose to be called.
I got your ass. I got your ass. There, I got your motherfucking ass. Die, bitch. Die, motherfucker. Die, bitch.
Yo, they're gonna clip this. They're gonna clip this, man.
Got your ass.
What are you going through?
Got your ass, bitch.
You got a bug?
You almost stole me, motherfucker.
So wait, Big J, you're getting scorpions over there? Because that's what I usually get.
I got your ass.
Oh wow.
Gonna creep up on me, shit.
Yo, they're gonna clip.
Big ass son of a bitch.
That they're gonna clip that for sure.
I got your motherfucking ass.
I think I might clip that.
Got you.
Oh my god.
You dead.
Oh, that's too funny.
Die, bitch.
Oh, that's some funny shit.
Big J, I think it's dead.
I think it's dead.
No. Hold on. I gotta hit this bitch
Come
again. Gotta hit that motherfucker again. Make sure that bitch is dead. That was a big ass son of a bitch. That motherfucker was big. God damn.
What was it?
Like 3.5 inches and shit. God damn.
Big
It
J,
was a scorpion. A scorpion.
Yeah.
A scorpion?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, BGS is back. Y'all can have your conversation now.
Yelling too. I don't blame you.
Got that motherfucker shit.
BGS is here. You guys can have your conversation.
I killed that motherfucker.
BGS ain't gonna get on the panel.
Yeah, I'll get off. Well, I'll get off. Let them two have the conversation.
You want to sit there, don't sting my ass. I got your ass, and made me break this goddamn dust pan on your ass.
BGS, I'm curious. When you were wrestling, you have did wrestling in your former?
What?
You remind me of a wrestler. The way you talk, like Ric Flair.
I used to be a fan. Yeah, I got that motherfucker. Shit, I almost got stunned. I was looking for him. That motherfucker crawled up on my fucking leg. No, hell no. Shit.
Man, it's funny.
Shit, I remember that one time though. I got stung. Put on a pair of pants on that one time, and yeah, that was a.
That's why I have the bug guy come out frequently during the year, throughout the year. He comes every 3 months because I can't have that either.
Shit, man.
BJ,
I got stung by a bee like that one time.
So where you live at? Where you got scorpions?
Shit, I'm in the middle of the woods.
I didn't know you get scorpions like that. We get them in here in Vegas.
Shit.
Yeah, I thought they were like
in the desert. Thing. Yeah.
No. We get them down here in Texas.
I didn't know that.
Down here in Texas. Shit. I know how to fix all that shit. I'm giving me some more chickens. And
wait, chickens eat scorpions?
Hell yeah.
Seriously, they don't get stung?
Huh?
They don't get stung?
No, they're too fast. They're too fast, and they kill them, and because I used to own chickens around here, but since I left, and I went to college, and I came back, Hey,
Big J, BGS asked for a link.
Let me see.
I dropped it already.
Oh.
He ain't coming, trust me.
He's
right here.
He ain't coming. He's just down there. Wait, is he there? Oh, he's on the panel.
You can't hear me. Shut up.
Queen, you're funny.
What? BJ click the link.
And
I always click the link.
let me add on
Let me
to
mute. Let's
Me
see
too.
this.
Me too. I'm mute.
See what? What you gonna see? What are you gonna see?
We finna find out.
I
yeah,
don't
we
know.
will find out.
Find out what?
What is your problem, Master
I don't.
Teacher?
My problem is you follow me around fucking with me. That's my problem with you.
Oh, I follow you around and
Yeah,
fuck
yeah,
with you.
yes, you do.
Really
Yeah,
now?
yes, yes.
Well, I tell you what. Okay, whose channel do I follow you at?
Well, the breakdown number one.
I've been subbing to that channel for a
I
very long
started.
time.
They came off of my channel. Came off my women's channel. I've been with them for a long since the beginning. What are you talking about?
Sister George has been on this channel plenty of times.
Sister George, and Concrete Rose came off of my women's channel. I've been with them from the beginning. What are you talking about?
Okay,
And so I've been following them. I don't care how long you've been subbed to them. Okay.
and what else?
And what else? And the thing is, that's the only reason. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any beef.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Well, since
I didn't start this
you're
stuff.
here though.
Since you want to perpetuate this stuff, I said, okay, well, I might as well get in some fun. If you want to get in some fun, I might as well come back.
Let's have some fun then. Let's have some fun then.
Okay, let's have some fun then. Yeah.
Okay. Why are you said we here to be you want Pearl because we in the middle of Pearl War 3. So to be used for political to be used her for politics, and she hadn't benefited none of y'all.
In other words, what do all men want out of the manosphere? What do they want? Name me the three things. Name me three things.
Shame, blame, and explain.
No. What do all men want out of political process in the manosphere that will actually benefit black men? What do you think they are?
Divorce,
No,
sex, and
not
what?
sex, not sex. No. 50-50 custody. Number one, right? Reform in the in the family courts. Okay. Okay. Also, to reverse some of the feminist processes that they're even now they're saying they're egregious. Why even white women are 70% of the participants in higher education. Okay, they want to kind of reverse all that kind of stuff, or at least make it more equitable. Okay.
But then all the stuff you said, how come though the latter never was taught?
Now, the latter was talked about as far as what? What are you talking about?
That's never basically the conversations in most management channels. Though
we talk about it all the time, but you don't listen for that part.
Oh, I don't listen to that part.
I can't help what you hear, man.
I go by what your students say.
No.
You are the master teacher.
No. You don't listen. You don't. Do I follow your students? Do I have to hear it directly from you?
No, I go by the truth. I go by the fruit that.
No. Did you hear it coming out of my mouth? Do you go over to Dr. Cesar Johnson, Green Gorilla, Dr. Neal? Okay. You go through them?
Dr. Johnson yelled a few times. And I read that black agenda, black male political agenda.
Yeah,
and it's contradictory. There's contradictions in it.
How is it contradiction? Name me one.
How can you be how are you having a list saying we won't how can you complain about black single mothers and then listen down you want financial abortion?
We don't. Black single mothers is a complaint because black single mothers say that we create them. The thing is that if black women have the right to abort children, okay, and control their fertility, okay, then black men should have the right to not say that we don't want to have financial responsibility for this child. If we don't have the right to abort it or have it, we should have a right to actually say whether we want to support it or not. That's basically the child support is an old patriarchal ideal in a feminist society. It should have been done away. Even the feminists back in the 70s wanted to do away with it. With child support and alimony. Yes, they did. It's called equality.
And you said though that you said something about welfare kick men out the house.
What I'm saying, okay, well, I didn't say what I'm saying is that's a euphemism that the people use about being kicked out of the house. Okay, But
Mm-hmm.
did you ever study about Monahan scissors? You ever study it?
Monahan report.
Listen to me carefully. I'll slow it down for you. Did you ever study about Monahan's scissors? It was actually in the report. Did you ever study it? Did you ever investigate it?
I didn't really read up in this. It's been a long time ever
Did
since
you
I
do
read it.
you no? Did you investigate it? Because Monahan's scissors was the whole reason that he came up with the report in the first place. That was his whole reason for being. Because Monahan was part of the Department of Labor.
I
He
know that
wasn't. So he wasn't health and human welfare. And they said, okay. So do you know about Monahan scissors at all?
a
Yes.
little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
Explain it
It's
to me
been
so I know that you know.
been a while since I read that
No,
portion
explain
of
it.
the Monahan report
Explain it to me. What do you know about Monahan scissors?
about
Okay.
how black men, how black people came from the South, the Great Migration. There basically was a agricultural, and
No,
then
no,
they
no,
moved
no.
to
That's
urban
not
area.
Monahan. That's not Monahan scissors. Okay. Do you know what Monahan scissors is? Yes or no?
Go ahead, BJS.
No, yes or no? I want to hear it first before.
No, go ahead, BJS.
No, no, no. It's yes or no. Do you know what it is? Yes or no?
No, go ahead, because
Okay.
we know
Okay.
you like the
Monahan said Monahan.
I know you like the sun me and
No,
stuff.
no, no, no,
Go
no, no,
ahead.
no, no, no. But basically, because I don't want to hear any arguments afterward when I like you know something, right? Either you do or you don't. I don't want to have to argue about it. So I want to know. I want a baseline of where to start with you. If you don't know, if you know about it, we can actually talk about it. But if you don't know about it, I have to start from the beginning, right? Monahan, if you go back and look through the paper, okay, and you go back and look through actually, like my teacher always said, bring books to the book, right? And I actually played this, right? I actually played it by a guy that actually wrote a book on the Monahan report. Okay, actually wrote the book on it, right? A whole book on it, right? And actually had he actually did a seminar on it, right? He actually told you what Monahan scissors were, right? Within the first 10 minutes, what Monahan scissors was. Basically, uh, welfare always tracked unemployment for males, right? In every other race, including blacks. Okay, in other words, when unemployment went down, okay, welfare went down. When unemployment went up because men weren't working, naturally women have to support their kids. Welfare went up, right? Up until 1961, and then all of a sudden his job was actually drive unemployment black male unemployment down, which he did, right? So he expected a corresponding result by the welfare rolls going down, but they didn't. That was the scissors. Welfare receipts actually went up in the black community, and he noticed that he went to Kennedy, went to Johnson, said, hey, look at this, man. We have a divergence of a historical pattern. Now, everybody else's pattern is when male unemployment goes down, women go back to their husbands, they get off welfare and government support, and they go back to the husband and have family formations, right? But with these people, okay, there's a divergence, and they're the only ones that diverge. And then he wanted to know why. So he got all these folks that were experts in a black community, including Clark and Frazier. Hey, this is divergence. What's going on with these folks? Because I do not understand this. And he spent 9 months trying to understand the problem. Said, okay, give me some paperwork so I can make a report and actually send a report to President Johnson to actually have some kind of process to kind of figure out what we can actually do to actually break this cycle. That's what the report was about. It was never supposed to be public. Okay. And then
Mm-hmm.
and what happened, so we actually researched it. What happened was black women up until 1961 were supposed to be part of the labor force, especially in the South, because they said black women didn't need welfare because they had jobs that could work just like men could until 1961. And President Kennedy said that's unfair. If you're going to give white women and other women welfare, you got to give black women welfare too. So they did. In 1961, that was the beginning of Monahan scissors. Welfare rolls have never reduced since. All of a sudden, you get welfare, you get out of wedlock birth rates, you get more divorce. All those things happened started in 1961. So there's a
And
divergence. So they had to go back and find out what is the difference between all other women and black women, or ADOS black women. What's the difference? And that's where they went to Frazier's book, the Negro Family in the United States, which is a book that nobody talks about in academics.
In 1939, the book that was written in 1939.
And there's two books they never talk about, right? There's two books that
Mhm.
academics never talk about because I asked them because I got 8 PhDs. I said, hey, that all had to study this stuff. Have you ever heard of these two books, which is Negro Family by Frazier in the United States by Frazier, and Dark Ghetto uh, uh, by
Yes,
by
I have.
Clark by
Yes, I have.
Clark? Okay, I asked them, had you ever heard of it? Have you studied it? All of them said no. Okay, I said, how come? Now, Clark wrote this book in '64. Okay, and everybody knew about it, which are two books that the Monahan report's actually based on. Is Clark's book, Dark Ghetto, and Frazier's book, The Negro Family in the United States. But nobody in the academic world, especially the feminists, actually mention this book. They all hide it. Why is that? Because those are the critical books. If you want to understand the Monahan report, you have to read those two books. If you don't understand the Monahan report, okay, you don't read those two books, you have no clue what the Monahan report is actually about. Because
And
it
yet,
goes through the whole what?
and yet, though, you never talk about the Keynesian economics that run parallel with Fraser
Keynes,
wrote in 1939, and what
Keynes,
Monahan, the Keynesian economics been around ever since the end of World War.
no. The Keynesian economics actually introduced in '48. Did you read the book Gold, Dollars, and Power?
I read some of it. Yes, I read
Did you
some
read
of
it? Did you read the beginning of it? Right.
Well, I knew about Keynesian during the Paris Peace Accords in
Did
1919. They were trying. That's why I know about Keynesian economics. He was trying to introduce that after when I was signing the Treaty of Versailles in 1919.
Do you understand the vagaries and the drawbacks in the gold system? Under the gold system, you understand the drawbacks. Why Keynes was actually asked in 1948 to actually draw up a new system. Do you know about? Do you know about
Yes.
that?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
the Bretton Woods exchange system that started. Yes, I know
On
about
the
the
dollar
Bretton
system.
Woods.
In other words, why do they want Keynes to actually draw it up? Do you know?
Well, because there was a recession after the end of the Second World War.
No.
Yes, it was.
There was
Yes, it was. Because it happened. Because like there was, if you read the biography of Harry Truman, there was a recession when it was the railroads. There was a railroad strike, and there was a coal strike in late 40s. That almost cost Harry Truman a second term.
In other words, there's a recession. But thing is, in other words, what happened before that, sir? You remember
There
what
was
happened in the
war.
30s? No, happened before the war. What happened before that, sir?
There was a depression.
A Great Depression. Why was the what caused the Great Depression?
Too many people putting stock in stock in credit. People buying more and more credit than it was worth.
Your banks crashed.
Well, okay. Well, why did the banks crash? We talking about, if you want to talk about the origin, the reason why it happened,
your gold standard went belly up, and so did the stock market.
People put more credit, was taking in more credit than they could afford. That's why the Great Depression
and the banks and why do you think the first thing they did in the depression is actually reform the banks?
Say that again.
Why do you think the first thing they did after the depression, when there's two things that Roosevelt did when he got in there. First thing is reform the gold.
He took the gold.
He took the gold to do what? Why did he take the gold?
To lower the price of the dollar.
No. In other words, if you're on a gold standard, what makes your currency worth more?
He wanted more fiat currency.
What makes your fiat currency worth anything?
Based on GDP?
Based on gold, sir, back then.
Okay.
GDP.
Yeah, yet at the same time, you leaving out, but the thing is, you leaving out information out. No, hold on, BJ, you leaving out information out.
Like what?
While you use a monitoring record and you ask this question.
No. We talking about the gold standard. We talking about the gold standard.
No. But you started this with having 1964.
No. You talking about the gold standard, right? The Frazier was right. In '39, Frazier was writing about the black family. Frazier started writing that book in 1930, right? His first book was actually Negro Family in Chicago. Okay.
Right.
He's trying to replicate what Du Bois did in 1890 with the 1890 something 1895 with the Philadelphia Negro. He's trying to replicate that. It's a
Mm-hmm.
social system. He actually went through the history of the social system of black families. It had nothing to do with the recession.
Yeah, but
In fact,
the
when he
family, but
wrote
family,
when he wrote
but the
when he wrote the
family
book when
families
he
are
wrote
actually developed alongside the economics, like the modern day, what everybody called the nuclear family. That's
uh-huh
basically that's a basically new concept, because though the nuclear family, the mom,
uh-huh
the man, the woman, and the
uh-huh
child,
uh-huh
that's basically a new concept
uh-huh
happened after the Civil War, when
no it
basically
didn't
people were moving the
no it didn't
families into
no it didn't
factories
no it didn't
during the Gilded
no
Age.
it didn't no it didn't. So
Already. Tell,
the
okay,
the northern
tell me where.
the first idea, in fact, I played the video. The first idea of the nuclear family was in 1650 in northern Europe.
Where they first have factories in, right,
No,
BJ?
there was no factories in northern Europe in the 1650s, boss.
There was manufacturing
There's
at
no
that time.
factory. There was no manufacturing factories in the 1650s. That didn't start until the machines came in with Watts in 1775. There
Oh,
wasn't a factory.
hold on, wait a minute, hold on. You talking about a theory that was made in the
Uh,
1600s?
you know,
That
I'm
was
talking.
a theory.
It wasn't a
No,
theory.
that was a theory,
It wasn't a
but that
theory.
theory became true.
It wasn't a
That
theory.
theory
It
became
wasn't a
true.
theory. It wasn't. Go back and man, go back and read it, man. You don't have to believe me. I actually put the video up about it. Okay, years ago
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
about
but you don't
it,
want to talk, but
it,
yet you don't want to
no,
sit there and
it,
analyze though,
no,
and look at the parallels of how economics
the nuclear family
affect family structure.
the nuclear family structure came out of the feudal system when women could actually travel from from manor to manor. They weren't locked into one large family system, right? In other words, you started the breakup of
In
the.
America,
Can I finish? Or are you gonna
yeah,
talk
go
through me?
ahead, go ahead.
Unless you know this, then go ahead and tell me about it. I'll listen to you.
No, you go ahead,
No, no,
go
I'll
ahead.
listen to you. I'll listen. If you want to talk through me and you know more than I do, I'll listen to you. Go ahead and tell me about it.
Because you keep on using the feudal system when we talk about
If you,
the nuclear family structure. We're talking about in United States and Canada, where there used to be conclaves of families staying together, rather than big swath of families going to one end of the country to the other. It was based upon how many factories and other when our society was beginning to become more urbanized, everybody became rural to urban. Now, would you agree with that, BGS?
nope.
Based upon what?
Um, Based on what? Just what I said. The iteration of the feudal system, the iteration of the nuclear family came from Northern Europe because of the feudal system, where women were actually allowed to leave their family units, their broader family units, and form their own units. Okay, outside of the family unit, they go to another manor. So they married later, and since they weren't tied to their local family anymore, because they were like three landowners over, they started a new family. That's where nuclear family actually came from. That's where it actually started. And
Yeah,
it was,
but you're still trying to deny the fact that economics and family structure does not parallel.
economics started 100,000 years ago.
But we're not talking about $100. We're talking
No,
about
no, no, in other words,
we're talking about the
economic in,
confines
in,
of your argument about how the black women's and the black women's won't let you lead, and you won't.
No,
You
that's
won't
not.
commit to
That's
you.
it's not. Wants you let you lead. The reason black women won't let you lead is because the black family, Adolf's black family structure is reversed. It was set up that way in 1750, called pestilence patrii, where they made actually the product of the womb to turn the product of the child. Perpetual slavery. So they put the black woman in charge of the family in 1750. They always have been. They didn't come. They didn't. That was actually intentional by the slave master.
yeah. For cattle. I can't pronounce that word. Cattle
Cattle
slavery.
slavery,
Slavery
yes.
purposes,
And
yes.
and
But at the same,
that go if you
yeah. But you're using.
if you read Diane Williams' book Black Women Black Love, she says the exact same thing. In fact, all your feminists actually perpetuating the same thing even today. Ghana Potesto family network, or what she calls an Africana kinship network, where women are actually in charge. They can go from man to man to man and take their kids with them. The
Okay.
patriarchy, the patriarchy actually, the white people killed the patriarchy, the so-called patriarchy, back in with Carol Norton in the custody of infants back in 1839.
1839. Hold on. Patriarchy ended in 18 what?
In other words,
No, BJ, hold on. You said what? One
can I
year?
finish my? Look, dude, if you're going to interrupt me, and either you know more than I do, before you keep interrupting me within mid sentence, at least let me
No, go
finish my
ahead. Go
sentence.
ahead. I'm sorry. Go
At
ahead.
least let me finish my sentence, right? Do you know about Caroline Norton in 1839? This is pre-feminist. And custody of infants, or 1804. I think it was I forget the name of the case, what it was. Okay, the thing is, this is pre-feminist, and feminism is just basically is based on the social construct. Okay, with because I actually had Dr. Green Gorilla, who's a pre-Socratic philosopher, tell me exactly where the social contract, the modern social contract, actually came from. It was Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau. And even Locke
Mhm.
in the 1600s basically said that men and women should have equal custody of their children. Before that, for 3,000 years of Western patriarchy, the children were actually owned by the father. And that changed in 1804 when it started in 1804 when the women started uh, petitioning the courts and petitioning Parliament about having equal rights to their children. And it progressed up until when the Queen and Parliament actually accepted the custody of infants in 1839. That they actually established what is it called, the 7 years doctrine. I forget what they call it. In other words, I forget what they call it. But in other words, up the first 7 years, uh, women were had preferred custody over the children, and that pretty much spread out throughout the world the first 7 years. Okay, and then the United States increased it to the 16 years in 18. I want to say 1891 or 1892, something like that, because when children are actually considered adults at 16. So they increased it from the first 7 years, okay, until 16. So basically, they said by default, women have custody of the children, and basically that was pretty much the end of what we call Western patriarchy, because Western patriarchy is dependent on who has the children.
If
So,
that was the case, though,
mm-hmm,
BJS, then
mm-hmm,
how come FDR in 1934? How come Ezekiel King, who was Prime Minister of Canada,
mm-hmm.
uh, created the New Deal? Because it wasn't just FDR; it was Prime Minister King too in Canada when they both introduced the New Deal program, right?
What's the New
Well,
Deal? Okay, what part of it are you talking about now?
I mean, where the food stamps, the Section 8 housing, or not Section 8, but the food stamps at first, that was given to women. Why was they given to women for, BJS?
Because they have the children.
No, they was given to the children because the men
No, 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 no.
left. The men
Why did
left the plain area and they went west.
you
They
talking
went
about
west.
you talking about welfare?
Yes.
Okay, there's a book called Welfare, because before that, really before that, to get any kind of welfare, especially federal welfare, the woman had to be what, a widow. Okay, he modified it. There's always been welfare for females. Okay, it used to be local through the church and through you guys petition for it. Even in the 1800s, you guys could petition for welfare or support from the father or support from the state. Okay. But the thing is, he modified it. He modified it in 1835 under the Social Security Act. That's why it's under Title 4 of the Social Security Act. It was never supposed to be permanent. In other words, if you're a widow, after a certain amount of time, you're supposed to get your husband's Social Security benefits. So Social Security and the modern day welfare actually came into being in 1835 at the same time.
A lot of those men BJs left. They left Kansas. They left Nebraska. And if you was up in Canada, you probably in I forgot what the what's that province in Canada? The Yukon, and you went west, or you went to California
To find work, right?
to find work, and those men never came back.
In other words, that's why he modified it from widows to
Right,
what?
right,
Widows
right.
to widows.
But here's
Hold on.
okay. I'll
From
hold on.
widows to what? Abandonment. So there's two reasons, even up until I think they changed it in 1973. Okay, there's two reasons you get welfare. Okay,
Mhm.
welfare. Okay, is either you had to come up with a death certificate for your husband, or be abandoned. Right. So you have to prove abandonment. Okay, and a lot of times, in fact, there's big cases. There's a book I was reading, had to, that I was reading through. Actually, talked about this, right? Where women had to lie about being abandoned, and in fact, there was a judge. Yeah, I forget what city it was, that said unless said you couldn't get welfare unless you dug this guy up. If you abandoned, you better find his ass and bring him back to court. We're gonna put him in jail unless
Okay.
you can't get welfare.
Okay, but I'm glad though you mentioned a year, because you mentioned 1973,
So,
right?
yeah, when they changed it, yeah, they changed it
Right,
from
right.
they
But
changed it
do
from
you know why they changed it? BGS. Do you know why
yeah, I
they
do,
changed it?
I do.
Why?
One, there's a
Why?
couple of reasons. Okay, one, they wanted there were so many out of wedlock births that okay that they had to support these children could not be supported unless they were actually in wedlock. Okay, that's one reason. Number two, serve the Vietnam War.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's so many women cheating on their husbands and having out of wedlock births. Okay, they had to do something. Those were the two reasons. Because had a social worker actually explained that to me. Okay, they changed it from illegitimate to out of wedlock in 1970. She actually corrected me on that. She said there's no such thing as an illegitimate child anymore. You can have a baby out of wedlock without the father and still get support.
Yeah, but BGS,
What be
but you
what am I
forgot,
leaving out?
because you forgot about something, because in 1973,
Uh-huh.
black male unemployment, well, actually unemployment in general rose up, but mainly black male unemployment increased, and you will not admit
Pull up the
what
chart.
started black
Pull
male
up pull up
unemployment.
pull the chart. Pull up the chart.
I don't have the chart in front of me,
Where
because
you get it
you,
from?
you
Where you
just
get it
hop on.
from? Where you get it from?
What was called the gold shock of
No, no, no,
1971. I
no, no,
mean,
no, no.
what?
The gold shock of 19. Okay, so you trying to conflate stuff.
No,
What happened in
I'm not trying to
what
conflate it.
what happened in the gold shock of 1970? What happened?
Well, I mean, France and Britain wanted money, because they was having economic crisis of their own, and also during the same time, the our defeated former enemies of World War II, mainly Western Germany, Italy, and Japan, was making automobiles, and it was selling cheap automobiles, and it
No,
also had, and at the same time, we was having the Middle East was having the Yom Kippur War of 1973, and it was also what happened what the 7 Days War between 1967 and
no,
1970, and it created an oil problem over here
no,
in the Western world, which is
no.
why the people stopped buying our big cars from Detroit, and start buying cars from Japan and Germany. And
Okay.
it was a whole lot of black men, and a
What
whole lot
happened?
of black people
What happened?
working in the steel industry, and also
happened in
in the
what happened?
automobile industry.
What happened in 1971? What did Nixon
Well,
do?
Nixon took took money off the gold, so he could expand the economy,
No,
to
no,
expand the flow of the dollar bill
no,
towards,
no,
because
no,
if you get there and look and
nope,
read
nope,
that
nope.
report,
There's a
there was more women.
there's a
Hold
whole
on.
book. There's a whole book about the gold standard and why Nixon took us off the gold standard. It wasn't the first time because what's his name FDR took you off the gold standard too when he first got into office. He took you off the
Yeah,
gold
yeah,
standard
that
too.
was under different circumstances.
It's always the
That was
same
different
it's always the same
circumstances,
circumstance.
because
It's a-
because
it's
after
always
the
the same.
70s,
It's always the same
after the
circumstance.
70s, more women was joining the
It
workforce.
had nothing to do with it.
Yes, it did.
No,
Because
it
if
didn't.
you read, if
No,
you
it,
read,
no,
if you
I,
read about
I,
what his Treasury Secretary was saying, I forgot his name though, by the way. But it was what his Treasury Secretary was saying.
nope.
Oh,
That's not
really?
why.
So I'm wrong on that?
Did you read the book
Okay.
Gold Dollars and Power?
Just
No,
real quick,
I haven't.
Big J, can you drop me down?
Okay, I drop you.
Thank
Hold
you.
on.
Okay.
I see next time, Pierre. Never mind.
Did you read the book? Do you know what the gold standard is? Do you know why people are forced off? People are forced off the gold standard. In fact, Germany started World War I because they were forced off the gold standard by France. France tried to pull that same shit.
We're not talking about World War. We were talking about your
19,
idea that we gonna blame everything on the black
I didn't blame.
female
I didn't blame
and
anything.
not
I didn't.
acknowledging
I didn't
about
blame any. I didn't blame anything on the black.
why the black manager is not focused on boys, just like what Sexy Red told you, and you completely ignored what Sexy Red was trying to tell
I
you.
didn't know. Sexy Red didn't. The focus. Why do we focus on boys? Why do you think there's a focus on boys? There's two different strategies, right? The men that are already there. Okay, three strategies. The young men that are already there. The men that are actually going through the system that, as we speak, and then how do you stop some of this some of the stuff that's coming up, especially with boys in school and boys in jobs? How do you stop that? Okay, you have three different problems. Which problem you actually want to solve first?
Education problem in
Why?
economic.
But that's a long term.
Because the women are, well, according to y'all, according to
Ain't no
y'all's
according. No,
argument is
that
that
ain't,
women are hypergamous. So if women are hypergamous by nature,
are women hypergamous by nature?
I mean, I'm only using your own
No, I'm
argument.
asking you. I'm asking you.
I'm using your own argument that women
I'm
are
asking you.
hypergamous. So I'm
Do
going
you
by your
agree?
argument.
Do you agree with that or not?
Well, I mean, yeah. When I was younger, yeah. When I was in my 20s, yeah. Women were, the younger the woman is, yes, the more likely she was hypergamous.
The thing is,
No,
they still are because by their own mouths.
Not
Yes, they.
necessarily. No, not
So
necessarily.
in other words, will a high earning woman take a low earning man?
Probably not. Most likely not.
Why? Why?
Because the lifestyles.
Okay. So what kind of man does she really want?
She probably wants somebody at her level who had the same lifestyle she has,
greater.
in the same
That's
social circles. Yes.
In other words, that's hypergamy, sir. But will a high earning man take a low earning woman?
Depends on what type of man he is.
Will a high earning man?
But you don't see Bill Gates. No, hold on. You don't see Jeff Bezos going to the fat girl at Wendy's who's a bus table.
In other words, will he take the skinny girl, good-looking girl that bus tables at Wendy's?
I doubt it.
You doubt it? They do it all the time.
I mean,
if we're gonna talk about this, Jay, if we're gonna talk about this, let's be real, man. Let's stop. Let's cut this shit. We're gonna be real, okay? Let's be real, all right?
But ain't that because of social construct, though? When you say that, isn't that because of the social construct?
The social it's part of the social construct, right? Why do women want a man that earns more than she does? What do you think that the reason is?
Because the social construct that she believes in believes that the man should be the superior.
No, as a practical reason, why do you think any woman, especially a young one, wants a high earning man that as she earns more?
Because within her, the practical reason in her, she believes that the man should be superior in every aspect of life.
Okay.
Especially when it comes to especially if she was a religious, she would say man's supposed to be, because it says it in the word. And then the way she is raised within a social construct, she will believe that the man should be superior.
Okay,
and she feels that if
I'm looking for a practical reason. That's a social reason. I'm looking for a practical reason.
That can be listed as a practical reason.
In other words,
if you want to,
okay. Let me cut to the chase. Right? Who has the babies?
Women do.
Women do. Who's vulnerable when she's pregnant or she's nursing babies? Who's vulnerable?
The woman.
The woman. So in other words, she can't go out and earn like she used to when she has babies, right? Especially she has more than one. Can't
but
she?
you're taking wait a minute. You're taking
I'm asking. Can you answer the question first?
I can answer the question, but you're taking it. You take
no.
You're moving the goalposts.
I haven't moved. I have not moved the goalposts at all.
Brother,
how did I move the goalposts?
You just said a practical, right? But you took it into when a woman is pregnant. We're talking.
Yeah,
that's not what the conversation. The conversation was.
No. Why are women hypergamous?
Brother, you're taking.
No. I'm not taking it, bruh. That's practical, okay? That's hardcore. Why you have these social mores in the first place? Because women have children and they're vulnerable when they have children. They cannot earn the way they did when they didn't have children.
But that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question, brother. The question was when you say a woman that's making a higher earning, right? The way she's acting, then you moving the goalposts.
No, I'm not.
She's vulnerable when she's pregnant. She's still okay. Let's say a woman. Let's just say
no. Hold on. How is that moving the goalposts?
I'll show you why. Because if she was pregnant, right? Say she was making more money and she was pregnant, she still would be making more money.
How?
Because the way her job is, if she's making more money, right, and she gets pregnant, like you saying, because she's vulnerable, that vulnerable pregnant woman is still making more money.
What if she takes?
Can I jump in? So, but how is she going to be making more money if she's not working?
No, that's not what the question was. Now, now you just move the goalposts if she's not working. We're talking about if a woman is working.
All right.
If you said so you said if a woman's working, right, and she gets pregnant,
right,
there's gonna be a time where she won't be able to work because she's pregnant and she's about to have a baby.
Okay, so then
women are not hypergamous. Like, that's not true. That is a social construct. I wish I could that.
No, it's not a social construct. It's actually very practical.
No, it's a social construct. Women are not hypergamous. That's some made up nonsense.
How do social constructs get started? Why are they formed?
Well, the reason why this social construct exists is because men created it. Because women are not by nature. Yes, men created that nonsense. Because women are not by nature. He just has to have more than me, like nonsense.
How far back does it go? In fact,
it goes back to the point before women could vote.
Before men could vote.
Okay. Whatever it was. Men set up this society.
Vote is very recent, okay?
Whatever the case may be, men constructed this society. This is what men set up. Men wanted women to be hypergamous, and so they set up the social.
Women have been hypergamous for hundreds of thousands.
No, women are not hypergamous
yes, they are.
by nature.
Yes, they
no,
are.
they are
not.
Always
have been.
No, they aren't. That's nonsense.
All right. But
BGS.
Hold on a second. Go prove me wrong, baby. Go prove it.
What you mean? Go prove you wrong? Prove yourself right.
No. You pull that out of your ass. What are
you talking about? I'm a whole woman over here. You're not gonna tell me what's my nature.
You pulled it out of your ass.
I didn't pull it out of my ass. I'm a whole woman over here. Because I'm not hypergamous. A man don't need to have more than me.
Women admit they're hypergamous.
No, women admit what men tell them. Women admit what men tell them. That's what they do. Women are not hypergamous by nature. This is a social construct.
Right. And if a woman believes that, what you just said is because she believes in the social construct that she's been raised in.
Exactly. This is a social construct. Ain't no woman just naturally out the womb. Women just need to have. Because men set it up that way. That's what men wanted. Men created this society.
Where do social constructs come from?
From the people that's in power, and the people that was in power were men.
No, it doesn't.
Oh my God. Okay.
Maybe I refuse to be a man who's not in my social class. Out of her mouth.
But that's a social class. That's where she comes from. That's not hypergamy.
Men have always dated and married outside their social class. Okay, they still do.
But that's not the.
That's not hypergamy. That's classism.
It is hypergamy.
That's not even what we.
No, that's classism. That's not hypergamy.
Buy me some receipts. Go prove it.
No, you go. You prove what you saying. You the one up here saying nonsense that don't make no sense.
Bullshit.
Nobody on it. Well, I don't know. Let me not speak for Doug or Dito, but don't nobody else believe you. You need more people. You need more people, sir.
So what about there was a study University of Minnesota did in 2017. I think it was 2016 or 17 that found that women do prefer dominant males to be mates.
Dominant.
Yes.
Dominant and hypergamy is two different things.
Wait,
how was that? How was that?
Okay, so
how was dominance and hypergamy? How was it different?
That Minnesota study, tell me when did that study was performed? How many people had he had in that study?
I was telling you, it's from the University of Minnesota.
Okay, but you still have to break down the study.
But you ain't bringing none.
Okay, so I think it was like 10,000 people. I forgot how many continents. I know it was like 10,000 people.
Where your receipts at, Vaughn?
Brother, he is bringing.
No. Where is your receipt at, Vaughn?
Brother, he is bringing in the study.
All right, so you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna go on mute, and I'm gonna find the link, and I'm gonna go on mute.
Go ahead. Where your receipts at?
Brother, first of all, I'm not making a positive. I didn't make a positive claim.
Pull your receipts.
You can keep on talking, bro. I did not make a positive claim.
Pull your receipts.
Why don't you listen? I did not make a positive claim.
Pull your receipts. Pull your receipts. Where they at?
You just don't
pull
want
your
to listen.
receipts. Where they at?
You don't want to listen.
Evidence.
I did not make a positive claim.
Sir. Bullshit walk, sir.
Won't you listen?
Bullshit
I did not make it. See, you're going to say something about BJ cutting you off, but you cut me off.
Pull the argument.
You're going to say something about BJ cutting you off, and you cutting me off.
You cut me off.
You are a hypocrite. You are a contradicting hypocrite.
I am. I sure am.
Oh, wait, time out. Hey, wait a minute. Stop. Time out. See, BGS.
Yes, sir.
You said something about 3 minutes ago. 4 minutes ago,
probably
it's very amusing to me, right? When you talk about being hypergamous, right? But what was said though, you try to make it as hypergamous by money, but then when Don came up there talking about dominance, being dominant looking and having money are two different things.
Right.
So they want to have.
No, I didn't. I said dominant. I didn't say anything about dominant looking. Where do you get that from?
Based on what?
What do you mean by dominant?
Like how?
Okay, yeah, what do you mean by dominant?
So how are men? So how are men in today's society? How are they dominant?
Oh, let me go.
No. I'm
okay, but that's what I'm asking. What do you mean by dominant?
Yeah, I see y'all later. Y'all hilarious.
No, wait.
Ain't no wait. Y'all hilarious.
No, let it go because he know he can't win.
I know one of the way to show dominance is how much money you make. I know that much.
You see that?
I
know that much.
He ran.
Oh,
you know he was gonna run because he couldn't prove what he was saying.
But I'm about to go back on mute. I'm gonna try to find that study. Let me go back on mute.
Please find the study because saying dominated by money don't make no sense. What does the study say?
Right.
All you have to do is listen closely with what BJ is saying.
No, you said like how you dominate. I said in today's society is by how much money you making. I mean that's not dominant.
Now I want to know what the study says because
you want to know what the study? Okay,
because money is not dominant.
Right.
Money is money.
Having money is not always dominant.
I'm glad you said that, Don. You said by this society. When you make that job claim about women being pregnant, she could be pregnant and working and still get paid.
Yeah, but dude, they're not. If a woman gets pregnant and she has a kid, she's not gonna be able to work while she's having that kid.
She gets compensated.
Not as it depends. It depends, dude. I work in pharmacy, right? So I work in pharmacy. So I work with people. They make a lot of money, right? They make a lot of money. So they would take, some of these my coworkers who I work with, they'll take 2-3 years off, take care of their kid.
Okay.
Right. So they're not making their full salary. So their husband has to take up the load, but a lot of their husbands make a lot more than them.
Okay.
So their husbands are able to take care of them while they're home taking care of their kid.
Okay.
Then once their kid gets a certain age,
they can go back to work.
Okay,
so but let's just go by that. let's go by what you just said. But it is some places that a woman still get paid her salary, her full salary. She still get paid. You're talking about two different.
I don't. What job do you know that a woman could be off for years? I'm talking about 2 to 3 years and still get her same salary.
Yes, executives.
Executives.
Yes, it's still a woman.
What executive job is this?
Facebook has it.
So Facebook has it.
She could technologies. Yeah.
Okay. So Facebook has it. She could be off for 2
so
to 3 years.
Yes.
2 to 3 years to get her full salary. You got to show me that. You got to show that to me.
The action of marrying or forming a sexual relationship with a person of superior sociological or educational background. Ain't got nothing to do with money.
But here is the thing though, and peer,
that's why the master teacher ran away.
and peer, you're right. He couldn't handle what I was about to say, because I was listening to what he was saying. It wasn't even adding up. It wasn't adding up. Your math wasn't mathing. All you gotta do with the BIGJXXX is sit there and listen to him for 10 minutes straight. And you will see some of these arguments run against one another. That's all you got to do. Now, I know people gonna say I was on the defense and all that. No. Allow him to talk.
You was,
huh?
I said you was.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, no. Of course, you gonna say it, Don. But yeah, you know.
Well, no, because you were talking about. So then you were talking about You were talking about the gold shock, and then you guys talking about what happened in 1973. But I was trying to tell you in the chat, the black male unemployment rate then was only 6%. The black
shot up. It shot up.
No, it ain't.
In 1970. Okay, what happened? What happened in 1973 though?
Dude, I can show you. I have the Fred economic. I have it right here on my. I have it on my. I am. I'm trying to. I'm trying to.
They still had a good conversation, no matter BIGJ's defense or whatever you're saying. They still had a fairly decent conversation.
Yeah, they did. They had a good conversation.
And guess what? Pierre? I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. Aunt T and them is gonna blame you. Oh yeah, he did that bullshit last time. Antigua did that bullshit last time. Oh, you allow that white one to run? No, fuck that bullshit. I know what Antigua gonna do. He gonna see this and run with it. Fuck him too. Real talk on that shit. Because it happened last year. Now, yeah, but okay, Don, what happened in 1973, Don?
BIGJ, the employment rate. Let me
there
finish.
were parallel issues going on.
No, the employment rate for black males didn't spike until 1982. Then it went back down.
No,
then it went up again a little bit. Then it went back down.
Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Let me go ahead.
Dude, I have it right because I took a macro. Listen, I took a macroeconomics class over the winter, so we were studying this stuff. So I have it on my thing. You won't share my screen, but I have it on my screen.
Yeah, because I would like to get the breakdown as far as how they collect it when it comes.
You know what? Let me you know what? I can give you the link. Matter of fact, I'll put the link in the thing. Let me put this first. Hold on.
Because do you have that breakdown though? Do you have the breakdown as far as how they collect data when it comes to the unemployment and who fits in the unemployment and who doesn't? You have that too.
This was from the U.S. Department of Labor.
Yeah, but it's
so basically, when it comes to unemployment, it's basically they count people who are looking for work but they can't find it, right?
Okay, but that's that back then when they collected, because a lot of that stuff is contracted out. They still have a system, a board with guidelines that they go by and who qualifies to be on unemployment and who don't. So did they have temporary service back then? It's other things that fit to say when you say it was 6%, you still have to break down those numbers and tell me why it's 6%.
When I'm saying it was 6%, because he was saying that it spiked. Basically, BIGJ was saying that the unemployment rate was high. I'm trying to tell him 6% is not high.
Yes,
it didn't spike until no, it's not. 6% unemployment rate is not high.
Yeah, it started at 6%, and then you start seeing slowly increasing. And if you look at that, wait, hold on, Don. If you look at that number at 6, hold on, let me see who's in the private chat.
That was me. That was me who put
Okay,
that.
well, okay, hold on. Okay, so Don. Okay, I'm read what Don said in the private chat. Right, he said a study done by the University of Minnesota in 2017 find that females generally prefer dominant males as mates. Research concluded throughout the world strongly supports the position that women prefer marriage with partners who are culturally successful. See that? Culturally successful or have the high potential to become culturally successful.
Okay,
The
there you go.
most,
is this the link?
you said culturally.
Yeah, that don't say nothing about he
But what is
need
a
to
what
have
is a
more
part?
than
Yeah,
what
but what
she
is a what?
got and all this.
Okay,
That's
but what is a part?
ridiculous.
But what is a part of being culturally successful though? What is a part of that?
Well, that
That's
depends
defined by
And
the
on.
culture.
I'm not the one that's saying money's the end all be all. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, but it is a part. But
It's
if
Yeah,
you want to
defined
talk,
by the culture.
but if you want to talk about divorce, what are the two top main reasons for divorce?
money.
Okay,
That's one of the top two. And
right.
infidelity.
Yeah.
But I don't even think it's money necessarily. I think it's the lack of communication around money. I
Yeah,
think saying
yeah,
money
that could be true too.
is
That could be
key.
true.
Right.
Vaughn, that's the Fred Institute right there. That's the chart I was looking at. I just gotta find this whole study for the University of Michigan. I gotta find the whole thing.
Okay. And that's okay. No problem.
Yeah, but here is what Don don't want to acknowledge. Here's what BJS don't want to acknowledge either, because I keep on talking about what went on economically in the Western world that started the family structure. Then Don, 1973 we had what the world witnessed the most terrifying war in the world. What was that? The young Kipping War. So the oil prices shot up. There was a lot of lines during the early 70s because of what the Middle East blew up. When everybody was attacking the Israelis, when all them countries ganged up on Israel, the oil prices went up. It started a recession over here. So I don't know why though y'all don't want to look at the economics, what was going on happening in the world economically over here, especially in this country, economically, and look at how the family dynamics was
Yeah,
following
that was. I'm not saying economics had nothing. It had nothing to do with economics, but it was more than economics because you got to understand. Okay, let's just say you're right, right? Like okay, like let's say during the Great Depression. So when the Great Depression happened, the marriages there weren't really more divorces. It was just people were waiting longer to get married because they were economically like stuck.
Right.
But when the Great Depression ended, the marriage rates increased. So let's just give, for instance, what you're saying. When black male unemployment was high, you're saying, okay, the reason why black men aren't getting married, black men and black women aren't getting married because the black male unemployment spiked. But black men unemployment has been going down steadily, but the black marriage rates are still declining.
Hold on. When was that? Okay, can you name me the time and date when that was going on?
So I told you the black male unemployment rate spiked like in the early 80s. It started going down. Then it went back up a little bit in the 90s. Then it started going
It was
down.
over
And then it
10% though, wasn't it?
It was over 10%. The only time, yeah, it was over 10%, but 10% is not a huge number.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not.
Okay. What was the unemployment during nationwide during the Great Depression?
That was like, I think it was like 20-something%, if I'm not
Right.
mistaken.
Good. I'm glad you said it, because if it was bad when it was 20%, it's going to be bad. It's 10%. It's going to be just as bad.
20% is higher than 10%. What are you talking about?
If 10% of unemployment is still affecting negatively onto everybody else. That's why they call it the Great Depression. But if you go to the other depression, like the Depression of 1893, it was more like 10. If we go to the other the other depression of 1836, that's why people went from east. That's why, if you know about the history of Texas, that's why Moses and Steve Austin went down from Missouri and settled in a place we now call Texas, because there was unemployment.
But what I'm saying is, if the unemployment rates, like I said, after the Great Depression, the unemployment rates, the marriage rates increased.
Increased? What you mean? You said increased?
Like more people were getting married because the Depression was over, so more people were getting married.
No, okay.
Right.
What ended the Depression then, Don?
It doesn't matter what ended the Depression. All I'm saying is no, it doesn't.
I'm saying is the Second World War ended the Great Depression.
But that doesn't matter. All I'm saying is it was less unemployment, so more people were getting married. Right. What I'm saying is when black men are less
making tanks and guns and stuff. So
everybody
was rushing.
BJ, what I'm saying is when black men are less unemployed, the marriage rate's still declining. That's what I'm trying to say.
Where at?
So you said they took a survey when black men.
No, I'm not talking about a survey. I'm talking about the U.S. Department of Labor. The statistics.
Okay, the U.S. Department.
The marriage rate.
Don't they have to take a survey for them to get the statistics? They take a survey, right?
You guys got to be kidding me. So you don't believe in the Department of you don't believe in the statistics for the Department of Labor?
No, I'm not saying I didn't believe in it, but you said it's
okay, dude. They took a survey. But the point of the matter is,
I'm just saying. Listen, hold up. Listen, I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm not saying you're wrong because I don't know the numbers, but I'm trying to see what you're saying clearly. So when they took this, or you said they took a survey,
but it doesn't matter if they took a survey or not. What I'm trying to say is, if the black male unemployment rate has been declining, but marriages are still not increasing. That's all I'm saying. It's more than just economics. It's not just economics.
And you didn't follow the housing.
That's all I'm saying. Because y'all just said it's not about money, right? Didn't y'all just sit up here and said?
I was listening to that conversation.
Okay, then you guys just said that the hypergamy and all that's not about money.
It's not just
you made it about that.
Right. That's what I thought.
Okay, but you could no. I said that's a part of it. But you guys said money has nothing to. It really has nothing to do with being hypergamous or dominant. Dominant was the word. You said money doesn't have anything to do with being dominant. But then you'll turn around and say that the reason why black men and black women aren't married because of economics.
Yeah.
But how is it because of economics if money ain't the issue? You just said they're not. You just said that these women are not hypergamous and they're not worried about how much money you're making. But then you're gonna turn around and say, well, marriage rates are declining amongst black men and women because of the black male unemployment rate.
Well, you mix it. I think you mix it.
All right, Vaughn. What am I mixing up, brother? You tell me. Let me go on mute.
See, hold on here. Hold on. You see this right here? This on the website. That was 9.9% in April of 1973, right? No, March 1973, 9.4. So yes, okay. If you go to 1974 and 75, you see the upcrease right here, the 15%. Then when Reagan was in office, it was what 20%, and it went down. Then it went up. But it never went down to under 10%, except for one time during the Clinton years. I don't know why they keep on doing that. And it only this is going to shock these black conservatives.
It went down during Clinton, and it started going, and it went up a little bit because of the recession.
Under Bush. We had
the 2008 recession, and then it went down, and it started going down again under Obama's second term. But what I'm saying is, why does this matter if you just said that women are not, when dominance doesn't have anything to do with money? You just said it. You just said hypergamy doesn't really have anything to do with money.
That was BGS's argument.
No,
That's
that
not
was no.
my argument.
BGS was saying
I'm
no.
going by what
BGS.
he said and prove him wrong because his argument
No,
was trash anyway.
BGS was saying that money has something to do with hypergamy. You're saying it doesn't.
No, I was using his argument.
Our argument was the social construct.
You saying it was a social construct?
Okay.
Okay.
Talking about the social construct.
Yeah,
but then you just
y'all breaking in is an element within that, which establish your argument when it comes to money. But we were saying it's the social construct.
Okay, so you're saying that
social construct.
Okay, so you're okay, so you're saying that black men and women, they're not getting married because black women believe in the social construct of money is makes you dominant. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, you just moved the goalpost.
I didn't move the goalpost. You said it was a social construct, right?
He was speaking as far as what women are when it comes to hypergamy.
Hypergamy.
Hypergamy. Hypergamy. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And we saying that it was because of the social construct.
But what is it because
now
of the
y'all making now
the fact that they want men with money?
No, it could be they believe in a social construct that men need to in charge. Man is over them. Not saying if it's in the religious, in the Bible it says man is over top of woman. So if that's what she may believe in due to the social construct that she lives in. It's just like if it's a tribe over Africa, the women control everything.
Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, Peer's back on here.
Yeah,
hold on. Yeah, let me stop sharing that. Let me stop sharing that because I already put the link to that in the chat room.
Hey, can you put it in the private chat? Because I want to.
Yeah, hold on. Let me put it in the private chat then. Oh man, hold on.
I put mine in the private chat too. That the Fred. That's a good website though. Yeah. It's a good website.
I appreciate.
Oh man, yeah, man. I closed that window.
We all had to learn a little something,
Yeah, but like your boy over there is scared. He doesn't want that work I'm giving to him, because I was gonna give him this. I was gonna give him that link and say how you gonna explain all that about welfare kick men out the household argument. I was going to debunk that with that economic chart, the unemployment chart. Yeah, it's like people just look at a chart, right? But they don't sit there and understood the history, what goes on along parallel with.
So what were you going to say? What were you going to say to him?
I have some questions, Big J, for the not the man that understands that this is a social system where hypergamy was created by men initially. So I'm not going to aim that at him, but I will aim this at Don. So basically, you're blaming women for men creating a system where women have to bow down usually to be financially stable. They have to put themselves under men who have money. You call it hypergamy, you call it gold digging and all these different things that you're seeing the end result for, right? You have a problem with it. Men have a problem with it, especially the manosphere. But this was a system created by men. If you're blaming people for why women are acting like that, you need to go to the source. Men created that structure. They created that system. Why does everything keep falling back on women's shoulders for the things that you as men do? Why don't you hold each other as men accountable for what you've created? And now you have women who want to work. They want to have careers. They don't want to be married. They don't want to have families. They don't want to have children. And now you have problems with that as well. Which is it going to be? Can somebody clarify for me?
Yeah, so I wasn't blaming anybody. We were just having a conversation. I don't care what you do. If you don't want to have kids, don't have kids.
Yeah,
I can care less. I don't care if you abort them. I don't care what you do.
Yeah, but
just don't call me when you need help. That's it.
Wow. But here's the thing though, Don. but the argument is that every time when a woman makes a decision to take care of herself is being shamed upon, and rather than he focusing on himself. And it's like this issue with AM1 and but AM1 talking about resources and what's it called? What's it called, Vaughn?
What you say? Say it again.
Yo, like
skills and resources, I believe.
Yeah, the skills and resources set, right? But the management ain't focused on skills and resources. But because these women have some has shown some skills and resources, we want to blame hypergamy. We want to blame her body count rather than going after skills and resources.
So
like
now they don't go after skills. Sub-Zero, G Dizzle, Theo. Okay, man. I think you just focus on the just the few that are doing this to make money and doing this for entertainment. I mean, which I understand because, like I said, it is funny.
But I just when it comes what BJ said as far as they kicking men out the home, that is very true. And the ones who some of the person they will, and it was women that used to sneak the men in the house because they was the father of their children, spend time with their children. One of the peoples that had the contract was Nation of Islam. Back even where I live in Baltimore, they used to come, break the door down, and say, "You got to get out."
Who was that? Who would break the door down? Who was that?
The Nation of Islam. They going in the house, take the man out the house, and bring him out. He trying to spend time with his kids. That was the law.
Why would they do that though?
Because what BJ said when they was kicking people out the home, they wouldn't allow a man to stay in the house.
Oh no, he doesn't agree with that. They don't agree. They don't believe that.
Well, whoever it happened.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe it. I don't believe it because King.
I think Vaughn. I think they're talking about like as far as like you guys are talking about like the government though, right? Like the system, right?
Right. The system was kicking men out the house.
Yeah, but that would have been illegal because according to King v. Smith, a Supreme Court case, you can't kick a man out the household.
But that's not what the case was about. So there you go again.
Right.
The case wasn't about that.
Right. This is a government system. It was under hood that you could not, if you had a Section 8, you could be the father of all her children. You're not staying in there.
And not only that, if you do stay in there, the mom could potentially lose her benefits.
Yes, she can. Yeah, she can lose the house and lose her benefits.
And I don't think I'm not saying all. Some of these women, they're not trying to lose their benefits, man. It just is what it is.
Because a lot of the men, they was unemployed or they was locked up, and then when they got out, they ain't have a job.
Yep.
So,
or they were selling drugs.
Okay. Now Vaughn, you already then why they became unemployed. See, that go right back to my other argument.
They became unemployed because some of them didn't want to work, some of them didn't have skills, some of them had learning. Right. There's a whole bunch of different reasons.
But my point is, this is my point, Big J. If the America society is based on family values, why would they do that? I can see if the person is not doing anything, he shouldn't. Come on, you got to get out, do your thing. But if the American system is based on family values, why are you kicking the fathers out the house? That's to disrupt things. That's to get frustration. It's just like in the mob. All the mobsters was like, the system didn't have anything for me to go to or for me to get anything, so I went into criminal. So if an Italian can say that, why can't a brother say it?
Well, a lot of those guys did went to outside the league make money outside of legal means because they was unemployed.
Right, they was unemployed. They didn't have anything to fall back on.
Right. Because a lot of those men had what? An 8th grade education. So if you was James Evans, I hate to use that show. James Evans has what? 8th grade education. Well, most people back then, well, not most people, but a lot of us had an 8th grade education. A lot of men had 8th grade education working at General Motors and Dodge, Chrysler and Ford. I mean, that's all he know. So if that's all you know, and you're losing that job, guess what your other options are? Well, you seen your babies you having, they're not being fed and clothed. You know, your lady up the house, she's not being fed and clothed because you don't got the job no more. Well, what's the other alternative? Well, you have to either go two ways: the prison industrial complex or the military industrial complex. And everybody want to blame everything on that the woman in the house.
Well, no, women. No, I'm not going to blame anything as far as the women. Because the women, because I know what I've seen, and women, I've seen some women hustle. I mean, straight up hustle.
Yeah, I have too.
To make a dime and $1.
Yep.
I've seen many of them. So, and I've seen many women hustle that is shocked, and it's like, what? Yeah. So I don't blame them at all. I give them much respect because I know I've seen what they have done. So even when Tupac's mom was here in Baltimore, what she done? She was right up the street from where I live. Straight up, she was a hustler, and she was doing a thing, but she was hustling. I've seen so many women do that. So, and even I've seen women in the projects, even though that man could not, and they may kick him out. The next morning, he's sneaking in the window to have him spend time with those kids. And some men did get a job. It wasn't a lot, so they went out and got a job. But it was hard because soon as you get a job, right, and they find out about it, they make your rent go up. So say if you was paying $40, say you was paying $40 a month, they find out your man got a job. Oh, you paying about $700, and you can't afford that if you're working at McDonald's.
Yep.
I have a question. Why don't men respect women like Oprah, who came from zero, nothing, and created their own little empire? Why don't they get respected?
I think for the most part, men respect Oprah. For the most part, men do.
But see, I can't really answer that because I have personal. Because when she was here in Baltimore, I had a personal thing with her, so I would be biased on that question, and I don't want to disrespect her on her accomplishments. But the woman that I would take you to that men do not, and she should get much respect, is the first Black billionaire before she was. She was the first Black billionaire that was reported. The first Black billionaire is the one that was married to Bob Johnson. That woman is phenomenal. She owns just about Washington, D.C., the basketball, the hockey team, and real estate. She's a very powerful, intellectual, very smart woman. That should be what she has done in her accomplishments, especially her foundation, that should be broadcast. Also, the woman who owns Backstage Capital, she has started out in her car with no money. She did not even go to college to learn what she had learned. And she owns a VC capital company and invested over $100 million into women and minority. She should be on every platform. She started out in her car, didn't have a house, her and her mother. And she has invested over $100 million.
Damn. Oh, I'm sorry, Vaughn. There was one argument. There was one regret I had. Because I mentioned it. I was about to go in on it, but somebody else cut into it. God damn, I forgot to ask BIGJXXX one little question.
We don't hate women. I mean, we critique, but we don't hate women. Like I
know you don't, Don. I'm just saying that the manosphere in general, they have a despising nature towards women. They give women no respect.
I
And
mean,
they really,
I can't say that for the most part. I mean, because there's a bunch of women who've grown their channels off of the manosphere.
Right.
So
I mean,
I can't say that.
Why wouldn't they? I mean, come on, you got if all it takes is to sweet talk a man and just kind of wrap them up over their finger, why wouldn't they?
Well,
if that's all it takes, the women that they don't like are the women that give them opposition. The women that give them opposition, it's not because they hate them. It's that they want them to see the error of their ways. Do you know what I'm saying? So they don't respect that. They only respect women that just smile in their face and stab them in the fucking back. That's the only women they respect.
But I think I hear your point, and I think that's certain men. But my question is to you, Per. What about, because we do it to you as men, do you believe that some of the women are listening to what's going on, especially what the system is going? Because if we see black men here doing this, and that's all you see on television, that changed the mentality of not just black women, but white women or any race. Do you think that that's too much going on, and by black women seeing that, they start allowing their mind go to what they are seeing on television and what they're being told?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I heard a song. This song is "Give Me One Margarita."
Mm-hmm.
You know the song.
Yeah, it was a dance too. I think I remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's the type of influences that women are getting, they're in the same boat that men are. Like how.
Right.
That's not. I mean, that's not uplifting. You're basically saying you're so cheap that all you got to do is buy me a few margaritas and you can get anything. You can use my body any way you want to. That's some fucked up shit.
Right. And I understand. So that means we both, as men and women, need to work on as far as what we're accepting in our lives, in our mentality. Because what it does is changing our mind to dislike a man or a woman. Because we're allowing the system to control and dictate who we are and who we perceive someone to be. And that's why you get a lot of arguments, because the men, instead of listening to the woman, or the woman listening to the man, because a lot of it is what they've been through. They believe since this woman did this to them, or all women like that. Or this man did this to me, and all men like that.
All men are like that. Yep.
Nah. So I think we're not listening to one another and being passionate or have compassion for what this woman or this man is saying. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're right. You've been through that. I understand. I've seen it. Let's work together and get ourselves through this. Because if not, we're going to I'm going to bring you down, and you're going to bring me down. And it's all being done by the system.
No, I agree with that. I agree that this is what I was trying to say when we were talking earlier about the school districts, because it's very clear that the people that are running our government, the people we put in office, as soon as they go in office, they really don't care about the American public. They don't care whether our kids grow up to have a good education, a healthy foundation, a nutritious food. They don't care about. One of the ladies that were on May was talking about how they're spending less than 50 cents a meal to feed our kids in school. And of course, she said that the food is prison food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're feeding kids prison food, you're not investing in children.
But like what? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Vaughn.
No, go ahead. You go.
Okay. No, but like what Sunkiss was saying, that's when the parents should get more involved and start holding not only these teachers, but the people they vote for accountable for this.
Understood. But at the same token, my point I was trying to make to Miss Sunkiss is that I know her and her husband are in a higher tax bracket. They make good money, and therefore they live in good housing. They have a good home. They're not living under the poverty scale. And that was my point. It's very difficult for a parent who only makes $15,000 or under $20,000 a year to be able to invest back into their child properly. That was my point.
But for people who are on low, let me just do this. So for people who are on low income, though, they have so many different type of resources out there to help them.
Yeah, okay, but Don,
you're missing the point. I'm talking about the schools that their children are attending.
Right.
They're not getting enough tax money.
Right.
For the children to be educated properly. Okay. That was my point.
But you don't need. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but this is the point I was making. What Pierce said is the point I was making. Because if you are in a geographical location, and that's why I was using South Texas as an example, right? I was using that as an example so people can understand, right? The thing is, when you out there, it's I forgot. I was distracted for a minute. Thank you, Miss Sun, because I seen your chat. I was distracted by that. And I was distracted by that $20 super chat from Don. But anyway, where was I at? If if you're working at a certain job, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not in that job you work is very labor intensive. You're not going to be worried about you're not going to spend that much time worrying about the extracurricular activities. You might sit there and help your son and daughter, your child, to read and do his homework. But after that, man, you're going back to bed. You're going to take a bath, take a shit, go to bed. And in the morning you're doing the same old routine. You're not going to have that time to sit there and do the extra things like, oh, I got to be here every day and do that. No, that's why I mentioned the Robin Hood issue during what happened when Ann Richards was governor of Texas, because that was a problem. There was too many quote unquote Hispanics, because that's basically what Texas is. It's not white versus black down here. It's mostly Hispanics versus white down here.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go. Hold on. Let me wrap this up real quick. Don, I'll let you have it. It's like you see it.
But can you explain what the Robin Hood theory? Can you explain what that is?
What they was trying to do with Ann Richards and George Bush at the time when he was governor, at the first year he was in office, they was worried about, okay, we see too many poor schools in Texas, right? How can we be this big rich ass state and have all these crumbling schools? So especially along the Mexican border, everything from San Antonio or Bexar County on down, right? So the Rio Grande Valley is what I'm referring to. All those schools was mainly non-white, and they were crumbling, and there was you still have a family structure that was still was stable, but it wasn't, and most of the students were bilingual. But the point is, though, and Richards was like, oh well, let me take a school from, I want what's the richest school district? I want to say the one in Katy. We go to either Katy or Sugar Land, and you take that and you funnel at least 10-15% and move it to those schools, district like Brownsville or Laredo. You want to shave out 10% of that school district and give it to the most poorest. But that's what Ann Richards was trying to do when she was governor of Texas, though.
I would back here. Now we know every year our tax dollars, Harvard, Princeton, and other those schools, they get money every year on time, up to $1 billion, because they got 3 business entities that's in charge on Harvard, Princeton, and other Ivy League schools. Okay, now if you go back and listen to what Omarosa, the interview she did with Roland Martin, listen to what she says as far as how the money comes down. Now, the woman that was on here earlier, May, she broke it down very well. I'm just going to add to that. Here in Baltimore, in the city, as far as our educational system is very poor. But this is how it's set up, and this is what's going on. On the Baltimore City Board, we have foundations, The foundation are the ones that give the city money for that education. So when a system is failing, you get emergency act and you get money, you get extra money. But before it gets to the educational system, it goes to the foundations first. It worked the same way if you go and listen to Bono. When he was collecting all that money for Africa, and he said very little got to the people. The reason is he had to pay the United States, he had to pay France, he had to pay all those countries money first before it gets to the people. That's how it works here in inner cities. Before you even get to the school system.
Hold on. Are you talking about that city council member who was on CNN, Andrew Burnett show? He ranted and raving about why that money wasn't funding into Baltimore.
Yeah, a lot of that money wasn't, because it goes to the if the foundation that sits on the board, it's just like it's not just it's on colleges. You got to remember, this is what Rockefeller did. David Rockefeller. This is why you see Vanderbilt's on Howard, Vanderbilt is on Morehouse, Vanderbilt is on, because they give money like the Thurgood Marshall College Fund. Because this is what Erin Rosa was saying. She said she wanted to go straight to the schools. But no, you can't do it that way. This is the reason why you got the Negro College Fund and the Thurgood, because they lend money to the schools, then they get the money when it comes from the government. So when they like that, they control everything. So if I'm a businessman and I sit on that board, do I really want these people to succeed? Because if they do, I get less money.
Right. And that's why though, what's his name at Bethune, that coach, and what's the Sanders? What's that coach at Bethune?
Bethune Cookman?
Bethune Cookman. Yeah. That's why
who got fired.
The
Eric
coach
Reed.
got fired.
Eric Reed.
Yeah, Eric Reed. That's why Reed and Deion Sanders over there at I think what was that, Mississippi?
Jackson.
Yeah. But that's what was going on in HCBUs.
Right.
That's what was going on, and that actually exposed, because like what somebody's saying, that money came to Bethune when Hurricane, what's his face? It wasn't Harvey. What's the other one before Harvey? When Florida got hit, it tore up that college up, right? So that money was supposed to go over there. It didn't go directly to building up the school and cleaning that school up and all that. No. It wasn't. But who was pocketing it was the people on the board.
People on the board. Then you have other colleges that is control of that HBCU. They get the money. They the one who funds it out. So that's why the schools is not getting as far as what they need to get. If you go look and to do the breakdown as far as how it gets to, like, that's why they say Obama, he as far as what he did when he gave the money. But if you go look at that breakdown as far as how the educational is put in and how they fundle the money, you will see why it's not getting to those people, especially in the inner city. You'll see. Because you have companies that give it and they want their money. They control everything.
Big J, can you highlight Melanated Vessel's comment?
Did this
and then read it.
Okay, I will. I live in the inner city till I was 15, and we moved to a suburban area. The difference in the school district was telling and hurtful. The kids ate with metal flatware, not plastic. So yeah.
And I was in the suburbs and I went into the inner city. It's a difference. I was ahead when I went into the city, when it came to my education, even with my education, because a lot of the teachers in the inner city, they dealing with a lot. They dealing with personality issues and kids, and as far as dealing with in their home, and then they have big classrooms and things like that. If they dealing with a lot, it's not an easy task. I commend them the utmost respect because it's not easy. But you got big classrooms, then you got kids, they having trouble at home, and then their parents, they working 2 or 3 jobs. They don't have time to sit down and talk to their kids and do work with their kids. All of that matters when it comes to why the kid is not excelling. It's just not, they not excelling. All of that matters. But in the suburbs, they get funding. You go to psychiatrist, something going on, you go to psychiatrist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We I remember we had a counselor a couple times. All that, yeah.
But like what Sunkist said, I mean, she's telling y'all part of the reason. I wish she was. I don't know if she's busy or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah,
like you were saying earlier, what is part of the reason why it's like that?
It's the parents.
Thank you.
See,
it is the parents. The parents make all of the difference. I swear to God, the parents make the difference. Your school system is not gonna be jacked up if you got parental participation. And I don't want to hear nothing about this under the poverty line bullshit. Because if you under the poverty line, a lot of them women is on welfare and they home all day. What reason is they not going up there to the school?
Welfare.
There's no reason.
But I disagree with you because a lot of people on welfare are working. So
no. Okay, so let me just do this real quick. Okay, I grew up. Okay, when some of the best teachers I had came from the inner city. I didn't do a science project for one of my classes, and it kept me out of the magnet school when I went to junior high. So I had to go to the neighborhood school in junior high. I was still in the top pies because I was just smart. And those was the best teachers. If I had to pick my teachers, who's the best teachers I had, those were the best teachers I had at that school. Okay, now I didn't care for the school because the children was bad as hell. But them was the best teachers I ever had because they looked like me and they knew how to deal with other children that looked like me. And they were serious about making sure that we got our education. Okay, so it ain't the teachers, it's the lack of parental involvement. If your children is in the school setting the damn trash can on fire, then you need to be your ass up there at that school to make sure your hellions ain't in there setting trash cans on fire, pulling the fire alarms and all that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't an issue of we not getting funding or anything like that. It was the lack of parental involvement. Now, I told y'all, I have reared other people's children. So we can sit up here and play these games about how these people work. A lot of them don't work. And they don't go up to the school and they don't make sure their children do their homework and they don't care. They think that school is a damn daycare. Okay? I seen this firsthand. I know what a lot of them people do.
Boom.
I'm not gonna sit up here and play this game where, oh, everybody's poor and destitute. No. It's poor people that make sure they get their ass up there to the parent comfort. It's poor people that'll be like, I can't make it over there, but can you go up there on my behalf to see what's going on with my child? But when you get to some of these inner city neighborhoods, these people don't care about their children.
Okay.
That's why you can have a whole group of teenagers in Chicago running around terrorizing the damn city and everybody asking where their parents at. They don't care.
Yeah, but Miss Sunkist, I understand that part. I understand that. I understand that part, Miss Sunkist. But it seems though you're not looking at the time and the time of that parent coming in there. Both of them been working, and they're not, and they don't have the time to be at school every day. And it seems like your argument is they have to be there every day in that school to make sure they ain't doing X, Y, and Z.
No, you don't got to be there every day. But your child is a problem child, then you need to do something. You don't just send your child to school to interrupt everybody else's education, and you know that motherfucker ain't got no home training.
Yeah. You got, I really don't want to do no anecdotal stories, but just like my own mother, she come to school every so often. But it wasn't, but even though I know she worked 16 hours a day, she don't have that time to do that all the time. I mean, thinking back to her when she was raising me by herself, all them years by herself, she didn't have.
I remember when I grew up, the people that was at home or the people that hung around the neighborhood, parents would go ask them to go up there to the school and look and see what's going on with their child. Okay, we don't do that no more.
I grant I understand that. I understand.
Okay,
that.
so can you highlight Melanata's last two
That's
two
why,
main points.
right, and that's why I was saying my mother worked 2-3 jobs.
I work
You
2
know,
jobs.
but you got people working 2-3 jobs.
I work 2 jobs.
They're not going to show up. They're not going to show up every day. Or
I work 60 hours a week. Can you hear me?
I mean, but you don't got to show up every day. What is gonna kill you to go if you don't like the curriculum? Let's say you don't like the curriculum. You don't like what's being taught. What's gonna kill you to show up at the school board meeting? That ain't even during business hours.
I mean, you can't show up to the kids' basketball games, soccer games. Like, really? I work 60 hours a week.
Like, to have no involvement at all. Where in the world do you leave something unsupervised and think it's gonna be all right?
I mean, I don't think anybody's disputing. I don't think anybody's disputing the fact that parents need to be participants in their children's lives. Nobody's saying that. I don't think anybody's saying that.
That's what it sounds like to me.
No,
I'm at the school. I am at the school and I see what goes on in these schools, and I'm telling you, if more parental involvement was there, people wouldn't have these complaints that they have.
Yeah, but
these schools send emails out all the time. They need volunteers for all kinds of stuff. Matter of fact, even when I got here, even in the community that I live in, and it's a pretty decent community and all of that, but I don't have children in high school. Why am I the only parent that's over there volunteering at the high school?
I don't know, but I don't know.
Groceries, huh? I was doing that since I was 14.
yeah, but I think she's talking about
as well as working 60 hours a week. Yeah. Who if I don't do, who else is going to do it? If I don't do my kids' laundry, who else is going to do it?
Yeah, but
my mama was a single parent. My mama made sure she got up there to that school. I wasn't even a problem child. That school knew who my mama was. Like, I'm not trying to hear none of these excuses. Once you have children, you have an obligation and a responsibility to them children. And then make sure that includes making sure they have a quality education. I don't care how many jobs you got. Ooh. It's no reason why a teacher should say, I ain't never seen your parent before.
Ooh. You got a cash app?
I do.
Hey.
Yeah,
put your cash app in the back.
But you're not the issue is I don't see your problem. What you're talking about is not what I'm on. I'm on what I see a systemic issue. I'm talking about the systemic issue. You're
exactly, Big J. Exactly, Big J. It's trying to break bad cycles in America, and we don't. Everybody's making excuses for the bad cycles and not saying, okay, we see there's a problem. Yes, parent participation is a problem. There's a whole lot of problems, but how are we going to get there?
Here, hold on.
That is how are we going to break the cycle? If you get parent participation, you fix the systemic issue. Because they only can get away with what they're allowed to get away with. If people thought these is my tax dollars and they wasted my money and they got their behind up there, hey, what did you do with my money? You know what I'm saying? And they was making sure that they was holding them accountable, you wouldn't see these systemic issues. I'm telling you what I know because I'm boots on the ground. I see it. I had the same mentality. Oh, the system until I put my children in the system and I'm an involved parent in the system and I see where the problem is. The problem is there is a lack of parental participation. Period. Ain't no getting around it.
Exactly, melanated one.
Yeah, we talking about two different things here. We're not talking about. I know that I'm not on the issue of well, you know, it's if enough people, you know, is see, it's like your answer, your and Don's answer is personal solution. You try to make a personal solution as the answer to a societal problem. Yeah, of course. Though, if people will be more involved things would be right. But you have to understand, but if you are in a low income or a place, you low income area where you don't have the time or don't have the ability to meet with this with the school official. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see something.
Can you drop the link for anybody that wants to join? Little Hurdler.
I'm about to end this because it's been 5
I'm about
hours.
To go too, I
just give it 5 more minutes. Let some points get made because this is really important.
I gotta be up in a few hours.
Yeah. I'm supposed to end this live
stream. I know. I got to take me a nap so I can get ready for my 24-hour live streams. Okay, because it's my birthday.
Happy birthday!
Thank you.
You a fellow Cancer? Okay.
Oh yeah, it's Cancer season, and I'm about to cut up tomorrow after I take my nap. Though I was gonna start my streaming too. Huh?
Little Hurtler said, "I'm watching from the clouds. This is a very good conversation. My mom was not very involved. I don't blame her. I blame it didn't stop my growth or my siblings. As an educator, it's a complicated issue. Everyone is to blame. I'm extremely close to the problem too, and can't join. Oh yeah, join is live. My parents is funding. I'm just right there. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's not like the thing is, I think people try to make it to, well, if people do it my way, it's not do it the way I did it is going to solve the problem. I don't. It's the issue is too complicated. The issue is too complicated. I mean, there's too many layers. Yes. So you are a parent.
Exactly, exposure. That's my point.
Right. Like, okay, and I might have to just do a video on Texas on how that Robin Hood issue controversy started. Because if you go down to the Rio Grande Valley and you saw what's going on, and then I know what people are going to say. Well, maybe they got more involved. Yeah. I'm assuming those people are involved because those are 2-parent households because most of them are Hispanic Roman Catholic. They believe in that 2-parent household issue, but you still have a crumbling school. So you can't really say all the time it's just if these people got married and people were involved, that would solve the world problems when you still see the problem.
But you're comparing people who are from a different country, man. How you gonna compare people who are from a different country? Most
of those people, most of those people been there for a very long time.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you go in Rio Grande Valley, they might speak Spanish, and those people, and there's some towns down there that's all they speak. So there are some Americans. If you go down there, they've been born and raised here. They never learn English, unless they want to go north and go to San Antonio or Corpus into the rest of the rest of the triangle area of Texas.
Can I make a point before you end, Big J?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Psycho Candy says that it's not the schools, but it's the students themselves. It's not about the resource, but it is about the resources when you're going into a technology type world and a school in a lower income area doesn't have the computers or the type of equipment to educate the children with in a world of electronics, then yes, it is a resource issue. It is a issue of not having enough funding to make those students be prepared enough for when they get out of school, to even handle things.
But what happens?
That's my point.
But what happens when they have the resources and they still not doing well in school?
Where at? I mean,
in my city.
Okay. You're talking about more than one issue, Don. I'm talking about the issue of not having enough resources in a school district to help the students so that when they get out of school, they're in competition with other students from other schools for jobs because they have the information and the education to do those jobs.
But why do those kids in those schools have resources?
They're not gonna listen to you. They want to make it be some
I
other
mean, come
issue. I
on,
keep
man.
trying to tell you
Why do they
don't
have
have the issue.
resources? Where are these kids coming from? What
They
type of
say
homes are
it's
they coming
because
from?
they not getting funded.
So
And all of
basically,
this.
what you're saying, Don, is fuck those kids
I'm not
because their
saying that at
parents didn't
all.
invest in them, and fuck those schools because they don't live in a neighborhood where their house is worth $500,000, right? So you're just
Why
saying
should
fuck
the
those kids.
government give
But your house
motherfucker
doesn't
about
have
That's
these
to
what
be
you.
children
Is that
than
what
they
you're
own
saying?
parents?
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be worth $500,000. It doesn't.
Why should the government care more about these children than they own parents?
You know why? You want me to tell you why?
Yeah, I would really like to know that.
Because those kids eventually are going into the society as a whole. That's why.
And it's the government responsibility to make sure that what?
Yeah, it's the government's responsibility.
No, that don't make
So
no
if
sense. We
I'm going to
complain
tell
about
you,
the government being in
where's
our
the
business,
government's
but when
responsibility, because the government is either going to educate those students or put them in prison. Either way, they're going to be supported. Either way, there's going to be money spent. Which would you rather have the money spent on? Having a successful society or a whole bunch of prisons? Which one do you choose?
But how is the government not investing in these children? Like how, like there's some states that are going to have free college tuition. I mean, free community college soon. Excuse me, free community college soon. There's so many resources out here that you can take advantage of. If you look, I come from a low income. I come from a low income household.
But Don, but before Reagan became president, most people did went to universities and colleges almost free.
Okay.
So why if you look at education before Reagan, you know, everybody, most cross racial lines. Well, I want to say cross racial lines. That's another topic.
Well, that I know they were saying. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But you saw education being even between men and women. Between 1978 and 1982, you start seeing the gap between men and women closing. It was like a 1% difference between 1978 and 1982. So when Reagan became president in 81, he started deregulating colleges. And now that we got all this, now everybody talking about college student loan debt now. Nobody want to address on what really started it.
Mm-hmm.
Those government loans.
Because Reagan, no, you want to talk about Freddie Mac? That started on the Jimmy Carter, but that's where if we want to go about that. Yeah, I'm not. Jimmy Carter started that part, but the thing is, when it comes to education, well, Ronald Reagan was following what's that famous economist's name? I forgot his name. What's his name? He came from the Austrian School of Economics, the Chicago School of Economics. I forgot his name.
Under Reagan, he was under Reagan.
No, but he influenced Reagan. He influenced Reagan with the what's it called? And I wish BIGJXXX was here because I would nail his ass to the wall with this.
Oh yeah, Ron Paul talks about him too.
Yeah, Ron Paul always mentioned him too. I'm trying to remember his name. He was an old ass dude. He's dead now, but he always what's his name? FD 665 mentioned him a lot. FD Signifier mentioned him a lot. Because he did a video on him too. Damn, I forgot his name now. But him,
I do think that everybody's points is valid. I think it's a lot of issues. It's funding. It's parenting. I think it's all. I think it's all need to be implemented.
Exactly.
And funding is but the way the system was set up, they knew a small amount of people would excel. I mean, that's how it was set up. So if it's set up that way and it's bringing in the numbers that way, that's how it works. But many people can succeed. I mean, look at the Ravens quarterback mom. Look what she did. I mean,
right.
I'm a woman, and they didn't even need an agent. She was his agent. So and it's a lot of women that excel like that. But yeah, parenting does have a lot to do with it because even though you may be in a system, you can work it that you're out the system.
Right.
But I think they're missing the point. It's nobody's saying that parents shouldn't be involved in with their kids. Nobody's saying that. Right. Nobody's saying that they don't have the important role of making sure that before they even get to get to school, that their kids are highly educated before they even step in the doorway. Right. Nobody's saying that that's not important. We are all saying that's important. But also, if you're a parent that doesn't make that much money and you're trying to break cycles, you have to have enough funding from the government and make the schools valid, make them so that they have enough equipment to teach children properly, so that when they get out of school, they can take a good job, be able to support themselves and break the cycle of only making $15,000 a year and be able to make 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, $100,000 and support their children and have better education for their children.
I thought the median income in the US was like 40-something thousand.
Oh, 41,000.
Yeah. Like nobody. Like again, we're not talking. I don't know. Go ahead.
But I see what you're saying, Per. But when you saying funding, where should because even though you may get funding, how far the funding will go? Because if you don't take care the kids' psych mind and where they are, and you don't have like psychiatrists or things like that.
I mean, there's a million things that need to be implemented for a better society. One is mental health, right? Taking care of the mental health, right. And that's not just for low income; it's for all incomes, right?
Because it says you could be, even though we're talking about the inner city, the same problems exist in
exactly
areas and stuff like that.
So that's important. Okay. What's important is paying teachers a decent, good living wage so that they want to actually teach children. That's another. Making sure that they're not like trying to fight to support themselves and their families. That's important. Making sure that schools, like I said, have enough equipment, and that not only places where the parents are making $100,000 a year have all the things that their schools need, but also in the inner cities, also in poverty-stricken schools, so that those children have something to work with. It's all good and nice to have to read about a computer, but not actually know how to work a computer, because there are no computers and we live in a technology world. That's a problem.
What school don't have no computers?
Man, listen. Oh my!
Is that Dawn laughing?
I'm laughing, yeah, because like I don't.
If you know,
I mean, you gonna have to tell me, because I ain't never seen no shit like this. I heard people say stuff like that, but let me tell you what else I saw. I live in a poor part of town, and I knew somebody that lived in the rich part of town. And I went and I looked at their school. Yeah, the school looked nicer and all of that stuff, but they had the same damn textbooks in both schools. So all this stuff that people be saying ain't damn true.
No, it is. It depends on where you live. Okay, Miss Sunkiss, if you go down, I hate to stress this point again. If you go down the Rio Grande Valley, you be like, man, this is 1970. I mean, you be like, man, y'all still got this? I mean, what is this? If you go down to the Rio Grande Valley or go to New Mexico, you're gonna look at the schools like, oh.
Okay, so I can say the same thing about the school my children go to now.
Can you highlight Melanada's comment right now, Big J?
It's in a small rural town, right? And we come from the city. First of all, this state is in the top 10 as far as education goes. So when I walked into this school looked just like school did when I was going to school. And I'm talking about primary elementary school. That's what it looked like. And I was like, what? But they're getting a quality education.
This is in the city. This is in inner and
no. This is in the country. I'm out here in Washington in one of these rural towns.
Okay.
So When I walked into school, I was a little appalled. I was like, whoa. But when my children started the school and I seen what was going on inside of the school, yeah, it looked outdated, it looked old, but they're getting a really good education. Very good education.
Okay.
So when you start talking about like the Rio Grande Valley, I don't doubt you that it may be some disparities there, but I think it's layered as far as it goes. But even with that, I still feel like your largest issue is going to be the lack of parental involvement. Because just like in Texas, when they tried to institute certain things in their curriculum, them parents said, hell no. They went down there to the school board and they influenced the whole curriculum across the whole state. Parental involvement is very
can I give an
important.
example, Big J?
Go ahead.
And this is from experience. Okay. So when my daughter was going to junior high school, they had her going to a school that would be considered a ghetto school, right? In the Las Vegas area, because she was zoned for that area the way that they had it broken up. When my daughter was in that school, those students had no musical instruments. None.
Right.
They had no science. When it comes to the science class, no beakers, no nothing to work with. When it comes to the textbooks, they were sharing textbooks. So when Miss Queen is saying, wow, where is she talking about this? I'm telling you, I witnessed it from my own child going to that school. Now, once the school was built for the area that she was supposed to go to, then yeah, that she had everything she needed. But it wasn't anything that when she was in that school, she had nothing she needed.
I was in like an
And
alone.
when she left that school, because the zoning, they were waiting on the school to get built for my daughter to go where she was actually zoned for. Yeah, when she left that school, she had everything she needed.
That was in a
Was
low
there a
income
difference
area.
in parental involvement, or was it the same for both schools?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Was
was asking.
the parental involvement?
There was a lot
the
of parental
same?
involvement. That didn't do any good, though.
So it was equal for both schools?
It
The
was
amount
equal
of
for both
parental.
schools. Yes, it was equal for both schools. However,
Interesting.
the government wasn't, or the state wasn't funding that school properly.
Okay. Let me say something, Miss Kirsten. Do you like most of the school problems is what the technology with computers, right? Why you think though AT&T is now just put out fiber optics out here in South Texas? Then they're now just putting it out. Well, the rest of the state already had it. Houston already got it. Austin already.
Because don't they need the infrastructure for that? That's one of the problems with being out in rural places. It's hard to get certain things out there.
Because more people
that's
live
a
in
consequence
Houston.
of where you live. They not got nothing to do with the government.
Houston, Austin, the cities, Dallas, San Antonio, they're cities, right?
Yeah, they city. They
Aren't
got
they populous cities?
Right, but if you're drilling oil in those rural areas, that's where the oil is coming from the rural areas. They should have the slice of the pie first because that's where the resources is coming from.
But aren't there more people in
you
those
already
cities?
But you already tearing up the roads and stuff with all the oil drilling and stuff. You already telling they are the highway department is already putting tarmac on the roads already. But they won't sit there and think, oh wait a minute, let's take some of that. Let's add a little bit more and put in the school district that's surrounding the place because those kids are students of those oil field workers. I mean, it's you know what? Let me.
Can I say one more thing, Big J?
What is it, like an oil rig they work on? What do they work on?
Okay, you remember the Eagle 4 shell?
Yes.
Okay, when it was a whole swath of Texas that was everybody was drilling at once.
Yes.
Okay, some of those places, like where I live at too, where it's rural and all you saw was oil rigs. Well, the government's told the oil companies, okay, well, you go ahead. We will sit there and pave these roads, these roads that were dirt roads. We'll pave it, all that. infrastructure, all that, right? But then they never was mindful about, well, okay, we got kids, we got a whole bunch of a whole bunch of kids filling up these small ass schools. Well, my thing is, okay, these kids are what? Children of these oil field workers. So you can't sit there and tell me, okay, well, since we built these roads, these new roads, so y'all can drill the oil out this land. Well, y'all couldn't just take some of that and make sure that school to and assist the children of those oil field workers with all the fiber optics and the if you can spend money on the infrastructure like roads, then therefore you should spend money on infrastructure like fiber optics and science equipment and all that.
Can I say another thing, Big J?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is to go to what Miss Sunkiss said. So yeah, there were a lot of parents that got together and we were trying to do fundraisers to get to try to get some of the casinos and the hotels to fund that school, because they did not get enough funding from the government or for the state. And you know what those hotels told us? They told us to go back to the state and try to get the money. They didn't want to help us.
Yeah.
They didn't want to help us to get instruments for the music department. They didn't want to help us to get scientific textbooks and math books and get the science room set up properly for their experiments or anything they had to do. They didn't want to fund any of it because the school was called West Middle School and it was in the West Side and nobody wanted to fucking help. So yeah, there were a lot of parents that were trying to do something and we couldn't get any help.
And there's reasons why they won't help. You have to really go deep in that, because just like here, part of the money supposed to go into the schools that the casinos get out of that profit. It's supposed to, but it doesn't get there. Remember, when the funding comes, the government is in charge. The government is in charge. So they still determine if it goes to the school or not.
Do you think though that you know what? No, I'm glad she mentioned it, because I was about to go here with this. Do you think that the unions are part of the problem with the funding?
With the funding?
Yeah.
It could be. I don't see where, but unless it could. Well, here people blame a lot of it on the unions, because they do blame a lot of it on the unions, because how their retaliation, they not going to do this, they not going to do that, and I need this, I need that. So yeah,
I mean, because like even though Texas is a right to work state, right? Even though it's a right to work state, that we still have a big Texas union. I mean, when it comes to teachers, right? It seems like the bad teachers are being shielded by the unions. They're not being removed. They're not being fired. They're not being put in some type of discipline because of the unions. Because it seems though the unions are not or not being responsible with the profession that they claim that they're supposed to represent.
Yeah, I see. It depends on when you say bad teachers, because some teachers get upset because here they using their money that they getting paid to help and to do things in the classroom.
Exactly.
And when they do that, guess what? When they get all upset and get mad and they looked at as a bad teacher.
Right.
Because they saying, hold up, I'm putting my own money, I'm staying overtime that I'm not getting paid for. And they looked at as a bad teacher. So it depends on when you say bad teacher, or you said someone that comes to work don't do nothing. They ain't trying to do this, trying to do that, or they working the laws as what they see, but the principal wants you to go above that, wants you to exceed what the laws says.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it also depends on when you say bad. And
can I say one more thing? 'Cause I just want like this has really gotten under my skin with nerves. So a lot of the parents at that school did not have the money to buy their kids their pencils, their paper, their notebooks. So these kids would come in there with nothing to work with. So is that fair to those kids?
No. But hey, but you know what? Since you said that, right?
But oh, I'm sorry.
I'll be right
I
here.
know Don is the ultimate dad, and his kids got all the paper and the pens and the pencils that they need. But I'm talking about parents that have no money to spare for the utensils and things that their kids need to go to school and actually work.
Yeah. But let me say this. Because I noticed this too with my niece and nephew, right? Do you know I had to buy pencils and matte colors and crayons for and stationery for, when I say station, I'm talking about paper, for the teacher. I'm like, shouldn't she get that through the school herself?
Would you get it from Walmart?
Why?
Huh? Or the dollar store? You get it from Walmart or the dollar store?
Right, I understand that, but I understand. Yeah, you go to the dollar store, you buy that 50-cent thing, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point is, shouldn't the school give you paper and stationery and colors, your own colors too?
Well, they gave us. I know when I was going to school, they gave us like the paper, and they gave us pencils. I don't remember, like they gave us markers, but we couldn't keep them.
Right.
Yeah, like markers, we couldn't keep them. Color pencils, I don't remember them giving us color pencils, but like markers and stuff they would have. But like I said, we had to give them back.
It all depends on.
I'm just saying. I've noticed that. I was like, I have to give y'all. I already got those kids their school supplies. You got to buy another school supply for you.
It depends. A lot of it depends on your area that you live in.
Right.
Y'all discussed that. It depends on the area, and the school system, the way it's set up. All of them is not the same. So it's just like here, we had to get uniforms. So you go down there, they free. You go down to the store, you get uniforms. First they were free, then you had to pay some money. Wait a minute, hold up. So, people, they upset. Wait a minute, it was free. Now we gotta pay money, and a lot of people can't afford it.
Right.
And not just the inner city, in rural areas.
Right. Look, man. Like you said, I'm not trying to sit up here and say I'm the ultimate this and I'm the ultimate that, but I just work hard to provide for my kid. That's it. I had one kid because I knew that's all I can afford, and I wanted to give my kid a quality life. And I just work, not just me, his mom as well. We just work hard for our kid.
I completely understand, but you're in a position that you can do that, and amen to you. But we also have to understand some people that are not. Now, everybody's not as strong as you.
Well, everybody, right? But that's the thing. Everybody
doesn't have your mentality. If they did, then we would exceed just like you.
But dude, I'm not even. I'm low on the totem pole though, man. I'm low on the totem pole.
Okay,
how?
You low. Let's go. What you say? You saying you low on the totem pole? It's people lower than you though. It's people that lower than you. So you still have to. Blessed be upon you for what you achieve. I'm not taking that away, but I'm saying just to look at what these people are going through. Look what they face with. Everybody is not like Don. Everybody doesn't have your mentality. You can go down there now. I work in the inner city. I work with a program with moms. We got to go out and we knock on the doors because they have children, they have boys, and we take them out. Play with them to try to get a man figure in their life.
Yeah.
But it's still other things in place is the reason why this kid is acting this way. Then you have to look at the mom, what she's going through, even look at the single dads, what he's going through. All these things taken in account when it comes to raising and the reason why these kids are not achieving. But I cannot sit here and say, well, Don, he should. No, I'm saying amen to you, brother. Yeah, matter of fact, I hope that you use your mentality to go into inner cities and go to those places and transfer your mentality to a kid.
But ever since that Uvalde shooting, there's one little thing problem that people overlook was about school funding, because that whole tragic event produced a problem where how children are being protected and how children are are facing adversity. And that's one thing I gotta say, that the Uvalde tragedy produced, and that's what that people was cutting corners, securing and educating the children. And I might talk about that later on, because that's another. I got that's it's layers to on that story. That's a whole lot of layers to it, because it was a lot of things that was exposed about what went on at Uvalde school, and not just the sheriff's department and police, but also what was going on inside that school. It also produced it was some other issues that should have been that should come to light.
Is Sunkist still on? I just want to ask her a question. Is she still there?
Miss Sunkist?
Yeah, I'm here.
The school that you said your kids go to, you went out there. How was the atmosphere? How was the kids' mentality? How was the school's mentality? How was the principal? What did you see that it was easy for your kids to excel, or maybe hard?
Well, I always expect them to excel, because they've been knowing since they came out of the womb. I don't play about education, so I don't care where they go to school. You're gonna be successful while you there.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm saying, what did you see that you was like, well, I know by what my kids are since they came out the womb, they will kill this game, because what I see they have.
Honestly, this is new. Like, I'm on the whole other side of the country, so this whole experience is new to me.
Oh, okay.
And I was a little appalled when I walked into the school, because I've always been in major cities.
Oh, okay.
And this is like I done went from, so it's a bunch of changes for me, because I'm not in a major city. I'm in a rural town.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to like 4A, 5A schools. They in a 2A school. It probably less than that.
Okay.
So that's different. And then the way they got stuff, like even the things that the teachers use on the walls of the classroom. I swear to God, it looked like stuff that
it looked like what
had on their wall.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, it looked like that, and I was like, oh, I don't know about this. I was nervous.
Okay.
But they had they had the standard meetings that you get at other schools, the orientations and all of that. I went to those.
Okay.
Talked to the teachers. The principals were very warm and inviting. My son, he has a IEP.
Okay.
And so they made sure that they got all the stuff that they needed for his IEP. And I was worried that they wasn't gonna be able to make his accommodations, because it's such a small school. And they was like, oh no. We gonna make sure that we get his accommodations done, and we got this, and this resource and all of this stuff. So I'm like, oh, okay, cool. They kept me updated on everything that was supposed to happen. And I really think that they getting a better education than they would if I was in the major city. And I don't know whether it's because of the state that we in or whatever, but my daughter is in the 4th grade, and she done already started dissecting. They done dissected 2 animals since she been here. And I'm like, in elementary school? And this is a small little town, and I don't know nobody that's got children in the 4th grade that's coming home talking about dissecting no animals. So, it's just different. But I'm also involved in the school. The way that they do sports here is different than anything I've ever seen. So usually people are like, "Oh well, you know, they have this money and that's why they can do this." Well, pretty much everybody plays if they want to play, and you pay the fees when it's time for that particular season to start. So they have the uniforms that's already there. They launder them, they wash them, they give them everything that they need. It comes standard while you playing the sport. And see, when you on the outside looking in at this stuff, you think, oh well, it's because they getting all this money. No, it's a lot of parental involvement. They have a fundraiser that they do every year, sponsored by the PCA. Children are not allowed. The adults go out. They have a whole venue, and you pay your money for your plate, and that's another way they raise money for the school. So all of the funding that these schools are getting is not coming from the state. They're doing, like I said, they put an outdoor classroom. They building it right now. And that's because 2 of the teachers got together over the summer break and applied for grants and stuff to get it. And they got the grant. And now they took the money and they did what they were supposed to do with it. A lot of this funding comes from people actually doing outside work. And I know a lot of teachers in inner city schools, they got a lot on their plate. They probably don't want to get off work and then go write grants and petition for monies and all this other stuff. But that's what these folks at these other schools is doing, and it's more of a community thing in order for certain things to look a certain way. And that's why I keep stressing that the parental involvement is the key to a lot of these issues. You can't keep talking about. I don't understand how we sit up here and say we don't want the government in our business, but say the government's supposed to fix everything. That don't make any sense. Especially when you got what 2, 3, 4, 5 generations in Baltimore that came out of school and didn't have no damn education, and they was paying $15,000. The government was paying $15,000 per child to get educated every year. That don't make no sense. So you can't blame the government at that point. Who do you blame? You can blame the school administration, but if the parents was at the school doing what they were supposed to, then the administration would have been doing what they were supposed to with their money.
Well, I see. The grant situation, it's a lot into that. That'll take a long time. But I see your point. And in cases, because we will have to go by individual cases, and what you say, yeah, parents. What Pura said, she did say it's important. So, but you're right. It is important, and some parents are like what you said. They need to be like what you're doing. Absolutely, I can't deny that. But I also look at some of the reasons why the parents are like that. That's why I said like Dawn is a very strong mentality, and I'm hearing your voice, like you said, your kids from the womb, and you very into your kids. You went to the school, you're very comfortable, and there's some people that are not raised in that way.
And I understand that too, but I also saw some people. I know grandparents that was raising their children can't read.
Absolutely,
they was at their school.
That's true. Matter of fact, it was the guy he owned. He died now. He was one of my business heroes. He wrote a book, "Watch the White Man Have All the Fun," and a lot of people in his family was uneducated, but he was, and he excelled. Went to Harvard and everything, and the first billionaire to own a company that was worth $1 billion. But Reginald F. Lewis, that's his name. So yes, I what you're saying is absolutely, but everyone is not like that. We have many individuals that's not like that, and we need to take that into account. How you was raised, what area, what your father and great, all of that takes into account as far as how we make a judgment on why a person is not excelling. But what you're doing, hey, I give you the kudos, and Dawn, much respect, and it'd be good. I pray that y'all talk about it more, like what you just explained and how you interact, and like you did the funding. Man, I think that should be talked about and so people can hear that and get inspired.
I mean, I say it all the time whenever the issue with schools come up, especially when we dealing with a whole bunch of black folks, because like I said, my children have gone to school in various places across the country and even overseas. And one thing I did notice is that the schools that got the best have a high level of parental involvement.
Right, that's true.
And the schools that have less, you don't see parents. And I've also seen I've seen less parents that look like me. But even here, even with the quality of education, I said that I was volunteering at the high school, you know, and I didn't have no high school children. But guess what? They not missing out on no quality of education because it's a community thing.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's a community. But I like what Pearl's saying, because when she said it, we had that problem here. Matter of fact, some of the schools closed. But yeah, but what y'all doing as far as the community, that's a different. Like what you said, that's a different. But if that was applied when it comes to many people like you and Dawn, if we had many people like that to come like into the inner city, I believe a change will come. Like what Pearl's saying, as far as like what she's saying, if she sees something that's not there, oh, she's on it. We need to get this out. We need to get funding. We need to, in her work, and then with people like Dawn and you come together, oh man, it will change dramatically. Matter of fact, I believe the system will come after y'all because it would excel. But we still just
I did the same thing. Go ahead, Pierre.
Okay. No, I just want to say that, you know, I have zero exemptions, right? Because I'm 55, my kids are grown. But all the taxes that I pay, if I had my wish that where my tax money would go, my tax money would go for schools, period, point blank.
Okay.
If every tax penny that I had, and I had a choice, that's where I would choose my money to go. Definitely not for politicians that are full of bullshit. Okay, paying their wages, no. I feel like our society, our it doesn't matter the race of the child. I feel like we are not investing as a society in children anymore like we should, and we wonder why the fuck our whole society is breaking down. We wonder why we see the things that we're seeing happening. It's because it's been long overdue to invest back into the children. And nobody has done that. We have not done that for over 50 years in America. So we're all to blame for it. Because I've heard people say, I don't want my tax money going to schools. I ain't got no kids in the schools. I ain't got no kids in the schools either. But if you're asking me where I'd rather my tax dollars go, that's where I'd rather my tax dollars go.
I don't either.
When I lived in Georgia, I refused to send my children to school. That's how I ended up homeschooling, because I looked at the school and Georgia education system was not up to my standards.
Where
Keep in mind, I grew up.
Where in Georgia did you live?
First I lived in Savannah, then we lived in Augusta.
So Augusta. Ooh.
Yeah. No, Georgia education system is trash. Georgia ranks.
Isn't that where James Brown come from? Augusta?
Yeah, James Brown came from Augusta.
Okay.
And when so when it was time for my son to go to school, now we gonna homeschool because there is no way. Keep in mind now, I grew up in Texas at the time when Texas always was in the top 10 of schools in the United States. So I knew what kind of education I got. And when I looked at Georgia's education and they ranking 48 out of 50 states, I was like, oh hell no, y'all not going to school here. However, people in my neighborhood had children that went to the school. Same problem. No parental involvement. But a lot of people had a problem with what was going on. I don't got children in the school. But when they started having school board meetings and they had stuff that they didn't like at their school, I was out there with one of my neighbors knocking on doors to get them parents to get their behinds up there to their school.
Yeah.
Because you need parental involvement. I don't have no children in this school. But if you want the school to improve, y'all have got to get up and be proactive.
I'm
The
with you on that.
government don't do nothing. Like for instance, just the street that we lived on, new subdivision, no lights. It's pitch black out there. The city don't care.
Yeah.
My husband had to send an email to the city and be like, yo, this is a safety hazard for my family. And less than 24 hours later, there they were out there putting a light pole up. If we not gonna get involved to make the government do what it's supposed to do, because we got to remember it's the government by the people and for the people. But if the people ain't doing shit, the government ain't gonna do shit.
That's true. Can't disagree with you.
Yeah, that's true. When those people you said they didn't, they wasn't interacting, Kiss, when you said as far as the people, why was they not? Was they busy going to the clubs, or they just didn't want to do like?
And you know what? I think a lot of people just don't understand how any of this stuff works. Honestly, I think a lot of people simply don't have to go. They don't have the education. They just think the government gonna do. That's what the government's supposed to do. They gonna do what they do. They gonna let it go. I don't think people understand how important it is to go to a school board meeting.
So that's
I don't think
their lack of what should I say, education when it comes to that part. I don't want to call them like they illiterate or anything like that, but like you said,
I'm not gonna say that they illiterate, because I do think that due to the history of this country is why a lot of people are ignorant about a lot of these things.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? For a long time, we was locked out of participation in the society, so that crippled a lot of us.
That's
and
true.
If our parents and grandparents didn't have the information, because there are still grandparents that can't read that are black to this day.
That's true.
So if they wasn't educated to pass it on to theirs, who's gonna give them the information unless it's people like us that know better that's gonna pass it on to them?
That's true.
And I'm not saying that there doesn't need to be reforms in schools. I believe there does. I believe that I believe that a lot of schools are lacking. I believe that the reason why, I mean, there's also no safety. Like, people are scared to let their kids go to school because their kid might not come home alive anymore. Like, there's a lot of issues that need to be addressed, right? I get that. But the truth of the matter is parents have to work and children need to be educated. Those are the facts. So how do we get there? How do we make sure that the schools are safe and that the children are being taught proper things, not dumb shit, not they, them shit. You know what I'm saying? And forgetting what men and women are or male and female are. I'm talking about legit
we just
shit.
need to bring back community. I really think community needs to come back. Like, people like me still exist. It ain't very many of us, but it's still some homemakers in the world. It's too easy to come knock on Queen's door. Hey, I can't make parent conference. Can you go for me? I'm going anyway.
Right.
I might as well check and see what little Jimmy doing.
Yeah, you're right.
We need to bring that back. Okay, you got to go to work. But guess what? This and this is going on at the school. So at 7 p.m. on Thursday, I'm gonna need you to come over here to this meeting downtown or wherever the meeting may be, because we need to show up.
Right.
You ain't got to be at the school every day, but there are people that can be at the school looking for their children, because that's the way I grew up. If your parents come back, I've seen people get the neighborhood crackhead, because everybody knew there was a neighborhood crackhead, so they wasn't, harmful. The ones that wasn't harmful. I done seen it. Hey, look, I'm gonna need you to not get high on this day because I need you to go to the school, and they would do it.
Yeah, I've witnessed stuff like that. Clean them
up, and
they
would do it.
They sure will. They clean them up
because we cared about our children.
Yeah, I've seen.
But we don't have a sense of community anymore. So it's like, oh, I gotta work. That school just needs to do what it's supposed to do. Why should it? If your supervisor wasn't on your ass, would you do your job to the best degree that you could? Probably not. So why do you think just because somebody somewhere is paying taxes that they just gonna do what they supposed to do at the school? They not.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm not saying that, oh, just you get the parents involved and everything's gonna be 100%. No, it's still a fight to be fought,
Yeah, yeah.
but that's gonna be your major biggest step.
Right.
Because how you gonna explain to all these people that's gonna start holding you accountable for what's going on with their tax dollars and why their children ain't being properly educated? Which you gonna keep telling them, oh well, ain't nothing we can do about it,
Yeah.
and you think that's gonna suffice? It's not. We don't have community no more, and I think that is the biggest issue.
Right. Yep. That's one of the elements. Yep. And with that, then you can, like what Purr does, and Big J and Don, man. Bring all those things to unify all of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Now COVID, I have to say, Little Hurley. Little Hurley. COVID was crazy. I seen so much disparity with education across the United States. It didn't make any sense. COVID came, the school my children went to, they had Chromebooks. Online education was set up within 24 hours. They was ready to go. And then I had a friend, she was in, I believe, North Carolina. We 3 weeks into COVID, and them children just sitting at home twiddling their thumbs with nothing to do because the school hasn't figured out what they're gonna do as far as education goes.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, that's crazy. They've been in school and they've been ticking.
I'm not gonna say I haven't seen some really foul shit happen in the schools lately, like really, like with no people in power in the schools who have no common sense. I feel like those are desperate situations. I feel like somebody who has real leadership skills needs to step in, because I feel like the children are going astray over dumb shit. And I feel like it's an ultimate plan, like sabotage. Do you know what I'm saying? So I really do know that the schools need to be corrected. The educators, the faculty, the principals, the higher ups in education, they need to be like, they're acting as if they don't have any kind of common sense. Let me just say that.
Some of them probably don't got no common sense. I mean, who that damn fool that Trump put in over the Department of Education, she ain't had no damn common sense.
Yeah.
Mom ain't got common sense.
You talk about the boss? I think what's her name?
Yes.
Oh man.
Yes. That lady was a tragedy in that position. But a lot of them don't got common sense, but you can not have all the common sense that you don't want to have. But if you got parents on your behind, then you can't stay in that position and continue to lack common sense.
A lot of them have parents on their behind, and still they won't budge. Do you know what I'm saying?
Won't budge.
I get it.
You talk about the
I'm talking about the newest issues about transgenderism and all that other stuff, because I'm pro LGBTQ, okay? But I'm also not about that dumb shit. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's interesting.
I told
like I think that I think the school system and the boards are taking it way too far, and that's not the importance of education. They're not actually showing the real true importance of education. Being tolerant is one thing, yes. But not teaching kids actual common sense shit is a problem.
Yeah. When they oh man, I was asleep for a minute, y'all.
We heard you, Big J.
Yeah, I was asleep for a minute.
We heard you.
Yeah, I was man.
I thought
we was holding it down for you.
I thought the Scorpion came back to life and Bitchute.
Man, shit. Man, you heard me crying and shit. I remember that one time I got stung. No, I was on YouTube, right?
I remember.
Yeah, I was at my grandmother's, right? I was doing a live stream at my grandmother's at my grandparents', right? And my grandpa was still alive when this is happening, right? Man, when was that? That was like 2019, 17, something like that. That
Yeah.
was like where the hurricane came and shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was doing a live stream. Oh, who had dropped off? Don? Oh, is he coming back or he's?
No, I think because he has to work in the morning.
Okay, well, okay. Man, listen, you talking about crying like a little bitch, man. I'm telling you, man. They was all like, "You got bitch." I said, "Yeah." I'm over there crying and shit. You know, you got some 30-year-old nigga over there crying and shit because I got tapped twice, three times. Like that motherfucker went fast with it, right? I was laying on the bed. No, not I was laying on the ground, right, on the floor, right. I was in I was in the guest room and shit. Over there doing live streaming shit. And I was talking to what's his name? He used to come over here. Anyway, I'm over there talking. All of a sudden, I know something went right under my foot and just fucking hit my ass. It was like fucking lead, like hot lead plasma. I'm like, what the fuck was that? Oh man. I jumped up, man. I closed the laptop. I ran right outside. Like, what the fuck hit the fuck? What hit me, man? Like, damn. They were hurt. They came outside and shit, right? Why are you out there yelling and shit? Something stung me. So one of my grandparents said, here's a bottle of vinegar and I mean, shit, man.
Old school remedy.
Yeah, the old school remedy. Yeah, that shit did work though, but it hurt like hell though. Not it was bad when when one of them crawled my pants and stung my. Well, I'm gonna tell you what they stung, but that one was around like 2005 when that happened. That one was
Oh my
bad.
God, Big J.
I have not.
What stung you? A scorpion?
A scorpion was stinging my nuts, and
what?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that one you talking about? Oh my God, that was some fire.
What part of Texas? Because I am not moving to Texas.
We got them in Vegas too. Trust me.
Well, I'm not.
Because
I'm driving around those states.
because what happened was, man, I had my work clothes and shit. And I say, well, let me hang my work clothes up on this chair and shit, right? Well, I said, you know what? Hold on. So I got up, and I said, you know what? Let me go outside and handle this on this tractor and shit, right? Let me move the shit out the way. Man, put on that pants on. Whoa! Yeah, man, that one was bad. If you remember that lot, yeah, that was bad though. That was. Yeah, that was a painful position.
If that ever happened to me, I will have to go straight to the hospital.
Man, shit, I wanted to.
They had to take me to the hospital. I was in Florida, and they had the iguanas, and something jumped. It jumped out of the tree, hit me on the shoulder. I screamed like a woman. That's one, and then then I fainted, and they had to come. They had to call the ambulance on me because I went straight out. Like that.
Yeah, man. Damn. Man, I remember that shit. That was 2000. Yeah, what was the year? That was 2000. It was 2000. It was in early 2000 when this happened, right? That one was bad, man. Like, shit, man. You had some ice packed and shit. I was packing ice up in that motherfucker.
That's crazy.
Shit, man. That was a good whole bag of ice, man. That shit was hurting.
They killed that scorpion 15 times.
Yeah, I know my voice would have been soprano or octave.
Man. Man, I couldn't talk. I couldn't talk for a long minute after that shit. Wow. I was like, yeah, man, it was like something like somebody just took a flame and put it there, like what the fuck, like a brand iron or some old shit. That's how that shit felt like,
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that means seem like dinosaurs. I can't handle that.
Yeah, man, that's like, oh, I'd rather be bit by a wasp. I'd rather be bit by everything, anything else except for that motherfucker. Okay, I'd rather be bit by wasps or bees or some shit before I get.
You don't want to get bit. You don't want to get bit by a what do you call it? A centipede, because that hurts so bad.
And
it lasts for a day. That burn.
A centipede?
Yeah. Centipedes ain't no joke. Centipedes ain't no joke.
So this is in Texas and Las Vegas, right?
Yep.
Well, I will not be coming through there.
That's why it's so important to have chickens. If you living out in the country, or living out in the woods somewhere, that's what chickens do. When you have free range chickens, that's what they do. They clean up this shit. They clean up all the damn bugs and shit. You don't worry about that.
Well, if I come through there, I'm gonna have me a chicken in the car right beside.
I mean, it's not just one chicken, but it's like multiple. It's like soon as I got rid of the chickens, here I start noticing. You saw all that shit coming up. All those scorpions you be seeing, all those. I'm like, damn, like like every so often you see them, like, yeah, but like that drought that few years ago. That made the motherfuckers come out the woodwork because they usually out in the field. You might see a scorpion under a log somewhere. No, you see them motherfuckers all over the damn house and shit. Like, god damn, man, you call it an exterminator and shit. And that's what I did though. That one time, I said, "Fuck this shit, I'm getting exterminated, this bitch." Man.
I appreciate everyone. I appreciate the conversation. Appreciate you, Big J, for allow me to come up twice. I love everybody's wisdom and knowledge and understanding. I learned a lot, and I appreciate everyone, even in the chat. Appreciate everybody in the chat, the comments. I learned a lot from that also, and much love and much respect to all of y'all.
Hey, Vaughn, this is about the first time I saw you on my panel.
Oh yeah,
this is about the first time I saw you on my panel, man. But yeah.
That time we was on another panel. We was going. I think we was. Me and you was. Who was the guy? I forgot the guy's name. That me and you was going back and forth with. I forgot. That's the reason why I was able to. I knew your channel. I forgot what his name was.
Somebody from the Manosphere.
No, it wasn't. It was a guy. He was a white guy, but he used to live in New York, and then he went down south somewhere.
Oh, you talking about my greatest enemy? Oh yeah, him.
Yeah.
Are we talking about? Hold on. I'll show him. Are we talking about this dude? Hold on. Let me show him. Hold on. Let me scroll down.
Night melanated.
Yeah.
You talking about him?
Okay.
Yeah, him. Yeah, him.
That dude is crazy.
Yeah. That dude is crazy because I remember the Secret Service came with the he said a lot of inflammatory shit like the vice president needs to be ... need running the hell of books.
Oh, he said a lot of stuff.
Man, he was mad. He was mad. Why is the Secret Service showing up? Well, motherfucker, you said some stupid shit. You said some crazy shit about you want to see the president get got. You want to see the vice president. I'm like, dude, you don't want to say this shit.
Yeah.
And then though, when he took that pepper gun, it was shooting at those black kids outside his apartment. I don't know if you saw that shit.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
Oh man, you didn't see that? Oh man, I was looking at him like, dude, why you shoot at them kids with that pepper ball gun?
Oh snap! No,
yeah, talking about they was after me, and they're trick or treating. They're in an apartment complex. You live in an apartment complex. They're trick or treating. What you think they're going to do?
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, they're Antifa and they're Black Lives Matter.
Oh,
and
wow.
that, so you must have known me ever since 2020, because that's when me and him got into it.
Yeah, I think that's what. Yeah, I think it was, bro. Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great.
Thank you for the conversation. We had a good conversation.
Oh, I know.
And Miss Queen, happy birthday to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Happy birthday, Queen. I gotta come up on your panel one day.
Yeah, y'all make sure y'all stop by tomorrow. I'll be up there for 24 hours.
Yeah, Queen has some really good panels.
You said tomorrow?
Yeah, my birthday is in. What time is it?
It's already your birthday. It's already
Yeah,
1 a.m.
No, I
Not
wasn't
here.
born until 2. I wasn't born until 2:03. So I got one more hour to go.
Oh, okay.
So but
Get all technical.
you're gonna have a
Huh?
panel. You're gonna have a show tomorrow, a live tomorrow. I mean,
Yeah, I'm going live all day because I can't do nothing. My husband is out of the country and I'm in a new state. I don't know nobody here, so
okay,
I'm gonna just hang out in the house. So I decided I'm gonna just cut up on YouTube.
okay. All right, I'm gonna have to come up there because I haven't been on your
Yeah.
panel, so I'm gonna have to come up there. I see
Yeah,
y'all.
come through.
Okay.
Sugar Bomb. Hey.
Come through.
Yeah. Have a good one, Von Eric. Yeah, she Sugar Bomb with her little trolling ass. You trolling
Thank you,
people.
melanated vessel. I appreciate it.
So anyway, I'm gonna end this live.
Thank you for having me on, and thank you for the conversation, Queen. We got there. We had our little heated moment, but we agree. Parents need to be participating for sure.
Pow, pow.
Yep.
All right. Well, anyway.
Thanks, BJ. Look at you. Look at
what?
6 hour live stream. Look at you.
What?
Oh, yeah. It's almost six. Yeah, but I went to sleep during some of it.
That's cool.
I was asleep. I'm like,
but see, that's the good part. When you got a panel with folks that'll talk to each other, you can go do all kind of stuff, and your panel will run itself.
I went to sleep. I said, "What the fuck?" And then that scorpion. I think everybody came when I was yelling at that scorpion. That shit
that
scared
shit is funny.
Yeah, that shit, man. It was funny to you. That shit wasn't funny to me. I was scared. Like, what the fuck? I saw that shit.
It was funny to me because I know how Big J was when he got bit the last time.
Man, I tore that computer up.
I am. I'm clipping it.
Man,
I wrote down the timestamp and everything. I'm going to get that.
Shit. I broke the laptop I used. I broke that laptop on that live stream when I got bit. I broke that laptop. Shit, and it was still I still was doing live too. I'm like, shit. See, I'm gonna say if you outside if you're out in a rural area, this is why I think free range chickens are good. Free range chickens and ducks or something like that are good. The benefits I should say. It's not just the eggs. It's also the pest control. They're good at it. So yeah.
Yeah, I have to. I have my pest guy because you know how I had all that problem with them scorpions.
But one thing though they never would eat is them black ass love bugs. I don't know if they got them in where you at. You remember them love bugs?
They be stuck together and they just fly all across the earth. Oh yeah.
Like they come out of Mexico. Every every 2 years you see them. They don't come out every year, but every 2 years or 4 years you see them, and they will be black. And sometimes they're so thick that you can be driving on the highway and they'll actually blot out like your vision. Like if you're on the highway and they just your whole windshield will become black and shit. And
I'm glad I ain't seen it that bad.
Oh man, the more you go south, the worse it is. The more you go south, the worse it is. Yeah, you got to stop at a gas station and clean that shit off. Like damn. Yeah, it's bad. But anyway, let me get off of here. This is about
thanks for having me up, Big J, and happy birthday, Miss Sunkiss. I hope you have a beautiful day.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
All right,
thanks for having me up, Big J. You have a good evening.
All right. Can you boot me off, Big J?
Yeah, I'll do it. All right, then. I'm gonna get off of here. Y'all be easy. Hey, I apologize for sleeping on this live stream because I was man, I want to snore and everything, and I would like to tell everybody by name who've been up here, but it's been a long live stream. Normally, I don't do long live streams like that. I was planning on doing this for like an hour or two and going about my business, but somebody supposed to call me on the phone. But anyway, I'll go back to sleep. But anyway, thank you, Miss Sunkiss. So anyway, like, share, subscribe. I'm out of here. In peace. I'm out.